87. If Qin Pingon was alone, even if he had to carry a heavy load, it wouldn't be difficult for him to walk 100 li in a day. One had to know that during this period of time he would have to cross streams and climb cliffs. Therefore this time, Qin Pingon brought the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and walked very easily. When he had nothing to do he began to practice his stance walking. Because he had Li Baoping by his side he didn't have to use his full strength and mental strength. Instead it was relatively natural. In order to take care of Li Baoping he even deliberately slowed down his stance walking speed and reduced the distance between his steps. This made Qin Pingon, who had finally found the knack of it, feel as if he had been beaten back to his original state and became awkward again. At this time, the two of them had already walked about 20 li. Li Baoping still had some strength left and didn't seem to be suffering. The girl only reached out her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead and asked, "Young martial uncle, are you practicing boxing?" Qin Pingon stopped his stance walking and nodded, "Yes." Li Baoping asked again, "Then do you know where the source of this fist art, the foundation of this fist art, is located?" Qin Pingon was confused. "What do you mean?" "I only know that there are many acupoints in the human body. The reason why I can remember a few hundred words is mainly because I want to remember the names of those acupoints. However, I haven't had the time to ask what they have to do with boxing. There was a Miss Ning who saw my boxing manual but didn't tell me. She only said that when it comes to boxing you can't take shortcuts. You have to rely on hard work bit by bit. The sister Wan said that she practiced swordsmanship. Her family's method of qi was passed down in her family and it wasn't good for her to tell others. Therefore I didn't have a deep conversation with her at that time. In fact, at that time, the straw sandal youth felt that he was destined to walk around this small town for the rest of his life. Therefore he had plenty of time and opportunities to ask Wan Xiao. Li Baoping widened her eyes in disbelief. She said in a heavier tone, "Young martial uncle. You don't even know this and you dare to practice boxing? Don't you know that practicing martial arts carelessly, especially external martial arts, can easily harm one's vitality?" Practicing martial arts was actually similar to searching for dragons and acupoints by geomasters. However, while geomasters searched for acupoints in mountains and rivers, martial cultivators searched for and excavated the treasures in their bodies. After one found them, one had to use the appropriate method before one could be considered to have reached a higher level on the path of martial arts. No, young martial uncle, I have to explain this to you. You can only learn it after you understand it. Looking at her determined expression, Qin Pingon thought for a while. It was not a bad thing. Coincidentally, there was an old willow tree with a crooked neck in front of them. Most of it was leaning towards the stream like an unfinished arch bridge. He pulled Li Baoping to lean against the tree trunk to rest. The little girl was impatient and insisted on sitting. Qin Pingon had no choice but to carry her to the tree trunk and stand aside to prevent her from falling. She casually sat behind the tree like a little teacher who was teaching for the first time in a school. She was in high spirits. She coughed, intending to have a good talk with this little martial uncle to prevent him from going astray. If he really damaged his body, wouldn't she be filled with regret and die of heartache? Li Baoping said with a straight face, "The reason why I know a little about practicing martial arts is because I have a maidservant sister called Zhu Lu in my family. Since she was young, the old ancestor saw that she had a talent for practicing martial arts. I was also very close to her. Sister Zhu Lu was also a taciturn person who only liked to tell me what was in her heart, so I know what practicing martial arts is all about. Unfortunately, when I was 6 years old, I secretly followed behind Sister Zhu Lu and walked on that thing called Earth Ox Stake. It was very fun. The tallest stake was almost as high as the roof. But once I slipped and accidentally fell down. In fact, I was really fine. Sister Zhu Lu was still implicated by me and was severely punished by the old ancestor. After that, Sister Zhu Lu never took me to play anymore when she practiced martial arts in the morning and evening or when she hid in the room to soak in the medicine bucket." Qin Pingon felt a little guilty. The so-called Sister Zhu Lu mentioned by the little girl might be the vigorous girl whose chest and head were hit by his two tiles that day. At that time he secretly broke into the Li family's mansion and used a slingshot to break 2 porcelain bird food jars. The maidservant who protected the little girl in Xinjiang Mountain was the first to discover his trace. She quickly climbed over the wall to the roof and finally jumped toward the roof where he was. Every time Qin Pingon thought about it afterward, he still felt that she was very powerful. Li Baoping could not wait to tell this guy who was still unwilling to admit that he was her youngest martial uncle. For example, the coward Xianxia's family has a shop. If they do well in business, they can make money and have a lot of money. Therefore, Xianxia's shop can be one of the oldest shops in our town. But if they only make money and don't know how to attract customers, they will soon be short of money and have to close the shop, right? As soon as he heard that doing business and making money, the money grubber Qin Pingon was immediately enlightened. He suddenly said, everyone has some family property. If they practice martial arts well, they can make money and make money. If they don't practice martial arts, they will lose money. If they don't practice martial arts at all, they will just keep their ancestral property dutifully. Li Baoping thought for a while and nodded. Something like that. Youngest martial uncle, have you heard of a saying? It's called practicing martial arts to attract evil, especially those external martial artists who claim to finish their apprenticeship in 3 years and kill people when they go out. Their punches are fierce and powerful. They look awe-inspiring and shout when they hit people. In fact, it's the most harmful to the body because they don't find the meridian at all. They don't know the method to enter. Many people will fall ill when they reach middle age. It's hard to say whether they will live to old age. Even if they do, they will be very miserable. Because from the first day they practice martial arts, they are not cultivating their qi and body. Instead, they are being prodigals and squandering their ancestral property. In the words of the ancestors of the Li family, Li Baoping was born with no buttocks. When the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was excited and wanted to stand up from the old willow, she was stopped by her youngest martial uncle's gaze. She continued resentfully, so youngest martial uncle, you must take this as a warning. You must find the real method of practicing martial arts. There are thousands of kinds of martial arts in the world. The reason why there are high and low achievements and big and small prospects is that each martial arts has at least 2 natal aperture acupoints. If you can find them, then you can find the best way to nourish the most aperture acupoints along the way. It's like the spring wind and rain that nourishes everything. Even if the martial arts manual's rank is not high, as long as it's the right way, it can still strengthen the body and prolong life. However, if you take a wrong path, the better the martial arts manual, the easier it is to ruin things. Qin Pingon was lost in thought. He could feel the existence of that qi. It was like there was a small fire dragon in his body that had no home to return to. It was wandering around in a big furnace. Previously, this fire dragon was a bit like a headless fly bumping around randomly. After hitting a wall, it would turn around. Now its range of activity was getting bigger and bigger. However, it would eventually return to the vicinity of the qi residence in his abdomen and wander around. It was like a child that had gone out to play. After being tired, it wanted to go home. This mysterious qi flow did not bring any discomfort or pain to Qin Pingon. Instead, it gave the youth a warm feeling like he was sunbathing in the winter. Qin Pingon's perception of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the body had been extremely sensitive since he was young. Therefore, he was able to quickly detect where the problem was. When Xianxia said that he would not live long in the mud bottle alley, she might have thought that he was just joking. In fact, Qin Pingon had confirmed that her statement was correct on the spot. Since he could not detect anything wrong, Qin Pingon let the qi flow do whatever it wanted. Deep in his heart there was a trace of curiosity. He wanted to see which acupoint it would choose as its residence. Li Baoping swung his legs and crossed his arms. It's said that the foundation of practicing martial arts is to disperse qi. It's very domineering. It's completely different from qi cultivator's cultivation of qi. The more the better the better. Practicing martial arts is different. When you find the initial qi, it's like you have to fight your way through all the obstacles. You have to eliminate all the qi that was originally residing in your acupoints and qi dwelling and change it into the initial qi. Finally, you can move your entire body in one go with just a thought. In the blink of an eye, the airflow can move up to hundreds of miles away. The 9th realm can even move up to thousands of miles away. You can mobilize your entire body's potential in an instant. A general can command thousands of soldiers and horses like his own arm. You can imagine how powerful it is. It's not any worse than qi cultivators flying in the air. Li Baoping said, Sister Zhu Lu said that martial arts masters can fly over roofs and vault over walls. They can even travel with the wind like qi cultivators. In the future, once they reach the peak of Great Grandmaster, killing those arrogant qi cultivators will be as easy as twisting a chicken's neck. They can kill people with a snap of their fingers. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, if martial arts is really so powerful, of course it is a good thing. But why does it have to be measured by how easy it is to kill people? Li Baoping was stunned. She shook her head honestly and said, I have never thought about that. It was Sister Zhu Lu who said so. When she said these words, Sister Zhu Lu yearned for it very much, just like how I dream of catching a fish every day. The young lady thought for a while and said, but thinking about it carefully according to what Sister Zhu Lu said, it seems that martial arts practitioners and cultivators are born to be at odds. The latter likes to look down on the former, thinking that martial arts is a lowly profession and that they are pitiful people who have no aptitude and can't cultivate. Therefore they see them as inferior people and scold the martial arts practitioners as the watchdogs of the secular dynasties. The former, on the other hand, feels that those cultivators are all proud and arrogant. They are not good people. Why do martial artists have to go through all kinds of hardships in Jianghu? Those Qi trainers are obviously just a small group of people, but they occupy countless famous mountains and blessed places. They are so proud of themselves, calling themselves immortals on the mountain and cultivating immortality with magic. They are respected and worshipped by the mortals and martial artists at the foot of the mountain. It is a matter of course. Li Baoping suddenly laughed and said, but youngest uncle, you don't have to care about these disputes. It is very boring. Li Baoping suddenly wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. She seemed to have remembered something but she was a little embarrassed to say it and felt a little guilty. Finally she decided to be honest. She really didn't want to deceive her youngest uncle. The young lady apologized with a sad face and said, Sister Zhu Lu and her father, Uncle Zhu He, were supposed to go to the southern border of the Great Sui Kingdom with us. But I was afraid that youngest uncle didn't like them, so I lied to them to wait for us at the east gate of the town. If Uncle Zhu He was here he would be able to teach junior martial uncle martial arts because Sister Zhu Lu had been practicing martial arts with her father since she was a child. The ancestor had told me in private that although Zhu He's talent in martial arts was limited, he was an expert in teaching martial arts. He could be called a wise teacher. Even if he was thrown into one of those rich and powerful mansions in Dali's capital, he could still be a distinguished guest. Now Uncle Zhu He is gone and so is Sister Zhu Lu. Qin Pingan quickly comforted her and said, it's okay. Although I don't have a master, I only have a boxing manual. Now I can't even recognize all the words in the manual, so I don't dare to practice blindly. I only practice walking and standing stances, but I have already confirmed that they can nourish the body and won't hurt the body. As for how to practice them well, I guess I have to wait until I can understand the manual. There is no hurry. I practice martial arts not for any realm but for survival. I don't think so much. However, Li Baoping had obviously gone into a dead end on her own ideas. The more she talked, the more guilty she felt. The corner of her mouth turned down and she was about to cry. When a martial artist practices martial arts, the master can lead the way and the cultivation depends on the individual. But the master is very important. The threshold of the door that leads the way is high and low. After the master leads the way through the first door, he has to let go because of his limited ability. Or he can lead the way to the back door in one go. The situation is completely different. So the master must be a great master. He can't just find a famous master. The little girl sniffled and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Young martial uncle, you are a rare martial arts genius. If you become an expert because of me, what should I do? Qin Pingan couldn't care less about how she came to the ridiculous conclusion that he was a genius. The most important thing now was to stop her from crying. When the little girl was sad, it gave people the feeling that she was really heartbroken. She wasn't the kind of child who would throw a tantrum. Qin Pingan suddenly had an idea. He suddenly raised his hand and placed it in front of the little girl. After gently clenching his fist, he said loudly, "Stop." Li Baoping was a smart child. She was stunned and stopped her tears. Young martial uncle, what are you doing? Qin Pingan shook his fist and laughed. How is it? Young martial uncle is amazing, right? I made you stop crying. In order to comfort the little girl, Qin Pingan went all out. For the first time he officially admitted that he was her young martial uncle. The little girl immediately smiled through her tears. She felt that it wasn't that she wasn't sad anymore, but that she was more happy than sad. Qin Pingan was relieved. He placed his hands on the old willow tree and then sat down beside the little girl. Under their feet there were two baskets, one big and one small. Li Baoping said softly, Uncle Zhu, he often told Sister Zhu Lu that if you practice martial arts but don't practice it seriously, you will be possessed for 3 years. If you practice martial arts to find the truth, you can kill the god with one punch. Once someone who practices martial arts falls sick, it's much more difficult to treat them than normal people. The second time was even worse. When I heard the noise, I moved a small stool over and secretly poked through the window paper. In the end, I saw Sister Zhulu rolling on the bed in pain. No one could hold her down. In the end, her fingernails were flipped open and she was dripping with blood. She was very pitiful. In the end, we invited the shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop to send some medicine. Only then did the pain stop and she gradually calmed down. But the elder master was standing at the door of the courtyard and didn't enter. He shook his head and turned to leave, seemingly regretful and disappointed. When I asked later, the elder master only said that her life was saved by the medicine, but she lost the hope of reaching the 8th realm. He didn't need to nurture Sister Zhulu too much in the future, otherwise it would be harming her. If she's lucky, she can reach the 7th realm. If she's unlucky, she won't even reach the 6th realm. Li Baoping turned around and said worriedly, "Little martial uncle, please don't fall sick like this. I don't know anything. I'll definitely be dumbfounded." Qin Pingan smiled. "It won't. And even if it does, of course I'm saying, just in case. Don't be afraid. I can take pain. I'm not bragging." Li Baoping was skeptical. She reached out and pinched his arm lightly. "Little martial uncle, does it hurt?" Qin Pingan patted her little head and then looked at the path they came from. "Do you know when little martial uncle felt the worst?" The little girl shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Qin Pingan placed his hands on the tree trunk and crossed his legs. He swayed leisurely like a little girl. The youth narrowed his eyes and laughed softly. "It was the second time I went into the mountains to pick medicine alone. At the time I was only 4 years old, not even 5. When I went out, I wanted to pick the most medicine to go home, so I purposely picked the biggest basket. Then I died of exhaustion before I could walk out of the small town. When I could see the mountain after walking out of the small town, it was still a sunny day. My shoulders were in pain from the basket's rope and my back was even worse. Actually, the pain back then was fine and I wasn't particularly afraid. What made me feel despair was that the mountain looked so far away, as if I would never be able to reach it in my lifetime. Plus, it wasn't long before I left the mountain for the first time, so the blisters on the soles of my feet rebelled very quickly. Then little martial uncle clenched his teeth and cried as he walked. At the same time, he secretly asked himself, I haven't reached the foot of the mountain yet. Why don't I just go home? Anyway, I'm still young, the basket is so big and the mountain path is so far away. Li Baoping listened attentively. She asked softly, Little martial uncle, did you give up in the end? The youth smiled and shook his head. Oh. At that time, I suddenly thought that no matter what, it would be fine as long as I reached the foot of the mountain and turned back. Then I really walked to the foot of the mountain. When I sat on the ground and cried, I thought again, why don't I go up the mountain, pick some medicine and then go home? Then I started to climb the mountain again. After climbing and climbing, I saw those herbs and my whole body seemed to be suddenly filled with energy. It was a very strange thing. Li Baoping exclaimed and praised, Little martial uncle, you must have picked a basket full of herbs before going home, right? When the little girl said this, her face was full of pride. Qin Pingan shook his head. No, I didn't. When the sun was about to set, I went down the mountain before the herbs could cover the bottom of the basket. Firstly, it wasn't easy to find herbs. It was very difficult. I was so small and carrying a big basket on my back was actually harder than picking herbs. Secondly, I was really tired. Thirdly, I thought that if I didn't leave now, I would have to stay on the mountain alone after dark. Of course, I was very scared at that time. But what I was most afraid of was... Li Baoping waited for a long time, but he didn't continue. She asked curiously, what was little martial uncle afraid of the most? Nothing. The youth shook his head and said softly, later I wasn't afraid anymore. The little girl was considerate and didn't ask further. Qin Pingan came back to his senses and turned to her with a smile. I'm not telling you this to tell you how powerful little martial uncle is. In fact, all the poor children in the small town have been like this. It's not strange at all. I'm telling you this because I feel that the methods of practicing martial arts that you told me today are very well explained. It's very similar to when little martial uncle secretly went to the school and saw Mr. Qi teaching when he was a child. Didn't you say that there are no female teachers? I think when you go to Cliff Academy in the future after you read enough books, You might become the first teacher to teach in the academy. After hearing what little martial uncle said, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket was suddenly full of fighting spirit. She raised her fists and said, "Li Baoping, you can do it. You can definitely do it." Qin Pingon looked at her silently. He felt that if Mr. Qi was still alive he would be very happy. But then the little girl said something that gave the youth a headache. Because Li Baoping has the most powerful little martial uncle in the world. The youth could only pretend that he didn't hear anything. In the beautiful season where the grass was long and the orioles were flying, the youth and the little girl sat side by side, each with a beautiful dream. In a secluded place on the other side of the stream, a man and a girl sat cross-legged eating dry food. The young girl, whose eyes were filled with a sharp look, said grumpily, "Father, can young lady really make it to the border of greatly smoothly with such a silly fellow? I heard that there are often wars there and there are many bandits and soldiers there. It's very restless." The man teased, "Did you forget who taught you a lesson? Not only did you lose the first battle in your life after practicing martial arts, but you also lost so sullenly." The girl said angrily, "That's because Dad didn't allow me to use my chi without permission. You were afraid that I wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. Now I can defeat that guy from Clay Bottle Alley with one hand." The man smiled and asked, "You're a master of the second realm of martial arts. Are you sure?" The girl reminded him loudly, "Dad, he's at the peak of the second realm." The man raised his water bottle and took a sip. He shook his head and said, "You can't beat him. You only have a chance of winning if you don't overdo it." The girl obviously didn't believe him. That youth had only just stepped into the door of martial arts. Previously, when they confronted each other on the roof of the Li family mansion, he was only lucky to win because he had the terrain advantage. The man teased, "You're a heartless person. He fought with you in the house and when you fell to the ground he didn't forget to pull you up. If it were me, I would be very kind if I didn't add a tile to your head when fighting with an enemy. That's why I said he's stupid." The girl sneered, "People who practice martial arts are soft-hearted. This kind of person won't live long." The man said with a look of surprise, "You're just a girl. You're not good at martial arts and your martial arts aren't high, but you have a lot of principles. Who taught you? Anyway, I didn't tell you these things." The girl raised her chin. "Our second young master said it. Although second young master is a scholar full of military strategies, he never talks about benevolence, righteousness and morality. He only says that kindness can't lead soldiers and must be decisive in killing." The man frowned. He was just about to talk some serious principles with this simple-minded daughter of his when he suddenly stood up and said in a low voice, "Cross the river." The girl stood up as well. "Dad, what's going on? Didn't you say to follow Miss quietly?" The man's tone wasn't relaxed. "Someone's coming. Be careful later." The father and daughter duo swept across the river and dashed away. Qin Pingon and Li Baoping had just left the old willow tree and resumed their journey when they saw someone appear at the end of their field of vision. Qin Pingon first put down the basket on his back, then had Li Baoping stand behind him. If they were on the east side of town, Qin Pingon wouldn't be surprised if they met anyone, even if they were immortals, demons, or ghosts. However, Qin Pingon didn't dare to be careless no matter who they met on this route to the south where even the roads would disappear. In the distance, a man who was neither tall nor strong came to Qin Pingon and Li Baoping. He was leading a white donkey. He wore a bamboo hat on his head, a cloth bag slanted over his shoulder and his legs were wrapped in cloth. He held a bamboo cane in his hand and a green, bamboo sheath long saber hanging from his waist. The man stopped 5 or 6 steps away and didn't continue to approach. He took off his bamboo hat, revealing an ordinary face. He smiled and said, "You're Qin Pingon, right? Oh, I'm Alliance, good as in Liang." Finally, the man added, "I'm a swordsman." 88. Qin Pingon glanced at the uninvited guest's green bamboo scabbard and pretended to be puzzled. He asked, "A swordsman?" The man held his bamboo hat with one hand and patted the hilt of his saber with the other. He smiled and said, "I can't find a sword that doesn't match me, so I have to use this to humiliate all sabers in the world." Hearing this familiar tone, Qin Pingon was relieved. He felt that Lu Baqiao should be able to be good friends with this man. Behind Qin Pingon and Li Baoping, the father and daughter walked slowly side by side. The girl Zhu Lu did not take it seriously. She sneered and said, "The Dragon King's yawn can suck in a river. Father, is there something wrong with this guy's brain?" He saw a silver wine gourd hanging on the other side of the man's waist. It was the size of a palm and was smooth and shiny. At first glance he could tell that it was an old object. He whispered to his daughter, "Although I can't detect anything strange about his qi, it's just a little longer than ordinary people's, but we still have to be careful. Although I've never traveled far in my life, I've heard a lot of Jianghu anecdotes from my ancestors. He said that when you travel in Jianghu, you have to be careful of Taoist nuns, old monks, children and drunkards. In addition, the more you don't look like a guru, the more you have to be careful." "Oh," the young girl replied. She was both nervous and excited, wishing that the ordinary-looking man was the assassin so that he could serve as a whetstone for her fledgling. Qin Pingon asked, "You're looking for me?" The man grinned and said, "I'll send you to the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. Before that, we'll travel together so that we can take care of each other." Qin Pingon asked tentatively, "Do you know Master Wan, the blacksmith?" The man nodded and said, "Of course." Qin Pingon heaved a sigh of relief. Before he left the town as part of the deal, Master Wan had promised him that he would ensure his safety before he reached Yefu Pass, an important military base at the border of Dali. Qin Pingon believed that Master Wan would not go back on his word, especially since this person had appeared so early, almost under Master Ruan's nose. Therefore he should not be one of the three factions: Xingyang Mountain, Yunxia Mountain or Old Dragon City. Moreover, the timely appearance of the father and daughter, Zhu He and Zhu Lu, gave Qin Pingon a lot of confidence. However, Qin Pingon was still worried. So he asked, "Then why don't you accompany me to the town to meet Master Wan before we head south?" "Coincidentally, I just found out that although it's a detour, there's a post-house route that can be used by both ox carts and horse carriages. It's actually faster than us crossing mountains and rivers." The man smiled playfully. "So cautious? You don't have the forthrightness of a Jianghu man at all." Qin Pingon did not turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on the man, but he said in a deep voice, "Zhu He, can you let Zhu Lu take the bottle back to the town first? We're not in a hurry." Zhu He immediately figured out the crux of the matter and nodded. "That's the best." Then Zhu He said to his daughter, You take the lady back first. Qin Pingon and I will accompany Brother Alliance. Whether it's drinking or sparring, it's fate that brought us together. It's not too much." The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who was being held by Zhu Lu did not hesitate. She did not cry and shout that she wanted to be with her martial uncle. She only tugged at Qin Pingon's sleeve and whispered to him to be careful. Then she decisively left with Zhu Lu. Li Baoping was not sloppy at all. Instead, it was the fearless maidservant who was filled with disappointment. She wished that she could change places with her father. When the man saw the scene of life and death, he rolled his eyes. He took off his wine gourd and leaned against the white donkey. He drank a mouthful of wine and sneered. "Let the little girl take the little girl away first. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the three of us will go to the town." Then the man raised the silver-white wine gourd in his hand and patted the donkey's back. He looked at Zhu He and asked with a smile, "You're considered an expert. Don't you recognize this thing?" He patted his head. "I forgot that your Dragon Pearl cave has just opened. It would be strange if you knew. Don't worry, we can talk slowly. We have plenty of time." The man pointed to the old willow tree across the stream. "Why don't we go over there and talk?" Qin Pingon and Zhu He looked at each other and thought that it was best to wait and see. The man led the white donkey and followed Qin Pingon and Zhu He to the old willow tree. He loosened the reins and let the donkey eat the grass at will. He walked up the willow tree and walked along the trunk until he reached the bank of the stream. Finally, he sat down and put on the bamboo hat again. He lifted the silver wine gourd and was about to drink when he suddenly turned his head and handed over the wine gourd. He asked with a smile, "Who wants a mouthful? It's better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Immortal Kuei Gang's wine costs 2 taels of silver. It's the favorite of all the rich men in the Great Sui Kingdom. On my way up north, I drank and tasted more than 100 kinds of wine. This Immortal's wine is the most authentic." Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't drink wine." Zhu He also shook his head. "I haven't mastered martial arts yet. I don't dare to drink wine." The man also shook his head and looked at them with a regretful face. "So neither of you is a sentimental person. I met a young hero not long ago. He was really romantic and elegant. The man suddenly noticed that Qin Pingon and Zhu Xi's expressions were strange. He was a little confused, but he didn't want to lose his master's demeanor. He had to take a sip of wine to hide his confusion. Qin Pingon coughed softly. The man asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Pingon stretched out his finger and pointed at the outermost part of the old willow tree with a crooked neck. The man frowned and turned his head, only to see two legs blocking his line of sight. The man's face instantly stiffened. He suddenly raised his head and saw a middle-aged man with an expressionless face. The man was at least 150 or 60 kilograms. He was actually standing lightly on the branch of the willow tree. This person's sudden appearance and disappearance scared the man in the bamboo hat so much that he lost his balance and fell into the stream. He was in an extremely sorry state. The man was the military saint Yuan Qing. As Old Yang said, he had no interest in the happenings within 1,000 miles of the mountains and rivers. Unless it was someone like Cui Dong who broke the rules and provoked him, Yuan Qing, who was focused on sword forging, would only act. Yuan Qing didn't think that anyone would dare attack Qin Pingon within a 50-kilometer radius. That would be a slap to his face. However, the dignity of a military sword cultivator on the 11th floor was much more important than the dignity of a dynasty. Therefore, Yuan Qing didn't even bother to pay attention to the situation here. How could a young man wearing straw sandals and an innocent girl be worthy of his attention? However, Yuan Qing's attention was drawn to an item. Someone shook the item. Yuan Qing immediately sensed the majestic sword qi contained within the item. It was pure and vast. It felt extremely familiar, with a sense of intimacy and sorrow. Yuan Qing had cultivated in the sect for many years. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he had heard of it long ago. As a result, he immediately rushed over from the blacksmith shop. Seeing that person's attitude, which was even worse than an ordinary teacher, Yuan Qing did not mock him. Instead, he became a little more serious. He asked, "Are you the Wei and Jin of the Immortal platform?" The man who had fallen into the stream struggled for a while before standing up with great difficulty. He picked up the wine jug from the stream and took off the bamboo hat on his head. He looked up at the culprit and said unhappily, "I am Alliance." Yuan Qing stared at him from above. He was full of scrutiny. He asked, "Can you lend me some wine?" The man threw the wine jug high into the air at Yuan Qing. "Why not? But remember to return it to me." Yuan Qing took the wine jug and drank a mouthful. He smiled and asked, "It's not 5 millet wine?" The man was furious when he heard this. He rolled his eyes and said, "The price has increased." Yuan Qing laughed and threw the wine jug back. He asked, "How did you get here so quickly? I thought it would take you 10 days at the earliest." The man who called himself Alliance walked ashore, dripping wet. He cursed, "Why do you care? What's so great about being a saint?" Yuan Qing asked, "Do you want to come to my shop? My daughter admires you a lot." Alliance pointed at himself and laughed. "Me? Your daughter has good taste." Yuan Qing seemed to have known about this man's absurdity. He asked, "Are you in charge of Dragon Spine Mountain this time?" Alliance waved his hand. "It's not me. There's someone else." Yuan Qing looked at the disinterested man and suddenly laughed. "Did you meet that little Daoist priestess on your way north?" Alliance's expression was as usual. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Yuan Qing sighed inwardly. He stopped probing and didn't say anything else. There was a famous sword cultivator in the Wind Snow Temple where Yuan Qing came from. He was young and talented. He rarely stayed in the sect. Even in the Wind Snow Temple, there were people who didn't know his name. When he was young, he was chosen by an ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple who went down the mountain to travel. He was accepted as a closed-door disciple. Therefore his seniority was very high. When he first came to the mountain, he was only 20 years old. Many cultivators who were more than 100 years old had to obediently call him Grandmaster. Later, the ancestor of the Wind Snow Temple failed to break through. Coupled with the decline of this branch of the sect, the young sword cultivator became even more estranged from the Wind Snow Temple. This person often wandered the Jianghu for 7 or 8 years. Except for occasionally appearing in the sect on the anniversary of his master's death, he still came and went alone. Even when he returned to the Wind Snow Temple, he never greeted anyone. It was said that he had obtained a priceless sword strengthening gourd long ago, But he didn't use it to nourish his flying sword. Instead he wasted it recklessly. He used it to store thousands of kilograms of wine. He was drunk for at least half a year. Therefore he was known as the drunken sword immortal. Whenever he was drunk he would be carried by a snow-white donkey. Before Wanqing left the Wind Snow Temple, he heard that for some reason, this person fell in love with a young Daoist priestess who was known as the most blessed person in the continent. Since then he had fallen in love with her and couldn't extricate himself. The beautiful Daoist priestess didn't have the heart to find a Daoist companion. This matter became a sensational anecdote in the Aquarius continent. Wanqing thought for a while. In that case I'll have to trouble you to send them to the Dali Wildman Pass. The man nodded. Wanqing cupped his fists and bid farewell, his figure flashing away. Only the willow branches swayed gently. Zhu He asked cautiously, Alliance, Senior, are you an immortal of the Wind Snow Temple? The man led the donkey and said in a languid manner, I'm not familiar with the Wind Snow Temple. Zhu He smiled, not embarrassed at all. The martial artists in the world might not have a good impression of Qi trainers, but they still had to give a thumbs up to the cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple and the true martial mountain. Previously, Zhu He might have felt that this person's tone was arrogant and his attitude was pretentious. However, after St. Wan Jiao's trip, Zhu He looked back and realized that the ordinary-looking man in the bamboo hat in front of him was really a hidden immortal who hid in the city. He reckoned that the green bamboo scabbard long saber must be a divine weapon that would shock the world as long as it was unsheathed. Alliance took a big gulp of wine to warm himself up and said to Qin Pingon, that little girl is back. Qin Pingon turned his head and looked. Not only Li Baoping and Zhu Lu returned the way they came, but there were also two familiar faces and a mule with heavy luggage hanging on both sides. Li Huai and Lin Shi. Qin Pingon trotted over. Li Baoping looked unhappy. Zhu Lu said in a clear voice, we met these two children on the way. They said that they wanted to go to the Cliff Academy with Miss to study. Our ancestor just showed up and said hello. He asked me to look for you later. Qin Pingon did not ask who Zhu Lu's so-called ancestor was. He looked at the sneaky Li Huai and the down-and-out nobleman Lin Shi. Li Huai stiffened his neck and said righteously, if I don't follow you, am I supposed to be a beggar in a small town? Lin Shi's expression was still cold as he said, wealth comes from danger. Li Baoping snorted, you can set off from the east gate and go to the academy yourselves. Why should little martial uncle and I bring you two burdens along? Li Huai said angrily, Li Baoping. We are friends who have gone through thick and thin together. Lin Shi was not as shameless as Li Huai. He said frankly, Li Huai and I can't even walk to the border of Dali, let alone the Cliff Academy. Qin Pingon nodded and pressed his hand on Li Baoping's head to stop her from talking. He then asked, then Shichuanjia and Dong Shuijing, are you sure they won't come? Lin Shi explained, someone from the shop will take Shichuanjia to the capital. Dong Shuijing heard that the village school will be opened again in the future. He will take your temporary job at the blacksmith shop. Qin Pingon looked at Li Baoping, Li Huai and Lin Shi. He smiled and said, then let's go together. Alliance brought the white donkey back from the stream. When he saw Li Huai and Lin Shi, he said reluctantly, it's okay to bring a cute little girl, but what about you two brats? Li Huai scolded, who are you? Alliance replied without changing his expression, I'm your long-lost father, your biological father. Li Huai stared at this strange man as if he was struck by lightning. The man felt his hair stand on end. Did this little bastard's parents really have an unspeakable story? Li Huai quickly changed his dull expression. He twitched the corner of his mouth and looked at the man in the bamboo hat with disdain. He muttered, you want to fight with me? The man was deflated. He clicked his tongue and said, oh, there are many little bastards in shallow water. Li Huai put his hands behind his head and muttered, I don't want to listen to the bastards chanting. Qin Pingon asked for no reason, Alliance, why do you speak our village dialect? The man smiled and said, you can ask Wan Fei. Qin Pingon looked at him and suddenly smiled. Forget it. The man pointed at Qin Pingon and lectured, it's not good to be so thoughtful at such a young age. Alliance, who claimed to be a swordsman but carried a saber and his white donkey. Qin Pingon and Li Baoping each had a basket on their back. Li Huai and Lin Shi were empty-handed. Zhu He and Zhu Lu were walking at the back. The 7 people with great disparity in status were heading south together. Because this alliance came from the same place as Master Wan, the journey was not difficult. Moreover, following the Tiefu River to the south, they would soon see the Dali Post Road that was being built day and night. However, Alliance was still willing to listen to Qin Pingan's advice. Li Huai ran over to ask the man in the bamboo hat during a break. He was not afraid of strangers at all. He put his hands on his hips and asked, "Hey, Alliance, is your donkey male or female?" The man did not dislike this child, but he was a little annoyed. "It's none of your business. Why don't you let me ride it? I can't even bear to ride it myself. What right do you have? Do you really think you're my son? If you give me the donkey, I'll let my mother remarry. How about it? Of course, if my mother doesn't agree, don't blame me. This donkey will still be mine. *CK you and your mother. Alliance, I'm not scolding you, but you have to change your temper in the future." Li Huai put his hands behind his back, shook his head and sighed as he left. He left behind a bamboo hat man who had his horizons broadened. By the stream, 2 people walked toward the blacksmith shop. One was Ruan Jia, the other was an old man with white hair and a red face. The latter was the old ancestor that the maid Zhu Lu mentioned, the true backbone of the Li family, one of the 4 major families of the small town. Li Baoping was such a treasure, and the Li family had high hopes for her. Of course, they would not only let the father and daughter be her personal retainers. If Master Wan had not shown up today, the old ancestor of the Li family who had achieved qi refining would have escorted them all the way to Yefu Pass. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "Master Wan, is this the helper you invited from the Wind Snow Temple? He looks really..." Wan Jia said bluntly, "He doesn't look like a master at all. Instead, he looks like a street punk, right?" Wan Jia said slowly, "When I took the wine gourd to drink, I checked it carefully. The natal sword qi in the blade's strengthening gourd was still alive. It was undoubtedly the true inheritance of the Wind Snow Temple. Moreover, there were few people in the Wind Snow Temple. Wei Jin was cold and didn't like to make friends with others. Instead, he liked to wander in Jianghu. Although there are insidious methods in the world to successfully seize the natal item after killing people, Wei Jin's cultivation is definitely not low. If you want to successfully take the blade's strengthening gourd and the sword qi from him..." Wan Jia laughed and said, "Then even if I were to take action today, I wouldn't be able to stop that person from doing what he wanted to do." The old man sighed and said, "You can't say that. If the 3 sects didn't take away the winning item and the formation was still there, Master Wan wouldn't have to be so restrained." Wan Jia thought for a while and said, "Later, I still have to meet with the people from the Wind Snow Temple's Great Salamander Ditch to understand the situation. They are not far from here. It just so happens that the matter of Dragon Spine Mountain dividing the dragon beheading platform is not easy to say in front of the people from Martial Mountain. During this time, if anything happens to the town, I'll have to trouble Elderly to find Xianxia and ask her to send a message by flying sword." Wind Snow Temple and Martial Mountain were the ancestral homes of the 2 great military schools in the eastern Vase continent. One was in the south and the other was in the north. The relationship between the 2 sides had always been good. Generally speaking, they minded their own business. Of course, when it came to critical moments, they would definitely abandon their sectarian differences and choose to join forces to fight the enemy. Martial Mountain paid more attention to the development of the secular dynasties below the mountain. There were many cultivators from Martial Mountain in the Dali dynasty. There were also cultivators from Martial Mountain under the command of the Lu dynasty that had been destroyed and the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of them were the personal retainers of the generals on the battlefield or the middle-level generals who held real power. Wind Snow Temple tended to be independent and traveled between the ruins of the ancient battlefields. They were somewhat similar to the rangers in the Jianghu. They were extremely skilled in martial arts and did everything according to their hearts. When they were happy, they would slay demons and uphold justice. When they were unhappy, they would find someone to compare their skills with. Most of them would barge into the mountain gate without an invitation. Whether the master agreed or not, they would have to fight with them first. However, the eccentric guys of Wind Snow Temple didn't fight for fame, let alone kill people. Therefore, even if they were beaten badly by the cultivators of Wind Snow Temple, they didn't have to worry about their dirty linen being exposed. Regarding the flying sword, the old man was confused. "Master Wan, there are also several good quality flying swords for messenger in my house. Master Wan waved his hand with a smile. It's not the same. The difference is not small. The old man immediately understood and said with shame, talking about flying swords in front of Master Wan, I'm making a fool of myself. Wan Tong suddenly sighed softly. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind won't stop. A petite but plump woman in a palace dress was walking in the mud bottle lane. 3 people followed her from a distance. One of them was a middle-aged man with a burly figure and a resolute expression. The other was an old man with a white face and no beard. He seemed to have poor eyesight because he always squinted his eyes. A young woman was holding a long sword. The string of golden sword tassels just happened to curl up on her plump chest. The woman finally stopped at the gate of Song Jisen's courtyard and said with a smile, only Cui Dong would steal the Spring Festival couplets. 89. The short but enchanting woman took out a bunch of brand new keys and opened the door. She smiled as she pushed the door open. Finally, I can use my skills. The woman glanced at the chicken coop at the foot of the wall. There was the sound of birds flapping their wings. She was stunned. Not starved to death yet? You still have to thank me for helping you find such a good neighbor. The neighborhood is harmonious and the world is in the same spring. She quickly figured out the reason and turned to look next door. She realized that she couldn't see the scene there because she wasn't tall enough. She had to walk to the yellow mud wall and tiptoe. She found that there was only an empty yard next door. Feeling bored, she quickly withdrew her gaze and walked to the door of the main house. She took out the key and opened the door. After crossing the threshold, she wiped the table with her finger. It was spotless. The woman was a little unhappy, as if an outsider had taken the initiative to put rouge on her daughter's face. Although it looked good, as a father and mother of course were unhappy. Of the 3 retainers who followed the woman to Mud Bottle Alley, the burly man stayed outside the yard and closed his eyes to rest. The white-faced old man with squinting eyes walked into the yard. Only the woman with the sword followed the woman into the main house. The woman walked into Song Jisen's residence alone. She looked around and found a bed and a desk. There were also some expensive toys left on the desk. The owner probably didn't want to take them with him and simply abandoned them. The woman walked to the side of the desk and discovered that there were 3 books stacked in the middle of the desk. Casually flipping through them, there was nothing out of the ordinary. They were just the introductory books for ordinary students. They were the introductory books used by the rich and poor of the Great Li dynasty. The woman discovered that although the 3 books were old, they did not have the slightest bit of dirt or stain. An image of a certain person immediately surfaced in her mind. The woman shook her head and casually asked, Yang Hua, how much is the market price of this book in the capital of the Great Li dynasty? With her back to the door, the sword-wielding woman's voice was naturally cold. She respectfully replied, in reply to Yang Yang, the maximum is 60 copper coins and the minimum is 40 copper coins. The woman made no sound and clicked her tongue. It seems that the greater the Confucian sage's reasoning, the less valuable it is. The woman placed the 3 classics back in their original positions and gently patted the one on top. She revealed a trace of sarcasm and sneered, if it weren't for the school of novels helping to add fuel to the fire, sparing no effort to travel to the big cities and towns, the streets and alleys of the city for thousands of years to put in good words for it, and they themselves were willing to be the unrated unofficial officials and unofficial historians, Confucianism wouldn't have been able to sit firmly on this world. The old man in the courtyard coughed softly and said in a low voice, Nyang Nyang, please be careful with your words. This is not a place to speak freely. The woman smiled and said, don't worry. After Qi Jingchuan's death, he reached an agreement with the higher-ups, so no one will keep an eye on this place anymore. Do you think that without Qi Jingchun, the Pearl Cave Paradise, a place that hasn't made any major mistakes for thousands of years, will be valued by those big shots? The old man was still insistent. Your Highness, it's best to be careful. The woman smiled sweetly and said softly, all right, I won't complain about these things. Su Hunran, you really have to learn from Liang Song. He knows how to observe people's expressions better than you. So in my opinion, the Dali court said that although Liang Song is your disciple, he has surpassed you. They didn't wrong you at all. As for my uncle's words, saying that the disciple doesn't have to be inferior to the master, you don't have to worry about it. He's just that kind of person. After hearing a few words of scholars, he likes to mess up the bookcase. The old man named Su Hunran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could only sigh, thinking that no one comforted people like Nyang Nyang. However, the old man's mood suddenly turned solemn when he thought of his brush with the vassal king on the way to the south. At that time, although Song Jianqiang looked tired as if he had not recovered from serious injuries after a life-and-death battle, since he dared to lift the window curtain in front of him, it meant that Song Jianqiang was very likely to make further progress on the path of martial arts. Although the possibility of reaching the 10th realm was very small, after reaching the peak of the 9th realm, every time Song Jianqiang took a step forward, even if it was only half a step, the difference of half a step could be equivalent to the difference of one realm for a 7th or 8th realm martial arts grandmaster. This white-faced and beardless old man was well known in the Dali court and was known as the first swordsman in Dali. The suffix of the word, master, was like the word, master, after a certain person's surname, carried a lot of weight. Liang Song, the genius swordsman who died at the hands of Song Jianqiang, was Su Hunran's proudest disciple. The old man regarded Liang Song as his own son, so the enmity was not small. Su Hunran liked to keep a sword in his sleeve. The name of the sword was White Sparrow. It was only an inch long but had great killing power. It was rumored that it could fly back and forth for more than 100 miles in an instant. The sword was kept in the sleeve and the person was not dead yet. His methods were sharp and unpredictable. The woman sat on the bed and patted the bed. It's not the life of a rich family, but it's quite comfortable. The young woman holding the long sword said softly, "My lady, you have given a lot of thought to His Highness. Suffering is the result of your will." The woman stood up and smiled. "You're being hypocritical. The child who really suffered is the orphan next door. My Mu-er is not considered to have suffered." She walked to the wall and thought for a while. She murmured, "The Liu family of Fulu Street gave us a few pages of ancient books. The spells and supernatural powers recorded in them have a long history and can no longer be verified. It's very different from the major talisman sects of Taoism today. I remember that one of the pages recorded an interesting spell. What's the incantation? Oh, I remember now. Let's try it." The woman's back was facing the young woman at the door. She smiled and said, "Go directly to the courtyard next door and wait for me to open the door." Heaven and earth are connected, the mountain walls are connected, soft as apricot flowers, thin as paper. I point my sword and open the door quickly, by the order of the marquises of the 3 mountains and 9 mountains. The woman did not have the most important talisman in her hand. She only chanted the incantation and pointed her finger forward. Then she strolled through the wall and left a ripple behind her. The woman walked to a dilapidated house with 4 bare walls. She lamented, "Some people have a good life. They can enjoy whatever they want. Some people don't have a good life and are born to suffer. If you reincarnate into the wrong body, who can you reason with? Even if you find the right person, do you dare to speak? Little fellow, when you find out the truth in the future before you seek revenge from me, you have to at least deal with Yunsha Mountain, Xingyang Mountain and Book Slip Lake. By the time you find me, it'll be years. And that's if you walk out of Dali alive." She turned to look at the wall. "Who is the marquises of the 3 mountains and 9 mountains? There's no such person in our eastern vase continent. Is he an ancient deity who lost his incense and golden body? So why is this little spell still effective?" For the time being, she couldn't figure out the answer. She wanted to go back to the capital of Li Dynasty to check it out or ask Cui Shi. In any case, she was close to him, so it would be a waste not to ask. She went to open the door, but after pulling out the bolt, she could not open it. Then she remembered that the door must be locked. He had to use a little force to break the bronze lock. After opening the door, she saw that the courtyard door was wide open. She looked at the maid holding the sword and the sword master Su Hunran and asked, "You broke in just like that? Are you still reasonable? Find someone to fix it later. Don't forget." She walked to the courtyard door and added, "Change the lock on the door to the house to be exactly the same." The old sword master and the woman holding the sword were obviously used to this. The burly man standing in the clay bottle alley frowned. After the woman walked out of the courtyard, she suddenly stopped. "Yang Hua, follow my Mu'er's steps when he was 7 years old and walk 63 steps to the right." The woman holding the sword took the order and walked forward. After 63 steps, she stopped. The woman behind her turned sideways and faced the high wall. "It should be here." The woman looked at the mud wall that did not look strange at all and said hatefully, Song Yuzhang deserves to die. She quickly regained her usual graceful and calm expression and asked with a smile, "You've heard me talk about this secret before. What do you think is the crux of the problem? What do you think I can do for Mu-er?" The young woman shook her head. "I don't know and I don't dare to guess." The woman sighed and was a little sad. "There are two knots in my Mu-er's heart. The first is, of course, in the heavy rain he was chased all the way from outside the alley to here by a poor peasant. He was strangled and pressed against the wall, unable to move. With his temper he must be angry. At that time Mu-er was still young. Other than losing face, Mu-er must have been frightened by his peers who were full of murderous intent." The woman's eyes suddenly became fierce. She stretched out her hand and gently pressed it against the rough and uneven mud wall. "The second knot is very interesting. It's so interesting that after the incident my Mu-er probably felt guilty for the first time in his life. Therefore, after he met with Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City, he couldn't make up his mind to change the person he wanted to kill from Lu Xianyang to that young man." The young woman was finally curious. However, serving this woman was tantamount to accompanying a ruler like accompanying a tiger. Naturally, she was not stupid enough to ask. The woman withdrew her hand and wiped it on the sleeve of the young woman who was holding the sword. She began to turn and walk towards the entrance of the alley. Suddenly, she revealed a delicate and naive expression. Although she was already a married woman and a mother, she still had a different charm. She said angrily, "Mu-er just said that Qin Pingon was born on the 5th of May. After he cursed your parents to death because he lived in the ancestral house, he caused your parents to be unable to reincarnate. Therefore it's best that you don't live at home and move out quickly." The woman became angrier as she spoke. "What's the big deal about a few words? You Qin Pingon believed that because of your stupidity, you broke the broken oath of not going to the dragon kiln to cook porcelain. How can you blame it on my Mu-er? Moreover, how much is the oath of a little bastard like you worth? How precious is my Mu-er? A white jade with a slight flaw. This is the saying of the secular world. If a cultivator believes this, he's simply courting death. Even the chi cultivators of the upper 5 realms who can live as long as the country, who doesn't pursue the true immortal golden body and the pure body. You're just a common young man, how can you compensate for it? Can you even afford it?" The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Little bastard, what a sin." The sword-wielding woman, whose golden sword tassel was gently lying on her chest, had a calm expression. Swordmaster Su Hunran turned a deaf ear to this and did not care at all. Only the tall and sturdy man at the back of the group frowned again. When the woman was about to walk out of Mud Bottle Alley, she suddenly turned around. Almost at the same time, the young woman and the elderly swordmaster moved to the left and right respectively to make way for the woman. The woman's face was full of smiles at this time. She was charming and innocent with a kind of contradictory temptation. She asked softly, "Why, Wang Yifu, do you feel that something is wrong?" The man said in a deep voice, "Although I don't know more inside stories, I do feel that something is wrong." The woman was not surprised at all. Instead she laughed and said, "Wang Yifu, you're indeed the #1 fierce general of the Lu dynasty." The elderly swordmaster, who was used to squinting to look at people and things, almost could not see his eyes. His sword aura filled the narrow alley. Debris from the mud wall kept falling to the ground. The sword-wielding woman quietly took a step back as if to make more space for the swordmaster, Su Hunran. She looked at the burly man not far away and her lips curled into a mocking smile. "A stray dog with a broken spine dares to bark?" This man named Wang Yifu was once one of the generals of the Lu dynasty. He came from a first-class general family and his ancestors were all generals on the battlefield. Before Wang Yifu surrendered, his status was equivalent to that of the Dali dynasty's pillar state. Dali's military god Song Jianqiang wanted to have a good fight with Wang Yifu a long time ago. This person's ability to lead troops in war was not outstanding, but his personal strength was extremely high. Although he was a chi refinement warrior, he had the strong physique of a level 8 martial artist. He was proficient in saber techniques and could control the powerful Yin spirit of the famous Jade Stone to fight alongside him. He could be said to be one of the few true experts of the Lu dynasty. The woman stretched out her small and delicate palm and waved it. "Su Hunran, don't be nervous. General Wang is a reasonable person. It's just that he's a little too righteous. Now that we're in the same camp, don't fight over a disagreement. I don't like it very much." Zhou Xian silently put away the mighty sword qi in one of his sleeves. But the woman said in the next moment, I will only send the people whom Wang Yifu will protect at the cost of his life and dignity to the palace or the musical house instead of the place we agreed on before. Wang Yifu, who was looking at her, clenched his fists. Blue veins stood out and his eyes were bloodshot. The woman said calmly, I just said that it's enough to save your life. So don't take my bodhisattva's heart as a matter of course, Wang Yifu. Wang Yifu suddenly laughed and said, You're right, Your Majesty. I'm wrong. The woman smiled and said, It's good that you know you're wrong. Then when you get out of this mud bottle alley, you don't have to follow us. Go and take the head of the previous supervisor and put it in a wooden box. I may need it in the future. Wang Yifu was stunned and said, Song Yuzhong is the official who the emperor asked to come here. Your Majesty, you said before that this person has backers in the Ministry of Rites and Qintianjian. Why do you want to kill him? The woman smiled and asked, Do I need a reason to kill? Then why should I be a majesty? Wang Yifu sighed, bowed his head and said, Yes, Your Majesty. After the four of them walked out of the mud bottle alley, Wang Yifu parted ways with the other three. When the burly man who surrendered to Dali and was loyal to the Majesty completely disappeared, Zhou Xian couldn't help but sneer, What a tough and unyielding Wang Yifu. Now even his bones and backbone are gone. The woman didn't walk to the crowded street but chose a secluded alley. She laughed at herself and said, Do you really think I can't distinguish between good and bad after doing something? The old sword master didn't know how to answer for a while, so he just shut up. The woman looked up at the blue sky and sighed with emotion. Only when I'm in the situation can I find that Qi Jingchun is really a scholar. It's our Dali that let him down. It's a pity that such a wonderful man can't be used by our Dali. No wonder His Majesty is depressed and often sighs these days. It's a pity that no matter how powerful Qi Jingchun is, he's still dead. The woman sighed along the way, but it was all from the bottom of her heart. The woman was silent for a long time and didn't speak. Zhou Xian remembered something. He waved his sleeve and sword energy spread around. Then he asked in a low voice, Majesty, it's just killing a young man in a shabby alley who suddenly became rich. Aren't we making a mountain out of a molehill? The woman seemed to be too lazy to answer this kind of question. She said casually, Yang Hua, you tell him. The woman holding the sword said coldly, When a lion hunts a rabbit, it kills with one blow. The old sword master was speechless. The woman twitched the corner of her mouth. Although my uncle is a warrior, there's a very good saying. When dealing with any enemy, don't give him your head. Unlike his colleagues from the Ministry of Rites who lived in Peach Leaf Alley, Song Yuzhong lived alone in Dragon Rider Alley. It was a house whose owner had just moved out. Song Yuzhong opened the door and sat at the table. There was a wine pot, a plate of salted peanuts and a big bowl of white wine next to it. This former supervisor had been in this town for 15 years. He was familiar with the taste of everything he ate and drank. When he saw a burly man appear out of thin air in the courtyard, Sir Song, who had just picked up the bowl of wine, smiled. You're finally here. He raised the white bowl high and asked, Can you wait for me to finish this bowl of wine? The uninvited guest hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Song Yuzhong seemed to be afraid that the guest would wait too long. He drank half the bowl of wine in one gulp. His face was red as he asked, Can you help me pass a message to that young man called Song Jisun? He should be called Song Mu in the future. The middle-aged man's eyes had a hint of pleading. Can you tell him that the guy called Song Yuzhong has always wanted to ask him for a spring festival couplet? The burly man shook his head decisively this time. No. Song Yuzhong took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. His face was full of relief. He said softly, When I was young, I liked to read travel books. I saw the old dragon city at the southernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent. It was a magnificent sight. Then let's treat this bowl of Dali wine as the tide of the South Sea. Wang Yifu strode forward and twisted the neck of the Dali Ministry of Rites official with one hand. After killing the man, Wang Yifu felt no joy in his heart. He gently let the man lie on the table as if he was drunk. As a man of a fallen country and a general of a defeated army, Wang Yifu poured himself a bowl of wine and drank silently. Finally, he said to the dead man on the other side of the table. Turns out that scholars also have big heads. 90. Even though Qin Pingon still doubted Alliance, it was undeniable that Alliance was a very interesting person. He had a donkey that he never rode, so he had a lot of fun bickering with the little brat Li Huai. He always wanted to trick Qin Pingon into drinking wine, saying that the best things in the world were only good wine and beautiful women. When Qin Pingon was practicing his stance, he would circle around the youth, saying that once the set of boxing technique was mastered, it would definitely be domineering and would randomly punch people. It was a pity that in Jianghu, it was important to not hit people's faces so it would hurt harmony and ruin character. It was best to be like him, who convinced people with virtue and defeated the enemy with appearance. He would even boast to Zhu He about his unparalleled swordsmanship, saying that once he held a sword, it would be amazing. Even he was afraid, let alone his opponent. Zhu He nodded with a smile, but the young girl Zhu Lu did not believe it. She insisted that Alliance use the bamboo blade to demonstrate. She did not need him to display his overwhelming swordsmanship. If he could cut down a bowl-sized tree, she would lose. Alliance said that it was not appropriate to display his swordsmanship today. Although he had already reached the Earth Immortal realm where he could use anything as a sword, he had to depend on his mood. Would an expert be an expert if he did not have some quirks? Therefore, he would only be interested on days with strong winds and heavy rains. For example, in the torrential rain, he could be so fast that not a drop of water touched his body. Zhu Lu spat on the ground and ran away. Alliance was not angry. He just smiled and said to Zhu He, "Little Zhu, your daughter's temper is not very good. Of course, if she really can't get married in the future, don't worry. I, Alliance, can let you take advantage of me and call me father-in-law." After that, Zhu He no longer went to Alliance to ask about his well-being. Alliance, who could only drink alone, was a little disappointed. Unfortunately, a few days later, when they were close to the Tiefu River, it started to drizzle. Although it was not heavy, it was still raining. Zhu Lu immediately stopped Alliance, who was rushing with his donkey. The latter looked confused and asked the girl, "Miss, what are you doing?" Oh, you're talking about me practicing swordsmanship when it rains? Haha, I remember, little girl, don't look at me like I'm a liar, okay? You're too young and don't know that there are many rules of an unworldly expert. Do you know that if the rain is too light, even if I only use a weed as a sword, I would feel sorry for that weed? Oh no, I would feel sorry for my superior swordsmanship. So when the rain gets heavier, I'll make a move and I guarantee that I'll cut that iron talisman river in half. At that time, even if you cry and beg me to take you as my disciple, I may not necessarily agree. Zhu He dragged his daughter away without another word. The drizzle did not delay the journey. Alliance reached out to support his bamboo hat, shook his head and sighed. He walked at the front with his white donkey, and at that moment his back view looked a little lonely. What was even more unfortunate was that 2 days later, as if the heavens had opened their eyes, it started to rain heavily. In the end, Alliance shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Why aren't you taking shelter from the rain? What if my Bao Ping gets hurt? Why can't you look at me when I use my sword? Don't you have any compassion? Can't you see that our Bao Ping is about to freeze to death?" In the end, when everyone squatted under a towering tree to take shelter from the rain, all of them stared at Alliance. Li Huai put on a fake smile and imitated his mother's tone, saying earnestly, "Alliance, it's lucky that it's only raining and not thundering today. Otherwise, you would be the first to be struck by lightning." Zhu Lu just sneered again and again. Even Lin Shui, who had a cold temperament, could not help but roll his eyes. Zhu He was now completely unwilling to pay attention to this *T big shot of the Wind Snow Temple. Along the way, after many subtle tests, Zhu He felt that this strange Alliance, even if he was indeed a cultivator of the military ancestral court, was definitely not a master of the Earth Immortal realm who used a sword. If it was true, let alone letting Alliance call him father-in-law, even if it was not a problem for him to call him father-in-law. Along the way, Li Baoping was much less talkative than when she had just left the blacksmith shop. She just followed her youngest uncle Qin Pingon silently. She was also unwilling to let Zhu He and Zhu Lu help her carry her basket. Qin Pingon was practicing the sword furnace boxing stance, and the others had long been used to it. Alliance was a little uncomfortable under the stares of Li Huai and the others. He turned around and faced them with his butt. He took off the silver wine gourd at his waist and drank wine one mouthful after another. As the heavy rain gradually stopped, Alliance suddenly stood up and said that he would go out to find a suitable branch to show them his superior swordsmanship. However, when everyone looked at each other, Alliance said that if he could not find it, then there was no other way. It was not easy for a sword immortal to find a suitable branch, just like a mortal to find a wife. Everyone looked at Alliance, whose bamboo hat was a little crooked, and no one was willing to speak. Alliance went up the hillside alone. The rainy ground was slippery and he almost stumbled and fell. He hurriedly put on a few boxing stances as if he was warming up his hands for the sword. However, just as Alliance's figure disappeared from sight, the rain suddenly became heavier. There was no warning and it caught everyone off guard. Qin Pingon opened his eyes and saw the donkey not far from the tree. He thought for a moment and stood up. "I'll go find Alliance." Zhu He also stood up. "I'll go with you. It's easy to get into trouble in this weather." Qin Pingon shook his head. "No need. When I burned charcoal and gathered herbs in the mountains, I encountered this kind of weather many times. Don't worry. Besides, I need Uncle Zhu to take care of this place so I can rest assured." Zhu He thought for a moment and nodded. "Qin Pingon, be careful." Qin Pingon rubbed Li Baoping's head and said softly, "I'll be back soon." Not only did he have to personally oversee the construction of the government office on the east side of the town, but he also had to discuss the location of the Wenchang Pavilion Martial Saint Temple. His parents' official, Wu Yuan, was so busy that he didn't even have time to rest. Of the 4 families and 10 clans except for the 6 that had already moved out of the town, there were still 8 left. The matter of the Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights, Dong, who overshadowed Wu Yuan's limelight. Now those local sly old foxes were all laughing at Wu Yuan on Fulu Street in Peachleaf Alley, but he still had to visit them one by one. He was so busy that his lips were chapped and his throat was almost smoking. As soon as he returned to the construction supervisor's office, he collapsed on the chair and pulled his collar. He stared blankly at the carved beams with a gloomy face. Beside him stood the secretary, who came from a wealthy family. Today he accompanied Wu Yuan to visit the heads of the various families. He didn't get the cold shoulder, but he met with a lot of soft rebuffs. One said that whether the Wenchang Pavilion could be built on the old porcelain mountain, they had to ask the head of the Lu family. Another said that the Immortal tomb was occupied the most by the Wei family and only the head of the Wei family could sit down and talk about it. Then the Lu and Wei families said that such a big matter that involved the foundation of the ancestors must be discussed carefully with everyone together. Otherwise, they would be criticized by the neighbors. The secretary was also full of anger, but he was very familiar with the rules of the officialdom since he was young. He knew that it wasn't easy to be an official, and it was even more difficult to be a parent official. Therefore, he wasn't flustered and exasperated. He gently shook his head to a few colleagues who had heard the news and came over, indicating that they shouldn't add fuel to the fire for the time being and leave Wu Yuan alone. Wu Yuan suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm just a little craving for the wine in the capital." Only then did the son of the aristocratic family sit down and say regretfully, "It's a pity that the Li family has already moved to the capital. Otherwise, we could have asked their head Li Hong to act as a go-between. Some things would be much easier if they could be discussed in private. Our family has a good relationship with the capital's Li family. If they speak, the small town's Li family will definitely give us face." Wu Yuan glared and reprimanded, "Are you stupid? The connections your family has accumulated aren't equal to your own connections. Every time you use them, your status in the family will drop by a lot. This kind of matter isn't as simple as when you asked someone for a plaque, so you shouldn't blindly get involved." The son of the aristocratic family laughed and said, "I'm just worried that Lord Wu will go down a dead end." Wu Yuan sneered and said, "If I were someone who would go down a dead end, I would have already broken the legs of that old father-in-law of the Pillar State and eloped with him with his precious daughter." The whole room was silent. The son of the aristocratic family held back his laughter and said in a low voice, "This kind of big talk, Lord Wu can just brag here." Wu Yuan comfortably leaned against the back of the chair and didn't show the slightest embarrassment of being exposed. Instead, she laughed and said, "Of course. If father-in-law really came, I would have already run over to serve tea and water with my head bowed and waist bent. I still have to ask Lord Pillar State if you're tired all the time. Otherwise, you can rub your shoulders." The hall of the yamen was filled with laughter. Even the 2 secretaries at the door with golden embroidered sabers at their waists looked at each other and smiled. The moment Wu Yuan sat up straight, everyone in the hall subconsciously held their breaths and concentrated. Wu Yuan said neither hurriedly nor slowly. The Li family has already moved out. The Lu family is determined to be a coward and doesn't care about anything. The Zhao family said that the old ancestor's body is not well and everything can only be decided after she gets better. The small town Song family has the deepest water. The 4 families of Fulu Street together have 10 large dragon kills. The 2 under the Li family's name have already been transferred to the Wei and Lu families of Peach Leaf Alley. Today you will put together all the scattered documents of the Yamen and gather them into a network map of the 4 families and 10 families. I want to see how the fish and dragons mix in this small pond. Taking a step back, even if we can't do anything to the first few families, we will go to the second-tier families. Apart from the bottom of the 10 families, there is also the very rich Ma family. They have always adhered to the ancestral teachings and refused to move to Fulu Street's Peach Leaf Alley. They have 2 kills. Since I am still the supervisor of kills, the size of these dragon kills is still up to me. We will rope in and support these families. At the same time I will throw in money. I won't feel distressed even if the Yamen's savings are emptied. I don't believe that you can protect the old porcelain mountain. But the Immortal tomb is such a large place. Once the spoils are not evenly distributed, how long can you protect it? The water is shallow and there are many bastards. The temple is small and the wind is strong. When the pond reaches the bottom and the temple collapses, I want to see how this group of old foxes will apologize to me. When the county magistrate finished speaking, he should have been in high spirits. Instead he sighed and slumped back. I can't live like this. When will it end? Sir, what happened to the promised drunken beauty's lap? In the Yamen there are only old women and children. There is not a single young woman. What happened to the promised land of outstanding heroes and beautiful women? At this moment, the handsome young man with a mole between his eyebrows was stopped outside the door by 2 retainers. The young man smiled and said, Official Wu, how about I write a letter to help you ask Yuan Zhuguo in the capital? I can help you ask for 2 cute little maids? Wu Yuan immediately stood up with an embarrassed expression. She couldn't reveal her master's identity as the imperial tutor. She also didn't have the face and courage to scold her master in order to cover up the truth. Wu Yuan was full of doubts. She didn't know why her master wanted to visit the Yamen and didn't seem to mind revealing his identity at all. Cui Dong couldn't be bothered to argue with those civil and military secretaries. He turned around and said, Follow me. Wu Yuan gestured twice to everyone in the room, indicating that they should keep quiet. She quickly walked out of the door alone. When the 2 secretaries who had fought in the battlefield wanted to follow her, Wu Yuan waved her hand and refused. Walking on the quiet stone path, Cui Dong asked, Have the Lu family's felons entered the mountain? Wu Yuan shook her head and said, There are still 600 felons left. They haven't reached the mountain pass of the northernmost Mount Junshan. This group of people has the most honorable status. Most of them are descendants of the meritorious families of the Lu family. They aren't old either, between 14 and 20 years old. Wu Yuan was puzzled. Didn't you arrange this beforehand? Cui Dong said unhappily, Unexpected things happen. Your master is now like a dragon in shallow water, so I have to confirm it with you again. Don't worry about anything right now. Hurry to the mountain pass of Mount Junshan and find a young felon named Xia Yulu. Arrange for him to go to the capital. Wu Yuan asked carefully. This time it's Song Zhengqiang's trusted subordinates who are escorting them to Longquan County. If I just go up to them and ask for them, will those disrespectful military ruffians obediently let them go? Cui Dong waved his hand and said impatiently, I have a backup plan on my side. You just have to show your face. Wu Yuan said worriedly, Master, what about your side? Cui Dong snorted coldly. You won't die. Wu Yuan didn't hesitate anymore. She immediately called the 2 military secretaries and rode out together. Move your mouth first, and the student ran until his legs broke. After Wu Yuan left, Cui Dong walked alone on the small road of the Yamen with a gloomy expression. One careless move and the whole game. I haven't lost completely. It's a fact that the whole game has collapsed, but it's fine. As long as there's a sliver of a chance of winning, it's fine. I'll endure it and treat it as cultivating my mind and temperament. At worst, I'll just change the chessboard and come back again. Didn't I just suffer to death first and then you Qi Jing-chun? Why do I feel like I'm a tortoise as I talk? Cui Shi sighed. Her luck has always been good. Of all times she just had to come at this moment. I can only try my best to take back a few chess pieces from this mess so that she won't take them all away. I'm so pissed. Cui Shi sighed. I'm so pissed. After that, a yamen worker walked by from afar and heard a handsome young man muttering loudly, I'm not angry, it's not worth it. I'm not angry, it's not worth it. Motherf *her, it's not worth it my ass. I'm so angry. In the blacksmith's shop, 3 brand new bamboo chairs were placed under the eaves. They were emerald green and the color was amiable. The girl in green had already stood up and left angrily, leaving only Master Yuan with a normal expression and a beautiful woman with a smile that didn't change. In the distance by the stream stood a woman holding a sword, an old man in big sleeves and a burly man. The woman sitting on the small bamboo chair withdrew her gaze from the ponytailed girl's back. She had just used a little trick to deliberately provoke the girl and make her leave. Only then did the woman get straight to the point and asked, Master Yuan and Mr. Qi have an agreement? Is that why there are martial artists from the Li family following Qin Pingan? Yuan Ting said bluntly, no. The woman asked again, so Master Yuan agreed to protect Qin Pingan because of those 3 mountains. Yuan Ting nodded. Yes, I promised him that there would be no major accidents before they leave Dali. The woman looked up at the gloomy sky that was about to rain heavily and said, Master Yuan, I'll have someone buy the 4 mountains around Xianxia Mountain and give them to you as a meeting gift from Dali. How about that? Yuan Ting sneered. Do you still need to spend money to buy them? Those bags of gold and copper coins are just something that Emperor Dali uses with his left hand and enters with his right hand. Why do you need to do something unnecessary? The woman shook her head and smiled. Rules are rules. It's not that I like to follow rules, but the rules of Master Yuan in front of me or the rules of His Majesty in the capital are higher than my status, so I have to follow them. Although I'm not a good person, I always act according to my ability. Yuan Ting didn't comment on this and asked, why do you insist on killing that young man? And you don't hesitate to pay such a big price to kill him in such a hurry? So much so that you can't wait until he leaves Dali's border before killing him? The woman's tone was not heavy, but her eyes were very determined. He must die. If he dies, even if there's really the so-called Buddhist karma that the bald donkey mentioned, the matter of killing his father and relying on him to fight for more opportunities for my Mu'er will all stop with me. Yuan Ting said indifferently, it's because you have some unorthodox supernatural power that can cut off karma, right? The woman smiled. She didn't deny or admit it. Yuan Ting shook his head and said, but this isn't a reason for you to be in such a hurry to kill him. My Mu'er is about to enter Dali's capital. When the time comes, a great opportunity will descend. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, I have to eliminate the root of the problem as soon as possible. The woman saw that the man opposite her was unmoved and indifferent. She had no choice but to reveal the secret and choose to be honest with the military saint. She explained in detail, if the knot in Mu'er's heart was placed on an ordinary cultivator, it wouldn't be a problem. The path of cultivation is long. Even if he can't get rid of it by himself before breaking through the middle 5 states, Dali has plenty of methods to get rid of it by force. At most, he'll leave behind a sky demon's heart of unpredictable size. When he enters the upper 5 states, it will become extremely dangerous. But now that the opportunity in the capital waits for no one, there's no room for carelessness. In addition to that useless Cui Dong, the imperial tutor of Cuida, who was known for his flawless plans, actually lost. Obviously, in the end he didn't succeed in destroying that young man's clear state of mind. I had no choice but to settle for the next best thing. I used Qin Pingan's head to forcefully change Mu'er's state of mind. When the woman said this, she said helplessly, it's not that I didn't think of deceiving Mu'er, saying that Qin Pingan became a vulgar commoner in Cui Dong's examination. I could even arrange all the details flawlessly and present them to him one by one. But I can't bear the risk. Once Mu'er knows the truth in the future, his talent is too good now. Once he obtains that opportunity, it will become a great hidden danger. It's very likely that his Taoist heart will collapse in an instant. At this moment it was about to rain heavily. The curtain of rain was like iron. Yuan Jie ignored the torrential rain outside and asked, what knot in your heart is so troublesome? That old bastard surnamed Yao tricked me and told that young man the truth. His parents couldn't have been hurt by Yang Qi just because he was born on the 5th of the 5th month. so he couldn't be reincarnated as a human. So the young man who violated his mother's oath was dumbfounded. He ran back to the small town from the dragon kiln like a madman. After that, the young man who was so sad and indignant that he wanted to kill someone, Teacher Wan, do you know what he did? He didn't go to find Mu-er, nor did he go home. He actually waited outside Clay Bottle Alley until Mu-er went out alone. Only then did he stop him and catch up with him. In the end, he pinned my Mu-er against the wall in Clay Bottle Alley and almost strangled him to death. Of course, he didn't kill anyone in the end. Even if he really wanted to kill, he would be the only one who would die. It's so hateful that those men of sacrifice hidden in the dark stubbornly adhered to His Majesty's rules. As long as Mu-er didn't die, they absolutely couldn't interfere. The woman tried her best to tell the secret in a casual tone. For the first time she felt tired and helpless. How can there be such a strange bastard in the world? His action became the biggest knot in my Mu-er's heart. It was almost a dead knot. For so many years he even woke up from his dreams many times because Mu-er couldn't understand. You Qin Pingon, why didn't you kill me? Why did you choose a time when GQ wasn't around? If it were me, Song Jisun, I would have chopped you Qin Pingon into 8 pieces. That wouldn't be enough to vent my hatred. It would be best if I did it in front of your family and friends. In the end, it can be said that I've trapped myself in a cocoon of my own making. The rain fell on the ground like soybeans, just like the tears of 2 children of the same age. One sat on the ground limply, covering his neck with both hands and crying out in fear. The other wore straw sandals and walked to the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, covering his face with his arms. Like a mirror, the brighter and more flawless it was, the more it could reflect the flaws of the person looking at it. After a long silence, the woman retracted her thoughts. She hesitated and asked, Master Wan, you should have guessed the work of that covered bridge, right? Wan Cheng's face was full of disgust. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. The woman raised her eyebrows and said in a deep voice, therefore before Mu-er leaves the town, he has to go there and burn some incense. Everything he has today is because the imperial family of Great Li has lost one golden branch, jade leaf and royal family member after another. The number of strokes on the plaque on the covered bridge represents the number of people who died. It was these people who sacrificed their lives in exchange for his achievements. Master Ruan's face was gloomy. He didn't seem to want to speak anymore. The woman slowly stood up, high-spirited. She lowered her head and stared at Wan Cheng. Her voice was low and bewitching. She said slowly, Master Wan, if you feel that 4 mountains are still not worth the promise you made to that young man, it's fine. Master Wan, you can name a price. As long as you are willing to speak, everything can be discussed. For example, on Dali's side, after I return to the capital, I can persuade His Majesty to open the door for your daughter when she proves her Dao in the future. Although I don't know what it is, I can promise Master Wan on behalf of His Majesty that the Dali Imperial Court will do its best to help when the time comes. Other than me, Imperial Tutor Tui Dong, and even Song Jiangqiang can help your Wan Xiu prove her Dao. Wan Qing said indifferently, in the future, don't enter within 1,000 miles of Longquan County. If you are discovered, don't blame me for hitting a woman. The woman sighed. Forget it, forget it. At most we'll wait until Dali's border. When she walked down the steps, Wan Qing said, that bamboo chair was made by Qin Pingon himself. The woman was stunned. She deliberately misinterpreted Wan Cheng's real meaning and smiled charmingly. What, Master Wan wants to say that the young man called Qin Pingon indirectly touched my butt. The woman laughed and left. She walked straight into the rain, allowing the rain to drench her body. Her figure was graceful and her curves were exposed. Wan Qing did not look at her. His face was expressionless. It was another heavy rain. Qin Pingon, who was already a young man, walked to the top of the mountain and saw a man wearing a bamboo hat who was slowly sheathing his bamboo blade. He turned his head and smiled brightly. Before I came here, I met a young hero who was much more interesting than you. I often heard him recite a poem. It's really good. Why don't you listen to it too? A wild man's anger at injustice wears out the eternal blade in his chest. Alliance, who claimed to be a swordsman, slowly walked towards the young man and pointed at the top of his head. But I'm not a swordsman. I just feel that this poem is very suitable for this kind of weather. After killing someone, I'll take it out and recite it. The real reason I came here to find you is to collect the blade strengthening gourd on the way. The second reason is the hairpin on your head. The latter is 100 times more important than the former. Behind the man who had already sheathed his bamboo blade, 2 serene corpses lay on the mountain slope. They were both warriors and cultivators of Dali's first-rate cultivation. Qin Pingon asked, "Who are you?" The man walked slowly, his palm pressed against the hilt of his blade. He stopped in front of Qin Pingon and raised his bamboo hat. He smiled and said, "My name is Alliance, kind as in Liang." 91. The heavy rain pounded on their bamboo hats, making loud slapping noises. Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "This hairpin is very ordinary. It's only made of ordinary jade." Alliance stared at the serious youth as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He grimaced and tried hard not to laugh out loud. "What you say doesn't count." Qin Pingon's forehead was sweating, but it was quickly washed away by the rain that splashed on his face. He looked at the man and asked, "Then what do you want?" Alliance asked with a smile, "Do you think you're going to die?" Qin Pingon suddenly felt very desperate at this moment. Because Master Wan had come and left. And the man in front of him was still standing in front of him. Alliance was still the smiling Alliance with the green bamboo blade at his side. The man smiled at the youth. He was not tall, wore thin clothes, wore sturdy straw sandals, and of course had that jasper hairpin. If he remembered correctly, there were 8 beautiful words engraved on the hairpin. Qin Pingon's lips were livid. He asked with a trembling voice, "Can you let them go?" Alliance did not speak. Qin Pingon had stayed up all night before leaving, trying to imagine all the difficulties. It was not that he had not thought that on this trip to Cliff Academy he would encounter all kinds of obstacles. Because his enemies were Yunxiu Mountain, Old Dragon City, and Xingyang Mountain. Without exception they were all immortals on the mountain, but they all had great enmity with him. Therefore Qin Pingon was very worried that because of him, the red-padded jacket girl's path to learning would be affected. That day when he told Li Baoping about the hardships he went through in the mountains as a child, it was not because he wanted to complain or put on airs as a youngest uncle. Instead it was because Qin Pingon wanted to tell the little girl one thing. The journey to the academy that had been moved to the Great Sui Kingdom would definitely be longer than the journey he took to pick herbs in the mountains. If one day he was no longer around and couldn't be by her side, and Li Baoping wanted to study there because she didn't have confidence in herself, then Qin Pingon hoped that she could walk a few more steps like that time when she entered the mountain. Maybe she would reach it as she walked. However, when these words were on the tip of his tongue, Qin Pingon suddenly felt that it would be too unlucky and inauspicious to say such words. Therefore he only said half of it and swallowed the other half back into his stomach. He changed it to hoping that she could become the first young teacher, a female teacher. It was not only to seek luck, but also to fulfill Qin Pingon's expectations for the little girl. Alliance smiled and said, "To say the least, that hairpin is an ordinary scholar's ornament, and it doesn't belong to you. To say the least, I don't believe that the hairpin Qi Jingchun has carefully preserved for so many years doesn't have any hidden secrets. For example, it could be a small cave that no one knows, or it could be a feng shui treasure place with the potential to become a blessed land. If one were to take a step back, then it would be even more amazing. It could be a token that was passed down from generation to generation, just like the tokens of the 3 main branches of Taoism: a peach talisman, a feather robe, and a Taoist crown. If it's true, then the hairpin is really Qi Jingchun's teacher token." Qin Pingon, do you think it's appropriate to wear it on your head? Qin Pingon didn't answer the question and asked, "Alliance, can you let go of Li Baoping and Li Huai?" Alliance smiled and asked, "How can you be sure that I won't go back on my word after I've promised you?" Qin Pingon's toes moved slightly. Alliance crossed his arms and smiled. "Young hero, don't be impulsive. We're trying to reason with each other. It's not too late to make a move when you can't reason with them." Qin Pingon was silent, his face pale. Alliance looked at the teenager from head to toe. "You do look a little like him." Alliance stopped joking and stretched out his hand. "Give me the hairpin and I won't kill them." Qin Pingon's fingers trembled. Alliance said slowly, "This is Qi Jingchun's teacher's relic, so it can be considered as Qi Jingchun's relic." Qin Pingon raised his arm and reached for the top of his head. Alliance smiled and said, "I won't kill you if you break the hairpin with your own hands. I don't lie." Qin Pingon suddenly stopped. He took a deep breath and took a step back as if he was preparing to fight. Alliance asked, You think that I'll let go of Li Baoping and the others if you die anyway. So even if you die, you want to try and see if you can protect this hairpin with your own ability? Qin Pingon didn't say a word. He took 2 heavy steps and rushed in front of Alliance and punched. The next moment Qin Pingon suddenly realized that Alliance was no longer in front of him. Qin Pingon stiffly turned around. Sure enough, the man in the bamboo hat was standing there, but there was an extra hairpin in his hand. Alliance sighed. He didn't seem to be interested in the hairpin at all. He stretched out his hand and handed it to the youth. Take it back. Qin Pingon cautiously took a few steps forward and took the jasper hairpin from him. In an instant the youth felt his head sink. It turned out that the man in the bamboo hat gently pressed his hand on his head. The two stood side by side, but they were facing opposite directions. The man who had always been sloppy sighed and said, Qin Pingon, don't do stupid things in the future. There's no dead object in the world that's more important than a person's life. You must live. Even if you can't live well, you must live. There's no greater reason than this in the world. The man in the bamboo hat patted Qin Pingon's head. He looked up at the dark sky and said with a smile, you have to know that no matter how valuable or meaningful this hairpin is, since Qi Jingchun is willing to give it to you, he must believe in you. So, when you have to make a choice between life and death, you must choose to live and not die. To die heroically, to die passionately, to die leisurely, but to die is to die. The man in the bamboo hat withdrew his hand. Qi Jingchun is very disappointed in this world. That's his business. You Qin Pingon are you? Don't learn from him. You haven't really seen the good and bad of this world. It's a matter for scholars to worry about 1,000 years before they reach 100. I Alliance am not a scholar. You Qin Pingon are not one for the time being, so. In the end, the man didn't say the original content after so. He just said softly, Qin Pingon, believe in my judgment. You can go far in the future, even further than Qi Jingchun. The youth asked softly, why? The man gently stroked the bamboo blade's hilt and said with a smile, because I'm Alliance. The two of them finally walked down the mountaintop in silence. Qin Pingon asked, the two people on the hillside? Alliance thought for a moment. Dead people? Qin Pingon hesitated. After some thought, he decided not to get to the bottom of the matter. He changed the topic and asked, why didn't you take the hairpin? The corner of Alliance's mouth twitched as he lamented. After I got the hairpin, I realized that the worst-case scenario was 10,000 steps back from what I imagined. It was even worse. It was tens of thousands of steps back. It's really just a crappy hairpin. Then what do I need it for? The youth was speechless. Alliance shook his head and said, real scholars are poor. You will understand in the future. I should have thought of it long ago. According to that old man Dao Lin's temper and Qi Jingchun's personality, it's normal for them to pass down such an ordinary hairpin. Alliance suddenly turned his head with a smile. Do you know? You took something that I thought was already in my bag. Do you know how many unnecessary steps I took for it? Rain fell from the bamboo hat. The youth was confused. Alliance said angrily, I even carved a word somewhere. But in the end, when I came running here, it turned out to be such a miserable scene. So you should thank me for not killing you. Alliance said to himself, if you don't have the ability to carve 2 or 3 words there in the future, see if I won't cut you. Qin Pingon said helplessly, Alliance, can you say something I can understand? Sure. Alliance laughed and said, my name is Alliance, good as in Liang. Qin Pingon finished his sentence for him. I'm a swordsman. At this moment Alliance's mouth curled up. He slapped the youth on the shoulder and said, then it's settled. Qin Pingon was even more puzzled. Alliance had already changed the topic. Even if you accompany a friend for 1,000 miles, you still have to part. I'll send you to the border of Dali and leave. I believe that by then you kids will be able to travel to study freely and there won't be any foul things for the time being. So after that you'll have to pray for yourself. Whether you can take them to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, and whether you can return to Longquan County of Dali alive, all depends on your own ability. Qin Pingon suddenly said, thank you. From the first time they met until now, the youth began to completely trust this man who called himself Alliance. Alliance shook his head and said, it's okay. I'm just making up for what I owe. It has nothing to do with you. Many years ago there was once a young scholar surnamed Qi. After he was tired of studying, he said that he wanted to travel Jianghu with him. At that time, the swordsman named Alliance didn't agree. The man felt that if he had a little more patience at that time, the youth wouldn't have come to this point today. Alliance finally said, "Qin Pingon, do you know?" The youth said, "What?" Alliance said earnestly, "In the future, you have to respect a peerless master like me from the bottom of your heart." The youth asked curiously, "Can you beat Zhu He?" Alliance felt a headache coming on. He felt that this guy was even more annoying than Qi Jingchun back then. 92. The water was silent and the rain was short. Not long after Qin Pingon and Alliance returned to the tree, the rainstorm had already turned into a light drizzle. Raindrops continued to drip from the leaves. When Qin Pingon returned to the tree, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had a face full of worry. Qin Pingon smiled brightly and rubbed her head. The little girl's face suddenly brightened up, like an unexpected rainbow after the rain, so clean that it made people's hearts tremble. At this moment, Qin Pingon suddenly felt a little guilty, but he didn't know what to say. There were many words stuck in his heart, so he could only silently practice the sword furnace stance. When Alliance saw this scene, he smiled knowingly, but Li Huai's words quickly dispelled Alliance's good mood. Alliance, I heard from Qin Pingon that you went to the mountain to take a dump, because you didn't have to clean up your ass." Alliance laughed and asked, "Was it really Qin Pingon who said that?" Li Huai glanced at Qin Pingon, who was standing not far away. He was probably afraid that Alliance would confront Qin Pingon face to face, so he also copied Alliance's tone and laughed, saying, "Although Qin Pingon didn't say it out loud, I feel that he definitely thinks that way. Of course, I feel that Alliance is not that kind of person. I even specially explained it to Sister Zhulu and patted my chest to guarantee that you, Alliance, are not that kind of person." Alliance gently pulled Li Huai's ear, lowered his head and asked with a smile. Li Huai said bitterly, "Alliance, it's all Qin Pingon's fault. He's too much. Do you want me to scold him for you?" Alliance twisted the little bastard's ear with all his might. "Do you think that I, Alliance, am so gullible?" Li Huai screamed, but unfortunately no one was willing to pay attention to him. Li Huai immediately changed his tune. Alliance, I have an older sister called Alliance. Her name is a bit unpleasant to hear, but she is very beautiful. I definitely won't lie to you about this. Lin Shi and Dong Shuijing, those two perverts, both secretly like my sister. Dong Shuijing would come to our house to eat whenever he had nothing to do. Every time he sees my sister, even though she is already an adult, he still blushes. Alliance, I think you are much better than Dong Shuijing. You are handsome and have a good temper. You can afford to ride a donkey and drink wine. Do you want me to introduce you to my sister in the future? Alliance quickly released Li Huai's ear and gently placed his hands on Li Huai's shoulder. He pressed down and smiled. "Let's squat down and talk slowly." Qin Pingon walked to Zhu He and Zhu Lu and asked, "Uncle Zhu He, can we talk for a while?" The man grinned and said, "I have been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Then let's walk around casually. The rain is already very light anyway." The two of them walked side by side out of the nameless tree. Before Qin Pingon asked, Zhu He introduced himself and his background. "Qin Pingon, so many strange things have happened in the small town. Since you were able to survive the attack of the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain and become an ally with that foreign girl, I guess you already know a lot of things. Then I won't hide anything. After all, the safety of the young lady is the most important. Both of us are the children of the Li family. We have been doing chores for generations in order to earn a living in the Li family. Although it sounds very pitiful, it is actually not as bad as you think. From the old ancestor, who we only see a few times in a year, to the head of the family, to our Miss Bao Ping, no one treats us as servants, especially the young lady and my daughter. In fact, their relationship is no worse than that of sisters in ordinary families." At this point, the middle-aged man turned his head to look at his daughter, who was standing under the tree and looking away. She was still in her teenage years and had not really grown up yet. She would be a real young lady in about a year. He felt that his daughter would not be inferior to any of the young ladies in the capital of Dali. He had always been proud of this and firmly believed that his daughter Zhu Lu would definitely shine in Dali in the future. It should be known that Dali had always respected women. They did not stop women from throwing themselves into the battlefield to bravely kill the enemy. The late Emperor of Dali even specially ordered the Ministry of Rites to set up a whole set of martial merit titles for female martial artists and cultivators. This was the first of its kind in the continent. Once, it was wantonly attacked by the scholars and literati led by Lakeview Academy, setting off a big chaotic war. The spearhead was pointed directly at the barbarian Dali dynasty in the north. If not for Qi Jingchun, who was the mountain master of Cliff Academy, standing firm against the objections of the masses, perhaps the young emperor at that time would have been forced to withdraw the imperial edict due to public opinion. Zhu He laughed and said, "That year, after discovering that I had the bone structure and talent to practice martial arts without demur, he spent a lot of money to cultivate me, Zhu He. That's why I have the skills I have now. My daughter Zhu Lu is about the same. If not for her own failure to live up to expectations, failing at the second realm of martial arts, her future achievements would only be higher than mine, her father's." After old ancestor discovered that Zhu Lu was a good seedling to practice martial arts, he personally told me that Zhu Lu had the hope to reach the legendary 7th realm of martial arts. I Zhu He am merely at the 5th realm. Speaking to this point, Zhu He's mood was somewhat dejected. When a martial artist ascended to the next realm, without an evenly matched opponent, without the tempering of life and death situations where one's life was hanging by a thread, relying only on talent, one was destined not to go far. Moreover, once a good opportunity was missed, one would not be able to climb up in one go. More and more one's willpower would be worn down more and more, the second would be weakened, the third would be exhausted, and the road to the top would be completely cut off. Zhu He suppressed the haze in his heart and continued, "This time we are escorting Miss out of Dali. First, we are the closest, our skills can be considered passable, plus we are the children of the Li family. I don't dare to say that our skill is very high, but at least we are loyal. Second, this is the first time Miss is going on a long journey. She needs attentive people to take care of her food and daily life. Zhu Lu is a suitable candidate. Third, our Miss is the most beloved junior of our ancestor. In fact, the real person who is supposed to escort Miss is not someone else, but our ancestor himself." But after Alliance, Master Ruan's fellow disciple of the Wind Snow Temple, showed up, our ancestor returned to the town. Because now there is no inhibition in the town, he can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth without any scruples, which is equivalent to practicing in a paradise. Our ancestor is about to break through the next realm, and the opportunity will not come again. Anyway, with Alliance as his personal retinue, there should not be any problems. Zhu He thought for a moment and explained, "Our ancestor has a unique vision and a broad mind. Although he dotes on Miss from the bottom of his heart, he did not force Miss to stay by his side and shelter her under his wings when Miss went on a long journey to study. Instead, he made it clear that the little girl not only had to go to the Cliff Academy, but also had to go on the second half of the journey by herself. The descendants of the Li family should have such courage." Zhu He suddenly laughed out loud. But speaking of this, elder ancestor's face was full of worries again. He kept muttering, "But our little treasure bottle is not even 10 years old. Can't we talk about boldness later?" In the end, when our ancestor made up his mind not to follow her secretly all the way, he looked back 3 times with every step like an old child, which was the first time. "So Zhu Lu told me in private that our ancestor was really good to Mississippi." Zhu, he said gratefully. "Miss is also good to our Zhu Lu. Miss has liked to chat with Zhu Lu since she was young and watch Zhu Lu practice martial arts. In fact, Miss has contributed a lot to Zhu Lu's success today." Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Zhu He, I'm relieved that you're here." In the small town, Qin Pingon did not trust anyone except Mr. Qi. Even Master Wan, just like what Qin Pingon said to Li Baoping, he only trusted the promise of a saint in this place. It was some rules that Mr. Qi had once followed, not Master Wan himself. This was an indescribable intuition. It could be said that he was born with it, but more of it was cultivated, just like the medicine that the straw-sandaled young man decocted for Miss Ning. It was the same for Alliance and Zhu He, and there was no exception. Qin Pingon was not someone who did not have to worry about food and clothing. He had never suffered before, so he foolishly treated everyone well. The hardships of life, the ugliness of people's hearts, the hardships of poverty, and the lonely and helpless young man had long been engraved in his bones. Zhu He patted the young man's slender shoulder. With just one pat, he felt that the young man's bones were strong and tough, which slightly exceeded the expectations of this 5th realm martial artist. However, he quickly felt relieved. If not, how could he face the mountain-moving ape head-on? Zhu definitely did not have such courage and ability. However, when he thought of this, Zhu could not help but sigh. He was not even 40 years old, but his ambition had already been exhausted. He could not even compare with a young man who had just stumbled on the path of martial arts. Zhu was also a little curious and asked with a smile, "Although I have never walked out of the small town and do not know the rules of the outside Jianghu, the ancestor once said that if you meet a fellow martial artist at the foot of the mountain, there are many taboos. For example, monks do not talk about their names, Daoists do not talk about their lifespans, and they can ask about their masters but not their martial arts. However, I am really curious. How did you escape from the mountain-moving ape? I only heard about the pursuit in your small town from the ancestor after the event." Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. "In fact, I have been running for my life from the clay bottle alley to the mountain. If it were not for Miss Ning, I would have been dead." Zhu hesitated for a moment before reminding him softly, "You have to cherish these good karma. The relationship with Miss Ning and with Master Wan. Master Wan, you have to be careful and maintain it steadily. Don't break it." Qin Pingon was a little confused. Zhu sighed with emotion. "We are just frogs at the bottom of the well in Lizhu Cave. The gap between us is limited. Just like you and me, the difference in martial arts cultivation is at most 5 realms. As for identity, do I have the right to look down on you who has a clean background? However, the world outside the well is very different. The further you go in the future and the longer you stay outside, you will understand more thoroughly." Qin Pingon said sincerely, "I have not thought that far." Zhu laughed and said, "You can think about it carefully." Qin Pingon nodded. Qin Pingon had always cherished the kindness of others. As for the malice of others, if there was no way to reason with them, he would keep it in his heart and never forget it. After all, there was still a long way to go. Under the tree, Li Huai, who had just sold his sister Alliance, was now very thick-skinned in front of him. He said casually, "Alliance, I will ask Qin Pingon to make you a wine gourd later. You can give me the small gourd on your waist. We are family. I will not treat you unfairly. Anyway, you look old and don't deserve my brother-in-law's identity." Alliance said mysteriously, "What do you know? This gourd is called the Blade Strengthening Gourd. It is a rare good thing in the world. It looks inconspicuous, but it is very valuable. How many sisters do you have? One won't be enough to kill you." Seeing that Alliance rarely spoke to him in such a firm tone, the little kid's heart was pounding. He looked at the small gourd enviously and raised his head reluctantly. He asked tentatively, "Why don't I ask my parents to give birth to a few more sisters? This can be discussed, right?" Alliance reached out his hand to cover his forehead. For some reason he remembered that when he walked down the hill with Qin Pingon, the young man had compared him to Zhu who was in the 5th realm. Alliance let go of his hand and sighed. He picked up a dry branch and drew on the ground. Li Huai looked over and saw that it was a crooked handwriting. His handwriting was not as good as his own. It was even worse than Lin Shui, who even Mr. Qi said was not tacky. The more Li Huai looked at it, the more embarrassed he felt. He looked at Alliance's handwriting and then at the silver-white wine gourd at his waist. After an internal struggle, Li Huai said, "Alliance, your handwriting is so ugly. I've decided not to be your brother-in-law. My parents hope that my sister will marry a scholar in the future." Alliance slowly raised his head, his face full of disbelief. "Is it ugly?" Li Huai's heart was heavy. He nodded vigorously. The child felt that if his sister dared to snatch food from him again, he would definitely scold her for being heartless. He had even given up the blade strengthening gourd for her. Liang had a look of disdain on his face. He chuckled and said, "How is that possible? It's not that I'm bragging, but in a place far away from here, who knows how many people who saw this word gave it a thumbs up." Li Huai was confused. "In person." Alliance laughed dryly. I've heard. Li Huai said, "I knew it. Whoever has the face to tell you that his handwriting is good in person, I'll take him as my master. Probably even my mother won't be able to win against him." Alliance sneered. "If you take him as your master, he'll take you as his disciple?" Li Huai said seriously, "He won't? Is he blind?" Alliance covered his forehead again. That guy was really blind. Alliance thought that he should talk less. He raised his head and looked around. Finally he saw the girl Zhulu. He smiled and said, Zhu Lu, do you want to learn swordsmanship? I'm interested in using my sword now. Not far away, Zhu Lu was worried about her Mississippi. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket rested her cheeks on her hands. She looked in the direction where her youngest uncle had left and frowned. After hearing Alliance's words, the girl said angrily, Go away. Alliance's eyes were innocent and blank. It just rained heavily. Look, I'm soaked. The girl realized her mistake, but she still sneered. Sloppy, ignorant, and incompetent. You're not a good person. Alliance said angrily, Little Bao Ping Li Huai Lin Shui, am I not a good person? Li Huai hit him when he was down. You only look like a good person. But if you're willing to give me a wine gourd, then you're a good person. Lin Shui said coldly, Don't trick me into drinking in the future. Teacher has said before that scholars write hundreds of poems when drinking, but they're all fake. Only the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket secretly smiled at Alliance. Alliance felt warm in his heart. He gave her a thumbs up and ignored the other two's sarcasm. Alliance's Jianghu was not for nothing after all. When Qin Pingan and Zhu He returned, the group went on their way again. When the Dragon Tail stream, which was originally in the southeast, turned to the south and became the new Tiefu River in the Dali County annals, the river suddenly surged and the water level rose. The river was wide and deep, far surpassing the previous stream. Under Qin Pingan's suggestion, they took a short break and cooked some rice here. After lunch, they continued on their way. Li Huai stood by the river and clicked his tongue with his hands on his hips. Alliance, have you seen such a big river before? Liang, who was riding the white donkey, looked at the junction of the stream and the river, then looked behind him. In the end, he smiled at Li Huai and said, The number of great rivers I've seen is more than the number of rice you've eaten. Li Huai was unhappy. Alliance, do you feel uncomfortable if you don't brag for a day? Alliance turned a deaf ear and walked to the young man who was building the simple stove. He said softly, Let's go for a walk by the river. I have something to tell you. Qin Pingan was stunned. He asked the maid of the Li family Zhu Lu to help. Li Baoping had been able to help a lot along the way. She was even familiar with helping Alliance feed the white donkey. Therefore she helped sister Zhu Lu to cook rice and asked her youngest uncle to go for a walk by the river and leave everything to her. These days, the little girl insisted on carrying the basket on her back and doing her best to take care of everything. Every time the young man practiced martial arts, she would silently accompany him. He was cute and naive. The two walked to the river and walked down the river. Alliance said honestly, I like the little girl Bao Ping very much. Of course you will like her more than me. Qin Pingan looked back and saw the little girl busying herself over there. Her legs were like the wheels of a car. Compared to Lin Shi, who always did what he said, and Li Huai, who never did anything, Li Baoping was full of vitality even though she was still young. Just looking at her was like looking at a beautiful spring. Qin Pingan nodded. Alliance said again, But you keep feeling that something is wrong, right? Qin Pingan nodded. Since the last time we talked about martial arts, she said a lot in one breath. But after that, it seems that she doesn't like to talk much. Alliance asked, Did you say something to her? For example, what kind of person do you want her to be in the future? Qin Pingan suddenly turned his head. His face was full of shock. Alliance probably didn't want to inadvertently hurt others with his words. It was rare for him to be careful with his words. He stopped and squatted by the river and gently threw stones. After the young man squatted beside him, Alliance said softly, Deep feelings don't live long and extreme wisdom leads to injury. Normal people are not qualified to apply these two sayings, but Li Baoping is different. Although she is still young, the first one is of course something that has no shadow, but the second one is already applicable to her. You have Qin Pingan as your support, so your unintentional words and actions will be deeply embedded in the little girl's heart. Words are very strange. They will accumulate word by word in the heart. You may think that my sayings are more like a half-baked pedant or a sour scholar, but the truth is the truth. Qin Pingan exhaled softly. It's my fault. I was afraid that she didn't have the confidence to go to Cliff Academy, so I said that I hoped that she could become a teacher, little teacher. Alliance smiled. It's my fault? Qin Pingan, you're wrong. The young man was puzzled. Alliance didn't look at the young man. Languid, he looked at the calm surface of the river. You just didn't do better. It's not that you did wrong. The young man was even more puzzled. The two sayings were different, but weren't the results the same? Alliance finally turned his head. He seemed to have seen through the young man's thoughts. He shook his head and said, "It's very different. Do you know why the good people in the world are more aggrieved than the other? For example, Qi Jingchun. The Mr. Qi, he could have done things more happily, but in the end he was just so cowardly and aggrieved. When you look around, it seems that those bad people are living more freely and happily than the other. For example, the two enemies you mentioned to me before, the mountain guardian ape of Xingyang Mountain and young Castellan Fu of Old Dragon City, will indeed live very comfortably after they return to their own territories. One of them has a high status and enjoys respect while lying on the roll of merits. The other is ambitious and aims to go to the north." Alliance looked at the young man who was deep in thought. He smiled and said, "That's why being a good person is very tiring. You mustn't be a good person and think that you've done wrong when you don't receive anything in return. You mustn't think that you'll never be a good person again. This is wrong." Alliance's expression was solemn. He emphasized and repeated the last sentence, "This is wrong." Alliance laughed and became the playboy who didn't care about anything again. "Of course, Li Baoping is very good. The little girl is just repaying you in her unique way. Don't get the wrong idea." Qin Pingon shook his head hard and said, No. Alliance nodded. "That's why I'm willing to tell you this." He sat on the ground and placed the bamboo blade on his knees. "You have to know that I rarely reason with people. My reason..." Alliance paused for a moment and patted the green bamboo blade on his knees. "In the past it was the sword. Now it's the blade." Even if it wasn't raining or the sun wasn't high, Alliance would still wear the inconspicuous bamboo hat. He held the hat and said, "If your character isn't to my liking, even if that hairpin means as much as I thought, even if you're the person chosen by Qi Jingchun, I won't nag at you. At worst I'll send you to Dolly. If I'm in a good mood I'll just throw you to the Great Sui Kingdom. What's so difficult for me?" When the cheeky man turned serious, he had a different demeanor. He gently patted the bamboo blade with both hands. "To me, all young life is in the world. You have to walk your own path, say your own words, and do your own deeds. I think you, Qin Pingon, should be the same. You don't have to be like me, but you have to have a straight back, big fists, hard bones, and high swordsmanship." Alliance laughed. "Don't forget, the most important thing is to live long enough." Qin Pingon said honestly, "Alliance, although I understand some of it and don't really understand some of it, I'll keep it in mind. If I encounter any problems in the future, I'll think about it carefully." Alliance nodded and said with relief, "That's enough." Alliance stood up and walked a few steps. Suddenly he turned his head and said, "Qin Pingon, I've finished the dry food I brought." After saying that, Alliance left quickly and walked towards Li Baoping and Zhu Lu. He shouted, "Have you eaten yet? Have you eaten yet?" He left behind a teenager who was still in a daze. At the end of the day, after beating around the bush, this guy was just trying to get free food and drinks in broad daylight? Qin Pingon followed with a smile. One evening, a group of people passed by a green bamboo forest in the mountains. The girl in the red cotton-padded jacket tugged at Qin Pingon's sleeve and pointed in that direction. She asked softly, "Young martial uncle, the bamboo forest, isn't it beautiful?" The teenager who was in a hurry nodded and continued on his way. They were about to see the post road that Alliance mentioned, the official road of the Dali Imperial Court. The girl was silent. She shook the basket on her back and still followed the teenager closely. At night, they slept in the narrow leather tent set up by Zhu Lu. The girl thought of something and pouted. She felt wronged and finally told herself that her young martial uncle was already very good. Then she fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sleepy-eyed girl didn't dare to sleep too much, afraid that she would delay her martial uncle's planned journey. She quickly put on her clothes and the pair of straw sandals that her martial uncle had made for her. However, the moment she came out of the tent, she was stunned. Just outside the tent, there was a small and beautiful green bamboo bookcase. The girl was stunned for a long time. Then she burst into tears. The teenager who had been busy the whole night was sleeping in the distance. After being awakened by the crying, he quickly got up and ran over to stand in front of the girl. Qin Pingon was at a loss for a moment. He touched her head and did not know how to comfort her. He thought that the girl would be happy when she saw the small bamboo bookcase at dawn. Seeing Li Baoping so sad, Qin Pingon's heart ached. The girl closed her eyes and cried for a long time. When she opened her eyes and saw Qin Pingon, she stopped crying and ran to him. She hugged Qin Pingon tightly and sobbed, "Young martial uncle, I'm sorry." Qin Pingon could only gently pat the girl's head. "Don't cry, don't cry." The girl just cried. She was heartbroken. Qin Pingon said softly, "You don't like the small bamboo bookcase? Did little martial uncle not do a good job? It's okay. Next time you can change it. I've only seen this small bookcase once. In the future when I go to a crowded place outside and see a nice bookcase again you can tell me." The girl raised her head, her face full of tears. "I like it. There's nothing I like more than this." However, it seemed that the more she liked it, the more she felt that she was heartless and guilty towards her young martial uncle. She squatted on the ground and sobbed, not daring to look at her young martial uncle. Qin Pingon thought of Alliance's words yesterday and immediately understood. He squatted down and touched the girl's head. He said softly, "Li Baoping, do you know? I'm really happy to be able to accompany you on your study trip. It's just that I didn't tell you before. Now that I know if you still like this worthless little bamboo bookcase I'll be even happier. Really, I'm not lying to you." The girl slowly raised her head, but her hands were still covering her face. She only dared to reveal the gaps between her fingers, secretly revealing her lively eyes. She sobbed shyly, "Young martial uncle isn't lying?" The youth's eyes were clear. He nodded and said, "Young martial uncle also knows how to lie, but he won't lie to Li Baoping." The girl quickly removed her hands and smiled brightly. She was the carefree and innocent girl in the youth's impression again. Therefore the youth also smiled brightly. Some people's hearts were like flowers and trees, born towards the sun. This was especially true for young martial uncle and the girl. 93. More than 20 people stood scattered on a hillside with a height of more than 100 feet. They wore different clothes, but their faces and eyes seemed to be carved from the same mold. A burly man knelt on one knee and was carefully examining the two stiff corpses. He opened the eyelids of one of the corpses with his fingers, revealing the eyeballs that were like ice cracks and porcelain pieces. A short woman who had changed into a common woman's cotton clothes, slowly walked up the hillside, followed by a woman holding a sword and a white-faced old man. She did not approach the two corpses. She covered her nose and asked in a thick nasal voice, "Wang Yifu, what do you say?" Wang Yifu sighed and said, "Both of them were killed by a master with one strike. Their bodies were not hurt, but their meridians were broken and their internal organs were rotten." The woman's face was gloomy and uncertain. "Such powerful Wu Dao masters have appeared in our Li dynasty. Moreover, there are two of them. Our vassal king has always been in charge of monitoring the border. Could it be that this time he didn't catch any clues? It can't be that he deliberately let the fish escape the net, right?" Wang Yifu was a little hesitant. "Empress, if I'm not wrong, it was done by one person." The woman suddenly narrowed her eyes and said in an overbearing manner, "What did you say?" Wang Yifu pointed to the two people's necks and saw a thin red line. "The line between the two corpses is closely connected. It's obvious that it was done by one person with a knife." The woman took a deep breath and tried not to show her anger and killing intent too obviously. She sneered and said, "When did the Wind Snow Temple become so invincible? How could a random guy who came out of nowhere kill people as easily as killing chickens? Who are these two people?" "Wang Yifu, you don't know, but Su Hunran knows. Come on, tell us and let our General Wang know." Su Hunran looked embarrassed and forced himself to explain, "One of them is a master who has just reached the 7th realm of Wu Dao. He is proficient in boxing and close combat. The other is a cultivator on the 8th floor who cultivates flying sword and Daoist talisman. In the past 20 years, they have joined hands to assassinate 6 times and have never failed. Now they are the A-level masters of the bamboo leaf pavilion under Empress." The woman was extremely angry, but she had been trying hard to suppress it. At this time she vented her anger on the first master of sword and dolly and screamed, "Su Hunran! Report their names. Even the dead have names." The old man's heart shuddered. He slightly lowered his head and said, "The martial artist's name is Li Ho, the cultivator's name is Hu Yinglin. Both of them have risked their lives for the Empress over and over again. They have made great contributions to our dolly." Only then did the woman's expression turn slightly better. However, her face quickly became dejected as she said weakly, "Yes, Marquis Li and Hu Yinglin. Back then, the cornerstone of your Lu dynasty Yi Qing was killed by these two. He didn't die in enemy territory or on the battlefield, but on Dali's own territory. Perhaps the woman realized that she had lost her composure and would make a fool of herself in front of Wang Yifu. Thus she took out the Lu family that this general was once loyal to. It's funny. In the beginning we thought that an important figure like Yi Qing would definitely have several great qi refinement warriors secretly protecting him. In order to get rid of him, I even had no choice but to join forces with my uncle. Who would have thought that from infiltrating the borders, sneaking in to kill people, and then retreating after accomplishing their mission, the Lu dynasty did not react at all. Yi Qing had only offended a few immortal factions at the borders. As for being isolated to this extent in the imperial court, didn't the emperor of the Lu dynasty admire the immortals of the mountains the most? Why was it that in the end, there was only one immortal sect that was willing to accompany the Lu dynasty to the grave? After saying this, the woman felt refreshed and much better. As expected, one was not afraid of suffering. As long as there were people around them who suffered more, they could enjoy more, but they could not enjoy more. This was probably the reason why she was willing to give one of her children to the imperial tutor Tui Dong, and not the Cliff Academy Qi Jingchun. It saved her worry and effort. She was not afraid of being bullied until she could only cry for her parents when she grew up. Wang Yifu's expression darkened. Great General Yi Qing, loyal to the country, a pillar of the country. He had guarded the borders for the Lu dynasty for 30 years and blocked 3 large-scale attacks by the Dali border army. In the past, Song Zhangqiang had almost died in battle. God knows how many times he had scolded Yi Qing for being a stubborn old man. But in the end, after Yi Qing's death, the Lu dynasty's imperial court had argued for a long time about giving him a posthumous title. The key was that even so they did not give him a very high posthumous title. As a result, the 60,000 elite border army soldiers who still had the strength to fight slowly lost their morale. Song Zhangqiang passed by with his troops as if he had entered a place where there was no one. The first thing he did was to personally go to this person's grave and offer incense. Afterwards, Dali's Ministry of Rites criticized him, but Song Zhangqiang slapped him until his face was swollen. Is it only Dali that has heroes? Emperor Dali praised him 3 times in a row and laughed heartily. The emperor was very happy. But in the end he smiled and said to the eunuch beside him that these words were his brother's heartfelt words. As for these words, he must have found someone to do it for him. The woman had actually been observing the expression of this fallen general. The woman secretly nodded. Although she was not completely at ease with him because of this. If he had lost even his human emotions, he would definitely have perseverance and indomitable will. What to do? What else could he do except to restore the country? Then Wang Yifu was really courting death. If Wang Yifu was a martial artist who only knew how to fight and kill, he could be so meticulous to act to such a level. Wang Yifu was indeed capable. But she was also not afraid. The old sword master Su Hunran asked doubtfully, "Your Majesty has clearly greeted Master Wan and promised not to do anything in Longquan County. We also sent a message to Marquis Li and Hu Yinglin, telling them not to act rashly in the near future. Everything can wait until we reach Dali's border. Logically speaking, Master Wan should give your Majesty face. It can't be that the people of Wind Snow Temple don't even care about your Majesty and Master Wan's face, right?" Wang Yifu asked. The detailed identity of the man with the saber still hasn't been found out. The woman holding the sword shook her head and said, "There hasn't been a result yet. It's not good for us to ask Master Wan about this kind of thing, and it's also not good for us to find the military cultivators of Wind Snow Temple. We can only rely on Dali's own spy agency to find clues. And it's not convenient for your Majesty to intervene in the spy affairs of the border." Speaking of this, the young woman stopped talking and stopped talking. This involved the undercurrent of the highest level of Dali's government. Wang Yifu asked, "Is it possible that the retainer of the Li family named Zhu He is actually hiding his strength?" The woman sneered and said, "That guy is only a martial artist of the 5th realm. He's not worth mentioning. The Li family doesn't have the guts to make trouble under my nose." The old sword master sighed. "This is a bit difficult." The woman smiled charmingly. "Difficult? It's very easy. Return to the capital immediately. I'll cry to His Majesty." In this matter, after all, someone broke Dali's rules first. His Majesty was willing to stand up for her. Li Baoping had a brand new small suitcase, so she had to move the things in the basket. The two of them took this opportunity to find a secluded place far away from Li Huai and the others during their break. They secretly counted their belongings to prevent loss or damage. Qin Pingon also took off his own basket. It was an old locust wood sword. They guessed that it was a gift from Mr. Qi because Qin Pingon had inexplicably worn a jade hairpin on his head at that time. Qin Pingon and Li Baoping both thought that Mr. Qi must have done it on purpose. Qin Pingon usually placed the locust wood sword in the basket on his back. Only in the dead of night, when he took it out and placed it on his knees, the young man's state of mind would be peaceful and peaceful. A yellow snake gall stone, when placed under the sunlight, would reflect traces of beautiful golden veins. The other 12 small and exquisite snake gallstones had faded their original bright colors, but their texture was still exquisite and exquisite. Li Baoping loved these little things. Holding the yellow snake gallstone in her hand, she said, "Junior uncle, don't sell this one. Even if you want to sell the other 12 stones in the future, you must find buyers who know their value. Otherwise we will definitely suffer a great loss." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Of course." There was also a 1-foot-long black rectangular stone in the basket. It looked very much like the dragon beheading platform, but Qin Pingon was not sure. He remembered that Miss Ning said that if he wanted to separate the dragon beheading platform to be the best whetstone in the world, not only did he need a sword immortal to do it, but he also needed to lose a very valuable weapon. Of course, for the young man's current state, very powerful or precious weapons and objects could be directly linked to their value. For example, for the young girl who had returned to her previous life, the combat capability of her opponent could be directly linked to the number of Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon knew that it was definitely not given to him by Master Wan. Was it given to him by Mr. Qi together with the pagoda wood sword and the whetstone? Or was it that white-robed celestial woman who had used some sort of magical technique? Or was it Miss Ruan's personal belongings? Qin Pingon felt a headache coming on. Miss Ruan had left 1 gold ingot, 2 silver ingots, and a bag of ordinary copper coins in Li Baoping's basket. Once, when Li Baoping accidentally opened the money bag, Qin Pingon was shocked to find that there was a gold copper coin in it. Wan Xiu must have secretly left this coin behind to win the bet. This gave Qin Pingon a big fright and he was sweating profusely. If he had been careless and didn't find out the truth, and then accidentally spent this copper coin as an ordinary copper coin, Qin Pingon wanted to slap himself in the face when he thought of the consequences. Qin Pingon tidied up all the items, big and small, one by one. He was like a woman who was used to calculating carefully and taking care of a small family. Every time Li Baoping saw this scene, she wanted to laugh. She thought that her youngest martial uncle was too good at living. How outstanding would the girl be in the future to be worthy of her youngest martial uncle? The girl felt that it was hard to find, so she was a little sad. After being discovered by Li Baoping, he looked at the small box at her feet and said to Qin Pingon, "Qin Pingon, if you make me a small bamboo box that's bigger and prettier than Li Baoping's, I'll call you youngest martial uncle. How about that?" Qin Pingon looked at him and didn't say anything. Li Huai was a little anxious and decided to take a step back. "Then I'll make it as big as Li Baoping's small box. Is that okay?" Qin Pingon inadvertently found that Li Huai's boots were tattered and exposed his toes. He said, "I'll make you 2 pairs of straw sandals later." Li Huai was furious. He stomped his feet and said, "I don't care about those straw sandals. I want a box. A box to hold the books of the saints. I, Li Huai, am also Mr. Qi's disciple." Qin Pingon frowned. "Go away." Li Huai was stunned. He carefully looked at Qin Pingon's face. After they looked at each other, Li Huai suddenly felt a little scared and guilty. This fearless child didn't talk back for the first time. He left angrily. After running a few steps, he turned around and said confidently, "Don't forget the straw sandals. I want 2 pairs. You can wear them alternately." Qin Pingon nodded. After Li Huai ran away, the little girl said with admiration, "Junior uncle, you're so awesome. You don't know that I can only convince Li Huai by beating him up. I can't argue with him. Even if Mr. Qi tries to reason with him, Li Huai doesn't like to listen." Qin Pingon reached out and rubbed the little girl's head. He carried the basket on his back. "Get ready to go. We'll see the Dolly Post Road in 2 days." The little girl carried the small box. The little girl, the red cotton padded jacket and the green bamboo box. In fact, Alliance had a hard time holding back. He wanted to tell the big and the little girl that if their little treasure bottle wasn't cute enough, people would laugh at them with this color. Li Baoping suddenly said, "This Li Huai is a bit like the slug in Mud Bottle Alley." Qin Pingon was stunned. It seemed that he had never compared the two words together. After thinking carefully, he shook his head and said, "They don't look alike. If you have a chance to meet Gu Ken in the future, you'll understand." The little girl said, "Oh." Anyway, she just mentioned it casually. Soon she imagined what the Dali Post Road was like. In fact, Qin Pingon was the same as Li Baoping. At first he also felt that the slug Gu Ken was somewhat similar to Li Huai. But after getting along with him for a long time, he found that the two were very different. Li Huai and Gu Ken seemed to have similar personalities. Their mouths were like a nest of centipedes and scorpions. They were very venomous and could make people choke with anger with just one sentence. In Qin Pingon's eyes, however, they were very different. They were both heartless and poor. Gu Ken looked like a thief and his eyes moved faster than anyone else. However, Gu Ken's shrewdness beyond his age was more of a kind of self-protection. Li Huai, on the other hand, was a pure little hedgehog who would stab anyone he caught. This was because Li Huai's parents were still alive and he had an older sister. His temperament was actually not complicated. Moreover, he had gone to school and studied. His schoolmates were Li Baoping, Lin Shuyi, Shi Chuanjia, and other slightly older children. Generally speaking, Li Huai had not suffered much. But Gu Ken was different. His mother, who had single-handedly raised him, sometimes also implicated him, causing him to experience the fickleness of human nature at a young age. Qin Pingon once saw with his own eyes a drunk man who reeked of alcohol walk out of Mud Bottle Alley while cursing. When he saw Gu Ken, who was returning home from playing, he didn't say anything. He walked over and ruthlessly kicked Gu Ken's stomach. After Gu Ken fell to the ground, he also ruthlessly stepped on his head. That small child hugged his stomach and curled up at the foot of the wall, unable to cry even if he wanted to. If it wasn't for Qin Pingon coincidentally bumping into him when he was going out, dashing over and punching that man until he staggered backwards, then hurriedly carrying Gu Ken to the Yang family's shop, who knows what kind of illness would be left behind. He also held grudges even more. There was a small account book in his heart that he remembered very clearly. Who was the shrew who scolded his mother in the street today? Who was the shameless man who flirted with his mother? He remembered all of it. Perhaps as he grew older he had already forgotten some things and details. But Gu Ken would definitely not forget the hateful impression he had of a certain person. Of course, Gu Ken remembered the man who kicked him twice very clearly. His name, which alley he lived in, and who was in his family. Gu Ken was very clear about all of it. When he was alone with Qin Pingon in private, he would always shout that he wanted to dig up that person's ancestral grave. He also said that that person had a daughter and that when she grew up he would definitely sleep with her and bully her to death. Probably at that time, the child simply didn't know the meaning of the word, sleep. He only knew that many women and men liked to joke about his mother. Women would say the word, sleep, while men would often say the word, sleep. Qin Pingon's memory was still fresh in his mind. The child was only about 4 years old. His tender little face was ferocious, full of ominous light, and his eyes were fierce. Qin Pingon was somewhat worried. Of course, he hoped that Gu Ken would have a better life outside than anyone else. But at the same time, from the bottom of his heart, he didn't want Gu Ken to become an immortal like Xianxia or Fu Nanhua. Looking at the absent-minded youngest martial uncle, Li Baoping asked, "What's wrong?" If it was in the past, Qin Pingon would say that it was nothing. But now he got straight to the point and said what was in his heart. "I'm afraid that the next time I see that slug I won't recognize him." Li Baoping said doubtfully, "Children grow up quickly. If you only meet him after 4, 5, 7, 8 years, it's normal that you don't recognize him." Qin Pingon grinned. It was more like he was cheering himself on. "I believe that Gu Ken will always be that slug from Clay Bottle Alley. As for whether he recognized him or not, it didn't matter. As long as that child lived well, it was better than anything else." A rocky cliff appeared on the riverbed of Tiefu River. The river fell rapidly and the downstream water level suddenly rose sharply. Qin Pingon stood on the rocky cliff beside the river and practiced his fist. He went back and forth using the walking stance 6 steps. Alliance was standing on the edge of the rocky cliff at some point. Water splashed everywhere and the sound of water surged. Mist filled the air. Fortunately, it was late spring and the cold air had dropped, so it didn't seem to be bone-chilling. Alliance said loudly, "There's not much meaning in practicing this fist. This walking stance is a very beginner's stance. Any Jianghu sect has it. But the erecting stance is still considered sloppy. At least it can help you barely survive. It's like a life-saving medicinal herb. It's not expensive, but it's good for the right medicine." When the youth heard this, he smiled but didn't say anything. This was because old man Yao had said that when practicing the fist, one must not be discouraged. Alliance nodded. "But an interesting person can do an interesting thing. If you practice the fist like this, it won't be a big problem. The path of martial arts is a real diamond that drips with water. It depends on the grinding of time." Qin Pingon finished practicing the fist. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Alliance, you're not that immortal stage Wei Jin, are you?" Alliance smiled. "Of course not. He recites poetry in a set. His alcohol tolerance is extremely poor. Once he gets drunk, he likes to cry and snot. He's even worse than Li Huai. How can I be that kind of person?" Qin Pingon was stunned. He didn't expect Alliance to be so direct. "Then the donkey and wine gourd?" Alliance rolled his eyes. "Naturally they're Wei Jin's. I'm not as poor and particular as him. I like to drink, but I really can't ride a donkey to see the mountains and rivers. It's so slow that it makes me anxious." Qin Pingon carefully asked, "He's not dead, is he?" Alliance smiled playfully. "Why would I kill him? To kill him and steal his treasures?" Qin Pingon looked at Alliance and shook his head. "I believe you won't kill him." Alliance picked up the wine gourd that was supposed to be used to nurture the sword and drank a mouthful of wine. "This small gourd was given to me by him. I taught him a high-level swordsmanship. That kid was enlightened and finally broke through the bottleneck, so he went into seclusion. As a reward, he gave the gourd to me. Don't think that I took advantage of him. He made a big profit. I'm just helping to take care of this donkey." It was very difficult to break the 10 arms of the military sword cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple. However, Alliance didn't want to explain this to Qin Pingon too clearly. The road had to be taken step by step. Qin Pingon felt a little strange and asked, "Why didn't Master Wan recognize you?" Alliance found a place to sit down and shook the small silver-white gourd. The natal sword chi in the gourd is still intact, which means that the owner is still alive and his soul and body are intact. Your Eastern Vase continent is a small place. I don't think there are too many terrifying masters here. Not only can they kill Wei Jin in an instant, but they can also be so fast that even Wei Jin's natal flying sword can't contact them in time. Qin Pingon said in surprise, "A small place? Some people say that there are thousands of dynasties in our Eastern Vase continent. We haven't even reached the border of Dali yet." Alliance turned his head and threw the wine gourd to the teenager standing beside him. "You also know that we're walking. Come on, have a drink. If a man can't drink, he'll have walked in vain." "I don't drink." Zhu said that people who practice martial arts can't drink. Qin Pingon carefully took the wine gourd and sat beside Alliance. He handed it back to him, but Alliance didn't take it. Qin Pingon could only hold it carefully in his arms. He looked at the river and sighed softly. "That's true. I've seen immortals flying around on swords. There are many of them flying over our town." Alliance was now annoyed when he heard Zhu. However, this guy liked to compare him with Zhu. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Alliance, can you really teach Wei Jin swordsmanship? Wouldn't you be more powerful than Zhu? Here it comes again." Alliance sighed. "I'm just good-tempered. I won't lower myself to your level." Qin Pingon was really curious about this matter and wanted to get to the bottom of it. "Could it be that you're more powerful?" Alliance snatched the wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. With a look of disdain he said, "Scram, scram, scram." Qin Pingon laughed and turned to look at the depressed bamboo hat man. He blinked and chuckled. "Actually, I know that you're more powerful than Zhu." Alliance finally felt better. Qin Pingon immediately added in a sincere tone, "I think that 2 Zhu's might not be able to beat you." Alliance said helplessly, "If you really want to flatter me, can't you be more sincere? At least remove the word might." Qin Pingon was silent. The corners of his mouth curled up as he looked at the mighty green waterfall. He suddenly said, "Alliance, thank you." Alliance drank a mouthful of wine and asked casually, "Huh? Why are you thanking me?" I didn't teach you boxing or sword. Qin Pingon sat cross-legged and habitually put his hands on his chest to practice the sword furnace boxing stance. After meeting you, I feel that the outside world is not so scary anymore. Because I found that there are good people out there. Not everyone can bully others just because they're powerful. Along the way, Li Huai and Zhu Lu said so much about you, but you never got angry. Alliance smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. He slowed down a little. This praise caught me off guard. Let me drink a mouthful of wine to calm myself down. But you can also be afraid? You dare to kill young immortals in small alleys and fight head-on with the mountain-moving ape? You dare to take little treasure bottle and travel to the Great Sui Kingdom without saying anything? You're really brave. Qin Pingon said softly, some things are done because they have to be done. It doesn't mean that I'm not afraid at all. I'm just an apprentice of a kiln worker. How brave can I be? Alliance nodded. That's true. The two of them were silent. There was only the sound of water. Liang was the first to break the silence. He asked, if you were in a very famous place and you did something very eye-catching, then you could carve a character that would be passed down for thousands of years. Which character would you choose? Qin Pingon thought for a moment. It should be my surname. My parents' surname is Qin. How nice would it be to carve the character, Qin? Alliance shook his head and sighed. It's so tacky. It's not like me. Liang quickly explained to himself, it's normal. A strange man like me is, after all, a rare existence. Cows and sheep roam the plains, while ferocious tigers roam the mountains alone. So lonely. The man in the bamboo hat seemed to have been moved by his own words. He hurriedly took a big gulp of wine. The straw sandals youth suddenly grinned from ear to ear. It was as if he had thought of something very happy. This was definitely a rare thing. Thus Alliance asked, what are you thinking about? You're so happy? The youth blushed and said, if I can carve more characters, then I'll write the name of the girl I love on that wall. Alliance grinned and clicked his tongue. Then you should burn more incense and pray that your future wife's name is only 2 characters. If it's 3 characters or 4 characters, hee. Qin Pingon was stunned. Is there someone whose name is only 4 characters? Isn't that weird? Alliance patted the youth's shoulder. Qin Pingon, study more in the future. Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. Alliance suddenly woke up. Qin Pingon, you have a girl you like. Who is it? Hurry up and tell me, let me have some fun. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No. Alliance pointed at the youth. I knew you weren't honest from the beginning. Qin Pingon asked in a low voice. Alliance, are you still single? Alliance, shut up. Qin Pingon returned the look. I knew from the beginning. Alliance pointed at himself with his thumb. Do you know how many heroines and fairies in other places are crying and begging to marry me, Alliance? Qin Pingon replied seriously, of course I don't know. Alliance was deflated and drank silently. Qin Pingon asked, by the way, Alliance, what did you carve? Can you tell me? Alliance immediately glowed and said proudly, that's amazing. Not only is my handwriting unparalleled in the world, but the key is that the word is very tasteful. It's catchy and imposing. It's much better than any surname Howren or Leichi. You don't know this, but in order to stop me from carving these words, quite a few old bastards' faces turned black. There was nothing they could do, they were afraid of competing with each other. Among them, there were a few seniors who were so angry that they blew their beards and glared at me, almost rolling up their sleeves to fight with me. I was too lazy to pay attention to them. You guys shamelessly ganged up to beat me up and I didn't run? I'm stupid, right? Of course I ran after carving the word. Qin Pingon regretted asking this question. Alliance had an expression that said, hurry up and ask me what word it is. Qin Pingon turned his head slightly and looked at the river again. He wouldn't say anything even if he was beaten to death. Alliance was dumbfounded. The man in the bamboo hat gently closed the fragrant wine gourd. Obviously he didn't even have the mood to drink. At this moment, Qin Pingon suddenly opened his eyes wide. He found that on the lower reaches of the Iron Talisman River, there were 4 or 5 people walking on the water together. There was a white-haired old man in a straw raincoat singing, since ancient times famous mountains have been waiting for saints. There was an enchanting woman in gorgeous clothes laughing. There was also a little boy in a Daoist robe holding a bamboo cane looking very old. Qin Pingon opened his eyes wide and muttered, "Immortals?" Alliance didn't even look at them. He was holding a string of red bells which were ringing rapidly. He ran towards Qin Pingon and Alliance. With a serious face he said, "This is the demon-shaking bell left to me by the ancestor. Once a demonic mountain spirit comes within 100 feet of the bell, it will ring without wind. Senior Alliance Qin Pingon, we'd better be careful. Let's leave this cliff first to avoid unnecessary conflicts." Qin Pingon thought for a moment and was about to get up. Alliance didn't look at the strange scene on the other side of the river. He pulled out the wine cork and shook it in front of the two people. He smiled and said, "I'll leave after drinking this wine. It won't be long." He was a little anxious. "Senior Alliance, our Dali Imperial Court has always been very lenient with the mountain spirits. As long as there's no death we generally don't interfere," Alliance said. "Ah, so it's like this." He quickly got up and was about to leave the cliff with them to make way for the group of uninvited guests. However, on the surface of the river, the cultivation base of the 5 extraordinary fellows was clearly superior. The old man in the woven rush raincoat who had the highest cultivation base was the first to stop moving as if he had been struck by lightning. The other 4 fellows were the same. Then the old man full of immortal aura was the first to turn around and run. This time he didn't care about the elegance of immortals. He wanted to use both his hands and feet. The other 4 were the same. Alliance had a suspicious look on his face that couldn't be more fake. He even had a wicked smile. He swallowed his saliva. The bell in his hand was silent and motionless. He asked tentatively, "Senior Alliance, this is?" Alliance tied the small silver gourd and rubbed his chin. "Is my murderous aura too strong?" Qin Pingon asked in a low voice. "Alliance, did those guys recognize your sword-cultivating gourd?" Alliance laughed heartily. He put his arm around the young man's shoulder and walked down the cliff. "It's possible. There's a lot of mystery in the sword-cultivating gourd. I don't usually tell people." Alliance suddenly let go of his hand and let Qin Pingon go back first. The young man in straw sandals trotted away. Alliance still put his arm around Zhu He's shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Zhu He, you're in the 5th realm of martial arts, right? How did you make Qin Pingon think you're a master? Why don't you teach me? Otherwise I spent so much effort and put on the airs of a master for nothing. That guy is still blind." Zhu He's body stiffened and he said uneasily, "Senior Alliance, I really don't know." Alliance said angrily, "That's boring." Zhu He said with a sad face, "Senior Alliance, I really don't know." In front of him the young man turned around and trotted backward. He faced Alliance and asked with a loud laugh, "Alliance, what's that word?" Alliance was suddenly in high spirits. He coughed, held his bamboo hat with one hand and gave a thumbs up with the other. "Fierce." The young man was like the 5 guys on the river. He looked like he was struck by lightning. He turned around silently and ran away muttering, "Damn you." "94. There were a total of 7 wells dug at the blacksmith shop. The water was sweet and cold. It was rumored that Master Wuan, who had lived in the dragon-riding alley for a while, was an immortal who knew how to forge swords. Even the imperial court respected him. The officials of the Ministry of Rites and Little Wu had visited him personally. Therefore Master Ruan's identity was not simple. It was definitely not fake. Many people wanted to put their children into the blacksmith shop, but it was a pity that it was no longer recruiting. However, Master Wuan once went to town to buy wine and picked 2 children to be his apprentices. The next day the wine shop was overcrowded with people. All of them were adults and elders carrying their own children. The problem was that no one really bought the wine. They were all waiting for Master Wuan to choose someone. The children did not care about their future. They ran and kicked up a fuss and made a lot of noise. They did not care about anything else. In fact, before the appearance of the county magistrate Wu Yuan, the town only knew that they were the people of Dali. The dragon kiln was to make porcelain for Emperor Dali's family. That was all. They did not know anything else. There were very few people in the town. There was no such thing as visiting relatives, going out to study or marrying far away. The books were not taught. Not to mention the elders, it was the same for generations. Those lucky people who were selected for the natal porcelain could go out and admire the great rivers and mountains outside. Before Liju Grotto heaven broke and fell, they did not have the chance to return home. This was one of the rules set by the 4 sages of the town in the early years. Now, according to the notices posted by the county government and the explanations of literate people, they knew that it was because the mountain roads of Longquan County were too steep. Now the imperial court spent a lot of effort to open up the roads. It was for the opening of the mountains. They wanted to give those mountains to some important people who liked the feng shui of this place. At the same time, a group of people led by the county government officials began to explain various rules to the people in their jurisdiction and how they should get along with foreigners. For example, they could not randomly point at foreigners, children could not collide with pedestrians on the streets, they could not touch the mounts of foreigners without permission, and so on. If there was any dispute, the commoners had to report to the Longquan County Yamen truthfully. They could not make their own decisions and the Yamen would deal with it impartially. The 4 families and 10 major clans did not show too much enthusiasm for this, nor did they intend to help the county government to the best of their ability. They were more like bystanders. As for whether they were waiting to see the county government make a fool of itself, only Wu Yuan and the group of old foxes knew clearly. Wan Xiu, who grew up in the Wind Snow Temple of the military ancestral court, did not feel the great changes in the town, or she did not care. Ever since she met a certain short winter melon, she had been depressed. Not only did the rude and unreasonable woman swagger into Qin Pingyan's house, but she also broke the bronze locks on the courtyard door and the house door. When she went to clean the 2 houses, she happened to bump into the group of people who went to change the locks. Wan Xiu was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and she went up to reason with them. Those people seemed to know her identity and respectfully apologized. However, as for who the culprit behind the scenes was, they put on a shameless attitude that said, even if Miss Wan beat them to death, they would not dare to say anything. Wan Xiu wanted them to hand over the old lock and the new key. When she returned to the blacksmith shop, she bumped into that short winter melon. She even dared to smile and say that she was careless and broke the bronze lock. Wan Xiu also followed the agreement and hired people to repair an uninhabited dilapidated house in Mud Bottle Alley. The roof collapsed, leaving a big hole. The beams rotted and the red paint peeled off. Wan Xiu asked the bricklayers from the small town to carefully repair and add bricks and tiles. In the end, she was not assured and specially watched them work for most of the day. Then there was the neighboring shop, the shop that held the New Year's fortune, and the straw head shop, both of which were under Qin Pingyan's name. Most of the old workers of the 2 old shops had left, so she had to hire other workers. She did not dare to choose some slippery people, so she asked the people of her own sword shop to recommend some women and young girls who had a dutiful temperament but were clever with their hands and feet to help with the business. The Sui Sui shop continued to sell all kinds of pastries and food, while the straw head shop continued to sell miscellaneous items, such as literature, games, ancient zither, calligraphy, and paintings. There were all kinds of things. As long as Wan Xiu had nothing to do in the sword shop, she would lie on the counter of a certain shop and be lost in thought. Most of the time, most of the day would pass by like this. In any case, she did not need to attract business and she was not good at bargaining with people. In fact, these 2 shops belonged to Qin Pingyan. The girl in blue wanted to sell a piece of pastry for a sky-high price of a few taels of silver, but in the end she was a simple girl and did not have the nerve to do so. She only hesitated whether or not to help him find a few people who knew how to read people and help the shop make more money. However, she was afraid that he would not like that kind of people when he returned to his hometown. Because he was not that kind of person. Even the girl who did not have such a gluttonous appetite for pastries. So her originally round and smooth chin gradually became a little sharp. Like a small lotus revealing a sharp horn, fresh and moving. Wan Xiu had mentioned several times that if she felt that the small town was boring, she could go to the Hengming peak of the spiritual beauty mountain to take a look. The scenery was not bad. However, the girl did not have the energy to do so and kept dragging her feet, so Wan Xiu gave up. However, the more muddle-headed the girl was, the more focused she was when forging iron and swords. Her spirit was full and her realm was soaring all the way. This made Wan Xiu feel relieved. Since it was a good thing for cultivation, he would not criticize her. Because the grave of Immortal was already covered in lush grass, and even the descendants had white hair. However, the people who were once successful in cultivation were still beautiful women. Wan Xiu was even more upset these 2 days because every time she came to the shop in a daze, someone would come to disturb her. It was a young man with a scarlet flute on his waist. He was wearing brocade clothes and a jade belt and a purple gold crown on his head. He had a very arrogant attitude, but she had forgotten about this person's appearance, or it could be said that she had never seriously looked at him. Because since Wuxia could remember things from a young age, she had seen too many people like this. Because her father was Wuxia, who was not only a great cultivator of the Wind Snow Temple, but also the best swordsmith in the Eastern Vase continent. However, after coming here, Wuxia told her that he had already talked to the Dali imperial court. Within 60 years, Dali could not publicize it to the outside world and use Wuxia's golden name to plot anything. Once Wuxia found out, they could discuss it, but Wuxia could not guarantee the result. After Wuxia fell into Dali's territory in the cave world, the killing not only made the surrounding cultivators feel scared, but in fact even the Dali imperial court and the forces on the mountain farther away had already known the temper of Saint Wuxia. No one was willing to reason with Wuxia with their lives. Those who dared to do so were either killed by Wuxia justifiably in his own territory, or dragged into the territory of the earth and killed openly. There was no need for Wuxia to say it out loud. In fact, the small group of real big shots in Greatly were well aware that this saint who had broken away from Wind Snow Temple and established his own sect, had a real reverse scale, which was his daughter, who was widely acknowledged to be extraordinarily talented. If it were not for Wuxia would never have left the Wind Snow Temple and taken over the Liju cave world from Qi Jingchun. Because at that time, no one would think that guarding this small cave world was a good job. It meant that one's cultivation and realm were suppressed by the way of heaven. It was already the limit to be able to maintain the realm without falling and the body without being damaged. Of course, Qi Jingchun was an exception. It was a big accident. Since Wuxia's lifeline was his daughter, now Dali deliberately helped to keep it a secret and did not dare to mention Wuxia's name easily. Therefore, there was a guy who didn't know the inside story who accidentally wandered into the straw shop in the small town's Riding Dragon Alley. When he saw the ponytailed girl, he was immediately shocked. He thought that she was just a girl in a shop and her status couldn't be that high. With his appearance, speech and background, he could easily capture her and make her fall in love with him at first sight. She would be willing to be a maid who grinds with her bare hands. However, he came here to buy the mountain with his family's mission. Moreover, the small town was now full of hidden talents. Not to mention the high and bad-tempered military saint, Dali's Ministry of Rights and Qintianjian's people were there. It was said that even the county magistrate was Dali's imperial tutor's favorite student. Therefore, this child obeyed his father's advice. When he came to the small town, he had to tuck his tail between his legs. If he really got into trouble, his family would not even collect his corpse. Therefore, he did not dare to run amok like he did in his own territory. Besides, although he was familiar with kidnapping women, it was really boring. This self-proclaimed romantic young master probably would never have guessed that the sluggish girl's surname was actually Wan. Today he crossed the threshold again and pretended to choose his favorite items from the rows of shelves. Then he pretended to bargain with a woman. Finally, he smiled and greeted the girl in green who looked like a little shopkeeper. He gently raised the desk stone in his hand. It was high in his hand, but it looked like a beautiful woman. The price was 30 taels of silver. He asked the girl if it could be cheaper. 30 taels of silver was too expensive. In fact, 30 taels of gold was nothing to him. Wuxia did not raise her head and said indifferently, "No." The man pretended to shrug his shoulders and said that he would buy the stone. Finally, he chose 2 more items and asked the girl, "After buying so many things, should it be cheaper?" Moreover, he was going to stay in the town for a long time, so he would definitely be a regular customer. Therefore, he would often patronize the business. In short, he was long-winded. Wuxia, who was at the counter, was annoyed. She still did not raise her head and said indifferently, "You can buy the things. Just pay according to the price. Don't talk too much." The child laughed instead of being angry. Oh, he could not tell that she was a chaste woman. He was not angry at all. He only felt that his desire to win had been aroused. Originally, the matter of buying the mountain was already set in stone. He just wanted to show his face and make a bet for his wealthy family. Why not find some harmless fun? Therefore, he asked the woman to pack up the 3 items. Before he left, he smiled and said, "Miss, I will come again tomorrow." Wuxia finally raised her head and looked at him for the first time. "Don't come again in the future." The child stared at the girl with interest. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her face. It was definitely not comparable to the common cosmetics at home. Therefore he smiled and said, "Why?" Wan Xiu's face was calm. "This shop is opened by my friend. Therefore I can decide who to welcome in and who not to be an eyesore." The child pointed at his nose and smiled even wider. "I'm an eyesore? Miss, why do you say that?" Wan Xiu leaned on the counter again and waved her hand. "Go away. I don't want to talk to people like you." A tall and muscular man stood outside the shop. His face was full of displeasure and hostility. He coldly looked at the ungrateful girl. The child smiled and waved his hand at the retainer. His eyes indicated that he should not frighten the food on his plate. After paying the bill, he walked to the door and did not forget to turn back and say, "See you tomorrow." Wan Xiu sighed and stood up. She walked around the counter and said to the guy who had just stepped out of the door, "I advise you to listen to others more in the future." The child looked at the girl's stunning and graceful figure and sighed that his luck with women was really good this time. As for what the girl said, he naturally heard it. However, he did not take it to heart and did not take it seriously. The retainer's body suddenly tensed up. His scalp tingled as if there was a blade on his back. Just as he was about to move, he saw the girl in green and his young master rushing to the wall opposite Dragon Riding Alley. He watched as the girl pressed the young master's forehead with one hand. In the end, his entire head and back were completely embedded into the wall. The young master instantly lost consciousness. Blood flowed out of his orifices. A huge spider web appeared on the wall behind him. The girl said to the man who had fainted, "Listen to advice in the future. Do you understand? Or not?" The girl raised her leg high and kicked out fiercely. The already pitiful young master's body caved in together with the wall. It was a tragic sight. The girl retracted her leg and turned to walk to the shop. She said to the tall retainer who did not dare to move at all, "Take him away. Remember to fix the wall." The retainer who was at the fifth realm swallowed his saliva. He did not even dare to say a word. He was only a bodyguard on the surface. The real pillar of support was a consecrator from a foreign family. Now he was no different from many other forces. He went to the mountains and followed the assistant minister of Dali's Ministry of Rights and Qintianjian, Mr. Qing Wu. He was there to connect with the Dali imperial court and also to symbolically check the 2 mountains that he had bought with a large sum of money. It was not that fifth realm martial artists were everywhere and could be bullied by anyone. It was just that the ponytailed girl's actions were too terrifying. One must know that his young master had already entered the 4th level. Although he could not be compared to the real geniuses in the immortal residences, as long as he could enter the 5th level, he would have the qualifications to dominate a region. After all, in Dali, where martial artists were everywhere, chi cultivators were much more popular than martial artists. Therefore, those 2 mountains would be the place where his young master would rise to prominence. The 5th realm martial artist did not bother to introduce himself to frighten the ruthless girl. He hurriedly flew to the wall opposite the alley. After a moment, the red-eyed man suddenly turned around. His face was ashen as he scolded, "Little bitch. Do you know that you have destroyed the foundation of my young master's cultivation?" Wan Xiu had already walked into the shop. Hearing this, she stopped but did not turn around. She only turned her head and said, "I know. I deliberately did not kill him and left him to suffer." The martial artist was almost going crazy. Was this little girl a lunatic whose brain was damaged? The girl smiled, "You scolded me. I won't take it to heart because I will settle the score with your family. According to your routine, you usually beat up the young one and come after the old one. Therefore, you can call for that guy's elders and friends and ask them to come and find trouble with me. Don't worry, I will wait for you here and will not go anywhere. If no one comes to seek revenge or apologize, I will say it in advance. Don't pretend that nothing happened." The girl thought for a moment, "If your ancestor or family can really defeat me, then I will ask for my father. There is no other way. He is my only family." The girl suddenly became inexplicably happy. She smiled so much that she had to purse her lips to prevent herself from looking so happy. Now she seemed to have one more friend who was the owner of this shop. The martial artist was dumbfounded by the girl's treacherous smile. He was sure that she was really crazy. He did not dare to stay too long. The most important thing was to preserve his young master's cultivation. He carried his young master on his back and ran away from the Riding Dragon Alley. After all, he was not stupid to become the personal bodyguard of an important person. After running for some distance, he immediately shouted to a certain place, "My young master is from the Chu family of Feng City. He is your Dali's distinguished guest. My ancestor is the deputy head of the Ringing Bell Mountain." But there was no response. The martial artist's heart instantly turned cold and his whole body became cold. Those Dali spies lurking in the dark chose not to help. This was absolutely illogical and against the rules. The martial artist was grief-stricken. Could it be that his young master had provoked a nail that he could not provoke? But didn't the ancestor clearly say that except for the two saints, the local snakes who had been entrenched in the town for generations did not have much success? How could a girl from a small shop have such amazing strength? In the distance, a young man quietly sat on the wall with one hand holding his cheek. After yawning, he sneered, "Do you really think that I, Dali, am afraid of the Chu family of Feng City?" Finally, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the shop. He could no longer see the figure of the girl behind the counter. He chuckled softly, "She is indeed the most easygoing girl in the Temple of Wind Snow." He quickly put away his smile and continued to monitor the movements around. If there was any movement, he had the power to mobilize all the Dali men of sacrifice nearby to kill. He could do it regardless of the cost and consequences, no matter who the other party was. But at the same time, he also guessed that this storm would not end here. Maybe it would involve His Majesty and of course Saint Wanqing. Because the Chu family of Feng City could make a big deal out of this matter and use public opinion to oppress the Dali imperial court. Dali was now at the height of its power and was not afraid of anything. But it had always attached great importance to the discussion of scholars. The former emperor and the current emperor were both very generous and tolerant of scholars. Several women and girls in the shop were all trembling with fear and did not dare to breathe. Who would have thought that Miss Xiaoxiu, who was usually so good-tempered, would have such a side? She beat someone half to death as soon as she made a move. The girl leaned on the counter and continued to be in a daze. Suddenly, she remembered something and took out a small stone from the drawer of the counter and put it on the table. Then the girl changed her posture and put her cheek on the table. She stretched out her finger and gently touched the stone, watching it roll around. "Miss Xiaoxiu, beautiful and delicious." 95. At the southwest border of Longquan County, the Luapa Mountain stood out like a unique tree. According to the rules, when they approached the boundary of Longquan, they chose to walk on the ground instead of riding the wind or flying swords. After that, they would enter the mountain to explore the Dragon Spine Mountain that produced the Dragon Beheading Platform. That would be the biggest whetstone in the eastern vase continent. Even if it was divided into 3 parts, it would still be the same. For these 4 cultivators who came from the military ancestral court of a continent, walking on the mountains and lakes was not a difficult task. After all, the military cultivators of the Wind Snow Temple had always focused on tempering their body, which was a way to improve their cultivation, not only to cultivate their strength but also to cultivate their mind. When the 4 saw the figure of Master Ruan in the distance, they all quickened their steps and took the initiative to salute this senior. Wan Tong's seniority in the Wind Snow Temple was not too high, but his reputation was very good. After opening the famous long-distance sword furnace, he had made more than 10 swords for his fellow disciples, which made a lot of good karma and incense. But what really made Wan Tong gain the common recognition of the 6 branches of the Wind Snow Temple was a big storm. In the Water Talisman dynasty in the central part of the eastern vase continent, the Damo Villa was the top immortal mansion. There was a talented young ancestor who had just become a land sword immortal and lacked a suitable weapon. When he heard that Wan Tong's sword-making skill had reached the peak, he personally went to the green pool of the Wind Snow Temple and asked Wan Tong for a sword and promised a great benefit. But at that time Wan Tong promised to make a sword for a junior of the Clear Wind Peak, which would take several years. No matter how the arrogant sword immortal persuaded him, Wan Tong only said that he would make a sword for himself and that he could make a sword for Damo Villa for free, but only after the sword was out of the furnace. Because of this, the young sword immortal felt that Wan Tong was deliberately humiliating him and attacked him in anger. At that time Wan Tong was only a cultivator on the 9th floor. He did not bow down to Wan Tong even though he was seriously injured. For this reason Damo Manor had paid an immeasurable price. except for the land sword Immortal who was imprisoned in the Wind Snow Temple for 50 years. In just 6 years, each of the 6 branches of the Wind Snow Temple had sent one person to challenge Damo Manor. As a result, Damo Manor had fallen from the well-deserved number 1 sect of the Water Talisman dynasty to the bottom of the second-rate sect. Wan Ting smiled and cupped his fists to return the greeting. There were no complicated formalities in the Wind Snow Temple. Even if a junior was facing those great ancestors with exceedingly high cultivation, the etiquette was still so simple. Wan Ting told them some things about Dragon Spine Mountain, as well as the general deployment of the Great Li Imperial Court in Longquan County. He then asked casually, "Is Wei Jin, the immortal deity stage, going north with you this time?" A white-robed old man with a sword on his back smiled and said, "The sect has sent a flying sword message along the way. Senior Uncle Wei is indeed heading north this time, but he didn't travel with us. It seems that he heard that he has entered this Black Pearl Grotto heaven as the spokesperson of Taoism. That's why Senior Uncle is willing to join in the fun. If I'm not mistaken, I should have already met he from the south returning sect." Wan Ting asked, "Have any of you seen Wei Jin?" The 4 shook their heads. "We haven't seen his real face." The old man with a sword on his back asked, "Master Wan, did something happen?" Wan Ting smiled and waved his hand. "I'm just curious. If I remember correctly, Wei Jin is only 40 years old, but he has already sat firmly on the 10th floor. The immortal stage really needs someone to stand up and take up the responsibility of great ancestor Lu." The 5 of them walked together on the secluded mountain road. The old man with a sword on his back had the highest seniority and cultivation, while the other 3 should address Wei Jin as Senior Uncle Wei. The old man walked side by side with Master Wan. Among the 6 branches of the Wind Snow Temple, the immortal stage was the weakest. It was almost reduced to a bleak scene of a secular dynasty with only one descendant for several generations. It happened that the immortal stage had made the greatest contribution to the Wind Snow Temple in the past 300 years. Therefore, the green pool where Master Wan used to be and the big trench where the old sword cultivator was were all sincerely kind and expectant of the immortal stage. Even if the 6 mountains of the Wind Snow Temple had disputes, if the strict and orderly immortal stage completely disappeared, no matter which branch of the Wind Snow Temple, it was destined not to be a good thing. After hearing this, the old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Senior Uncle Wei is a genius. He is elusive and has won a great reputation in Jianghu. Maybe the next time we meet he will be the youngest great cultivator to reach the 5th floor in our eastern vase continent." Wan Tong said softly, "A tall tree attracts the wind. The more this is the case, the more we should be careful." The old sword master turned his head and looked at Master Ruan's dignified expression. He suddenly understood and said in a deep voice, "When this matter is over and we return to the Wind Snow Temple, I will advise the sect master to try to call Senior Uncle Wei back to the sect. No matter what, it's better for Senior Uncle Wei to wait until he successfully reaches the 5th floor before he travels in Jianghu." Wan Tong nodded and said, "This is an old man's view. It's reasonable. I believe that Wei Jin has been in Jianghu for many years and has seen the sinister people's hearts. He can understand the sect's painstaking efforts." The old man wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Wan Tong shook his head and said, "In the end, whether Wei Jin is willing to return to the Wind Snow Temple to cultivate or not is his own decision." Wan Tong suddenly looked at the town and cupped his fists, saying, "Something happened to my Xianxia. I have to go and have a look. I can't go with you." The old man with the sword on his back raised his eyebrows and was full of murderous intent. "Master Wan, if it's not convenient for you to do it, just let me know and leave it to me. Who dares to bully our Xianxia? Is he tired of living?" Wan Tong smiled knowingly and said, "It's just a small matter." Wan Tong's figure rose from the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The other 3 people in the Wind Snow Temple were a little surprised. They did not know when the old man doted on Ruan Xiu so much. It should be known that the old man had been traveling with his sword for more than 10 years and had never stayed on the mountain. Naturally, he was not very familiar with the little girl. He was far less familiar with her than the 3 of them. On the other hand, great ancestor Qin of the Dagong Valley indeed had a whole new level of respect for the little girl. The old sword master's face was calm as he walked forward slowly. However, the private words of great ancestor Qin of his lineage kept appearing in his mind. The Wind Snow Temple is too small to accommodate Wan Xiu. At the straw shop, Wan Tong walked into the shop and hesitated for a moment. He did not directly speak to his daughter in the language of the Eastern Bottle Continent. Although the women and girls in the small town had only learned some simple language to communicate with foreigners for the sake of the shop's business, there might be accidents. Wan Tong tapped the counter gently with his finger. The girl looked up blankly and asked doubtfully, "Father, why are you here? Aren't you not going to forge today?" Wan Tong said softly, "Come out and talk." The father and daughter left the shop and walked in the dragon riding alley where there were few people. After Wan Tong appeared, the group of Dali's spies and men of sacrifice quietly retreated. This was a silent tribute to a military saint. Wan Tong nodded his head to himself. He knew that there was a reason why the Li dynasty was able to have its current strength. Wan Xiu was a little annoyed and asked, "Did the Chu family of Feng City complain to you? Let me make it clear in advance. Before I took action, I had warned that person many times." Wan Tong smiled and said, "Even if the Chu family of Feng City had more courage, they would not dare to bother you with this kind of trivial matter. Maybe someone will come to apologize with a big gift soon." Wan Xiu muttered, "That guy is disgusting just looking at him. He is the same as that short winter melon. He is full of karma. The only difference is the thickness. After this kind of person enters the middle fifth floor, I don't know how many people he will harm. If I was not worried about causing trouble for you, I would have killed him at that time to avoid future sins." Wan Tong took a deep breath. Sweat seeped out of his forehead. Fortunately, he had driven his Yin spirit out of his body. His aura had shrouded the entire dragon riding alley. No one could detect the movement here. Otherwise, if Wan Xiu's words fell into the ears of someone with ulterior motives, it would cause endless trouble. There were hundreds of schools of qi cultivators in the world. Among the hundreds of schools of thought, the school of Yin Yang was the best at detecting people's fate and karma. However, these abilities were almost all acquired through cultivation. The supernatural powers were often done with the flow. It was like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was very careful. The school of Buddhism was even more secretive about this and could only avoid it. Only the school of military was the most unscrupulous. They dared to kill anyone and could kill anyone. However, these were just superficial illusions. However, his daughter was different, very different. She could see through people's hearts since she was young. She could see their 7 emotions and 6 desires as well as karma. As her cultivation increased, she could even directly cut off karma. Once she killed someone, the consequences were even more unimaginable. This was not something that could be explained by the natural body of Fire God. Wan Tong only knew that in his daughter's eyes, the color of the world was different from that of others. For this reason, Wan Tong had searched through the collection of classics in the Wind Snow Temple. Only an ancient saying that had been lost for a long time could barely explain the reason. The natural deity came into being. Therefore, Wan Tong had taken the initiative to ask to be banished to Lizhu Cave Heaven. He wanted to win 60 years of time for Wan Xiu before she really grew up. "96. For some reason, the great demons who had already taken human form and stabilized their souls on the surface of the Iron Talisman River retreated in panic. The ringing of the copper bell in Zhu He's hand naturally stopped. However, Zhu He was worried that the great demons who dared to walk in the human world in broad daylight might have used some kind of trick, so he asked Senior Alliance not to rush down south along the river for the time being. He raised the string of copper bells with ancient seal characters high up and repeatedly crossed the river in the downstream direction of the Iron Talisman River. He wandered around in large strides to prevent the demons from hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to harm people. Therefore, after Qin Pingon and the others packed up their luggage, they all stayed where they were and watched Zhu He scurry around like a headless fly. Li Huai was overjoyed, Lin Shui was full of curiosity, and Zhu Lu felt that it was embarrassing. She wanted to drag her father back and stop fooling around like this. After all, she was a thin-skinned girl. Qin Pingon inadvertently noticed that Alliance's expression was calm. He did not tease Zhu He like he did in the past. After seeing Qin Pingon's gaze, Alliance took off his wine gourd and asked with a smile, "You really don't want to drink?" Qin Pingon shook his head. Alliance then turned his head and asked Lin Shui, "Kid, we met a rare demon. Alas, it's not just one or two of them. It's very rare. Do you want to drink some wine to calm your nerves? Lin Shi did not know why, but it was probably the first time in his life that he met a legendary demon. It was an eye-opener. The youth's heart was somewhat moved. For the first time he nodded and said, "Let's try a sip." Alliance glanced at Qin Pingon from the corner of his eyes and finally returned to his usual cynical self. Look at him. He's lucky to have good food. You don't have the life to lie down and enjoy it. Lin Shi took the small silver gourd and raised his head to take a sip. His face instantly flushed red. The pampered youth's skin was originally white, but now his face was even redder. The youth hurriedly covered his mouth with his palm to prevent himself from spitting out the wine. His throat was boiling hot. After the wine entered his stomach, his internal organs felt like they were burning and his entire body was trembling. The youth was in a difficult situation. Seeing Li Huai holding his stomach and laughing, Lin Shi, who had a strong self-esteem, clenched his teeth and was about to take another sip. He did not expect that Alliance had already reached out to take back the small gourd. He gently pressed one hand on the youth's shoulder and said with a smile, "Drinking without being greedy is fun. In the future I'll let you drink a sip every day. I guarantee that from now on, there will be another carefree and worry-free person in this world." Li Huai was a little mischievous. He laughed and exposed Alliance. "If you don't want to let Lin Shi drink more, then just say it." Alliance withdrew his hand from Lin Shi's shoulder and sighed. "How can I not feel distressed? My wine has a great origin and is extremely expensive. The key point is that there is no market for it. Lin Shi has hit the jackpot." Li Huai tentatively asked, "Let me drink a sip." Alliance hurriedly fastened the wine gourd to his waist. "You're too young and your chi palace has not yet formed. You shouldn't drink strong wine. Otherwise it will damage your foundation." Li Huai was stunned. He immediately jumped up and cursed, "Alliance. *CK your mother. During the New Year's Eve dinner 2 years ago, I was able to secretly dip my chopsticks in wine and drink it. That is our town's most powerful wine. Even my father said that my alcohol tolerance is similar to his. Who doesn't know that my father is the fiercest drinker in this town? Besides, since last spring, my father has been throwing me into a barrel of medicinal wine every month. I can drink the wine with my head down. Now you're telling me this?" Alliance exclaimed in surprise. He immediately shot a glance at the aggressive little brat. No wonder he could keep up with the group at such a young age. He didn't even have blisters on the soles of his feet. His body was clearly much stronger than Lin Shi's. It should be due to the medicinal wine tempering his body. For the first time, Alliance carefully sized up Li Huai with great interest. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known. But when he did, he was shocked. Unexpectedly, someone had used an extraordinary martial art to deliberately conceal the child's inner chi. Now that Alliance wanted to see it, naturally there was no such barrier. Thus, in the bamboo hat man's field of vision, a mysterious landscape of mountains and rivers appeared. He removed the skin and flesh and only saw the scene of the acupoints and the flow of chi and blood. He could vaguely see a faint purple gas rising. The mountain range was majestic and firm and the water was turbulent and stable. Finally, in one of the acupoints, hundreds of rivers converged, steaming the Great Lake. It was not to be underestimated. Alliance clicked his tongue in amazement. "I didn't expect that the father-in-law I casually picked up on the side of the road would be so extraordinary. Li Huai, what's your father's name and surname? Maybe my friends here would know." Li Huai suddenly fell silent and walked away alone with a sickly look. He didn't want to talk to Alliance. Lin Shi explained in a low voice, "Li Huai's father is called Li Er. He's a famous drunkard in town. He doesn't do proper work all year round. Back in school, Li Huai was often mocked because of his father. In the beginning, Li Huai also quarreled with people. I think he even fought with them a few times. Later on, he probably felt that his father was really useless. Over time, it didn't matter anymore." Alliance couldn't help but laugh. "Little bastard, you don't know how lucky you are." The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Lin Shi silently noted it down. About an hour later, Zhu He finally returned. He smiled and said, "Within a radius of 10 miles, there are no abnormalities with the copper bell. We can move now." Li Baoping handed over a water bottle and said with a smile, "Uncle Zhu, you've worked hard." Zhu He took the water bottle and casually replied, Miss, this is what I should do. Zhu Lu saw this and her eyes darkened. She turned her head and looked at the waterfall of Tiefu River. She bit her lips and didn't say anything. A young girl's thoughts and feelings were like the mountain wind and mist, unfathomable. Qin Pingon stared unblinkingly at the demon-shaking bell in Zhu He's hand. Apart from Miss Ning's sword that could fly around on its own, the copper bell in Zhu He's hand was the second magic weapon that Qin Pingon had seen up close, so he was particularly focused on it. Zhu He was not a stingy person, so he generously handed the copper bell to the young man and explained, "This is a treasure given to me by the great ancestor before I left." The great ancestor said that among the magic treasures of the immortals, the grade of this item is not high. However, every time a demon in human form approaches, the bell will ring without wind and vibrate with a clear sound, which prevents people from being charmed. It also has the effect of warning and warning. The great ancestor also joked that the sound of the bell has the effect of concentrating and refreshing the mind. If a cultivator is brave enough, he can live next to the demon and use the sound of the bell to cultivate his mind. Of course, the premise is that the neighboring demon has no intention of harming people, and at the same time, it must be able to withstand the constant disturbance of the bell. It is not easy to find a demon with such high cultivation and good temper, so the great ancestor just joked about it. Qin Pingon carefully grabbed the handle of the copper bell. Zhu He led the horse and walked side by side with him. The big one is the bell and the small one is the bell. If it's an immortal artifact, most of it has the effect of warding off evil spirits and protecting the home. Ordinary people like to hang wind chimes under the eaves in their homes. Naturally, it's more for decoration. If it's specially invited from a temple or a Taoist temple, it should be able to block evil spirits and store good fortune with the scriptures of a virtuous person. Zhu He saw the young man gently shaking the copper bell. Zhu He laughed and said, "If there are no demons near, the two bells inside won't be easily shaken, so there won't be any sound. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a great sin to make the owner suspicious all day?" Qin Pingon also figured out the key point. Just as he was about to return the precious demon-shaking bell to Zhu he saw his sleeve being tugged. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had an expectant look on her face. Seeing Zhu He nod with a smile, she handed it over to Li Baoping. She grabbed the copper bell with both hands and turned it over, carefully studying it. From time to time she stretched out her hand and pulled the bell inside with all her might. Qin Pingon was flustered and constantly reminded her to be careful not to break it. Qin Pingon stared at the little girl and asked curiously, "Uncle Zhu, don't those demons on the river harm people? Does our dolly have a lot of such strange existences?" Zhu He was not a person who spoke without thinking. He only chose what he heard from his ancestor and said, "Our eastern vase continent is vast. There are more than a dozen huge dynasties with a population of more than 10 million households. There are also countless famous mountains and rivers. Under all kinds of wonderful circumstances, those demons luckily took human form and set foot on the road of cultivation. It's not common, but it's also not that rare. Our ancestor said that it's different from our small town. In the outside world, as long as the people of the eastern vase continent are not too remote and isolated, they've heard of it. Although not everyone has seen it with their own eyes, they've often heard a lot of unofficial histories and stories of immortals. As a result, many people in the marketplace believe that in the remote ancient temples deep in the mountains, there are often coquettish little fox girls who are poor scholars waiting to enter the capital to take the imperial examination. Or if there are demons that harm people, they only need to write a letter to Mount Longhu and the immortals from the Taoist master's mansion will definitely arrive on clouds and cranes to slay demons for the local people. As a result, wherever there is water in the well, there will definitely be immortals from the Taoist master's mansion everywhere there are demons. In short, we just need to not make a fuss along the way. Of course, we have to be more careful. Our ancestor said that once a demon takes human form and doesn't use some tricks to confuse people's eyes, then it's equivalent to half a cultivator. The Dali Imperial Court is happy to see this. Not only will it not suppress or exclude them, but it will also make an exception and allow them to establish a sect on the territory. They just need to put up a case in the Ministry of Rights. However, due to some established rules, the Dali Imperial Court has yet to absorb demons into their ranks. Instead, it's rumored that there are a lot of demons and cultivators at the border of Dali who have made contributions to the country. Their daily life and customs are no different from humans. Zhu He's words were easy to understand and interesting. Qin Pingan listened with great interest. Li Huai and Lin Shi pricked up their ears and didn't want to miss a single word. Only Alliance, who was walking at the front, wore a bamboo hat and led the donkey. His palm gently patted the hilt of his knife and softly hummed an out-of-tune tune. The girl Zhu Lu, who was walking at the back of the team, was even more absent-minded. It seemed that the further away she was from home, the stronger her homesickness was. 2 hours after the team went south, a middle-aged woman appeared on the stone cliff at the waterfall at the junction of the Dragon Beard Creek and the Tiefu River. She sat on the edge of the cliff. Her black hair was 50 or 60 feet long, extending from her head to her toes and into the creek. The woman lowered her head and stared at the turbulent water under the waterfall of the Tiefu River. Her eyes were hot and full of desire. The woman's face was blurry and constantly changing. It seemed that she hadn't really taken shape and was waiting for some kind of opportunity to appear. The word River Lady and River God differed by a single word. Regardless of status or cultivation, the difference was like heaven and earth. She could only swim up to this point at most. If she went any further, she would cross the boundary. Just like the officials in the mortal world couldn't leave their posts without permission, it was even more so for the gods of mountains and rivers who guarded the feng shui of the kingdom. Otherwise, they would cause floods and all kinds of disasters. Now that she was about to become a god, she certainly wouldn't ask for trouble at this critical juncture. She once secretly followed the creek and went upstream to hide in the mountains. In the end, she was casually glanced at by a Mr. Qing Wu of the Dali Imperial Court who was near the water and watching the waterfall. She only felt her scalp explode. After that, she didn't dare to underestimate the experts outside the town. She followed all the way here not because she harbored evil intentions, but because she was following the orders of the Saint Master Wan. She carefully watched the man in the bamboo hat who she didn't know the depth of his strength to prevent any mistakes. She had been carefully and conscientiously observing these days and nights. She didn't dare to slack off at all. It was the little girl whose bracelet turned into a fire dragon that scared the woman a lot, especially the great immortal old Yang who let her steal the position of River Lady. After he revealed the secret of heaven, she was even more afraid that one day she would become the little girl's opportunity to prove her Taoism. She was scared to the bone. After becoming River Lady, she experienced all kinds of wonderful supernatural powers. For example, she could rejuvenate herself every day. For example, she felt comfortable when she swam in the water. For example, every time it rained, she could see the scenery of the town through the underground water or the rain curtain of the patio. Also, these days of hard work in collecting things at the bottom of the river, she found several good things and put them all in her bag. One of them was a jade ring which she wore on her finger. She took it out and admired it when she had time, just like the woman in the marketplace who wore gold jewelry. She was complacent. The more superior she was to the common people, the more she was afraid of old Yang and the little girl surnamed Ruan in the depths of her bones. Because these two people seemed to be able to destroy everything she had now. She reined in her messy thoughts and looked around. Now that the Pearl Cave was connected to the Great Li dynasty, it was full of spiritual aura and had become a good place for cultivation, just like the 72 blessed lands. As a result, many birds and beasts had started to flock to this place, especially those mountain monsters with spiritual wisdom. They relied on their instincts and hoped to be the first to occupy a place with good feng shui. It was the duty of the mountain god and river god to take care of the feng shui of a place. She had now taken in a few koi fish with dragon whiskers as her followers in the Dragon Whisker Creek. Usually when she went out, many spiritual creatures of the water tribe acted as her retinue and escort, which made her very satisfied. Therefore, even though she couldn't swim into Tiefu River for the time being, she had to guard the waterfall pass and try to collect some money to pass through. Regarding this matter, Old Man Yang nodded in agreement, so she was particularly confident and justified in flaunting her prowess here. However, deep in her heart, the woman who was cautious by nature was still a little uneasy. She was afraid that a sneeze from the river crossing outside could drown her, the little river lady in the Dragon Whisker Creek. Finally they came. The long-haired woman was no longer an old woman when she died. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the 5 thieves on the other side of the Tiefu River. Previously, she hid in the stream at the top of the waterfall and looked into the distance. The 5 people came aggressively and put on airs. Each one was more like a celestial being than the other, which almost made her have the cowardly idea of retreating. However, later on, the 5 guys with different degrees of demon aura were scared out of their wits and ran away. Therefore, no matter why the 5 people retreated, she was no longer afraid. Instead, there was only sarcasm and complacency left in her heart. Now, not only was she working for the Saint Wan Laosher and using water to increase the yin qi for his sword, she was also a character who could survive after being stepped under the foot of Miss Xiuxiu's fire dragon. Was this not something to be proud of? Thinking of this, she was much calmer. She tried her best to make her face calm and pretended to sit on the edge of the big rock cliff, coldly looking at the 5 monsters on the other side of the stream. There was a white-haired old man wearing a straw raincoat, like an old scholar who liked to travel in the mortal world. There was a plump woman in gorgeous clothes with a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. There was a young child holding a purple bamboo cane with deep eyebrows and eyes. There was also a pair of young boys and girls with the strongest demonic aura. They looked timid and hid behind the old man in the straw raincoat, not daring to look at people directly. Demons and ghosts avoided people when they met people and bowed to gods when they met gods. It was said that this was an unwritten rule passed down from the ancient times. But now the immortals, and gods, other than those golden clay statues that were worshipped, were all lifeless. It was hard to see their real bodies. But the children in the streets knew that there were many immortals living on the mountain. However, even if they were not the high and mighty 5 mountain gods in the eyes of the mountain ghosts, unless their cultivation level was much higher than the other parties, even if it was just a small river granny or a small mountain, they were still unapproachable and untouchable officials and nobles that could not be offended. We were wild cultivators in the mountains and forests at the border of Dali. We passed by the treasure land and wanted to pay our respects to you, milord river god. The old man in the straw raincoat bowed respectfully and got up with a solemn face. Since ancient times, the famous mountains have been waiting for saints. We came from a bad background, so of course, we don't dare to call ourselves saints. We only admire them from the bottom of our hearts. Now that the cave is open, we just want to cultivate honestly under the feet of the saints. In the future, when we succeed in the Tao, we will definitely help this world. I hope that you, milord river god, can visit us today. Wild cultivators in the mountains and forests were a common title for these monsters. Generally, they were modest when they met a superior cultivator. The river lady said directly, "Everyone will give the same greeting gift. After you hand it over, if I think it is good, I will personally take you to the mountain in the west of the town." The old man in the straw raincoat was stunned. It seemed that he did not expect the river god to be so straightforward and honest. The toddler with the cane said angrily, "Now she is just a lowly river lady. We have given her a lot of face by calling her river god politely. How dare she ask for a bribe in front of us? Aren't you afraid that the Dali Imperial Court will order her to return to her original form? Can't she be a lonely ghost?" The woman was a master of cursing in the small town's apricot blossom lane. Moreover, the great immortal old Yang had told her some secrets. How could she be afraid of these threats? Instead, she clearly saw the group of people's cowardice. She was more confident. She raised her hand and waved, sneered and said, "Then get out of here quickly. If you dare to come within 1,000 feet of the Dragon Whisker stream, even if you disobeyed the orthodoxy of Dali, we will see who will be in trouble at that time." The toddler was furious. When he was about to refute, the kind-looking old man in the straw raincoat suddenly turned his head and stared at him fiercely. The toddler was suddenly silent. After half an hour, the 5 wild cultivators in the mountains and forests walked along the stream to Longquan County. The woman with half of her body exposed in the Dragon Whisker stream had 5 more things on her body. Among them was the purple bamboo cane that was originally held by the toddler. It was crystal clear and full of anima chi. The woman swimming in the stream was secretly happy. Suddenly she felt inexplicably sad. If her grandson was still living in the apricot blossom lane, she could give him all these good things. However, she did not know when she could see her grandson. Moreover, it was said that on the path of cultivation, one would go astray and die if he was not careful. The lucky ones who really grew up were very rare. Thinking of this, the river lady was a little dispirited. She flashed and dived into the bottom of the stream. She quietly sobbed in the water. "97. There is one more chapter in the evening." The group slowly traveled south along Longshu Creek and Tiefu River. They could travel more than 60 li a day. Li Baoping and Li Huai were both children with extraordinary leg strength. Although Lin Shi had worn out 2 pairs of straw sandals, he was still a child of a rich family. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat in front of the 2 children with the surname Li. He forced himself to endure. In addition, Qin Pingon taught him the traditional method of applying herbal medicine to his feet. In the end, he gritted his teeth and endured it. The group had a white donkey and a horse to help carry the load, so the journey was not too difficult. Qin Pingon admired Li Baoping and the other 2 children from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, the 2 words "study abroad" and the title "scholar" became more and more important in the straw sandal youth's heart. Longquan County was subordinate to Dali's Yongjia County. A long time ago, all the dynasties of the eastern Vase continent issued an edict that if the word "dragon" was in the name of any province or county, it had to be changed and replaced with other words. Longquan County was probably only able to make an exception because of Lizhu Cave. The place where the broken cave had taken root was much further south than its previous position. It was now far from Dali's southern border, Yefu Pass. If the carriages and horses took the official road, it would only take a little more than a month. He should have read a lot of private books in the Li family's Falu Street and knew a lot about the outside world. Qin Pingon would ask He for advice whenever he had nothing to do. On the other hand, He was also happy to ask the youth about the rules and tricks of entering the mountains and going into the water. For some reason, Alliance drank more and talked less. Ever since Lin Shi drank the strong wine from the silver gourd, he became very close to Alliance and often asked him questions. At the same time, he was also showing signs of becoming a little alcoholic. In Li Baoping's small bookcase, there was a colored edition of the county map issued by the Dali Imperial Court. Logically speaking, only the provincial governor's office had the qualifications to keep this secret. According to the map, they would soon climb a mountain range called Chiduan Mountain. The mountain path was more than 300 miles long, passing through Yongjia, Baiyun and the other 4 counties. The group rested for a while at the foot of the mountain. Li Huai looked at the small path that was not as wide as the Dragon Rider Alley and was dumbstruck. After the shock, he turned his head and cursed, "Alliance! Is this the post-house road you mentioned, the Guanma Avenue specially built by the Dali Imperial Court? How can a broken road as thin as chicken intestines be considered an official road?" The post-house road, commonly known as the Guanma Avenue, connected all the counties in the territory of a dynasty. The post-house road was like the meridians of the human body. Once it was blocked, the qi and blood would not be able to flow. If it was a country, it would be a government order that would not work. Sitting on a piece of rotten wood by the roadside, Liang raised his head and drank the wine. He laughed and said, "Post-house routes are also divided into different grades. Yefu Pass on the southern border of the Li dynasty has 3 post-house routes leading to the north. The Chiduan Mountain post-house route is the smallest one, mostly used to transport porcelain, tea leaves and refined salt. In the past it was bustling with people coming and going. Now that Lizhu Cave has fallen to the ground and blocked the original north-south route, this post-house route is temporarily abandoned and has cut off many people's source of income. Many goods have been stagnated at a waterway wharf at the southern foot of the Chiduan mountain range, called Red Candle Town. The brothel boats there are mostly small boats for 2 or 3 people. When night falls, the boats are brightly lit and the girls on the boats are very pretty. They sit at the bow or the stern of the boat, deliberately showing their white thighs to you. You can order a pot of wine and a plate of peanuts at the wine shops on both sides of the river. The maidservant Xu Lu quickly bent down and covered her ears to prevent her ears from being dirted by the lecherous words of this lecher. She said angrily, "We're not spending the night in Red Candle Town." Alliance pointed at Qin Pingon with the wine gourd and said with a smile, "Whether we're spending the night or not, you have to ask him. He's the god of wealth who is in charge of our money bag." Xu Lu's eyes were sharp and murderous, as if she would dare to kill Qin Pingon if he dared to nod his head. Qin Pingon thought for a while and said with a serious face, We definitely have to stay in the town to replenish some necessities. As for whether we're going to spend the night there, it depends on the price of the inns there. We have a lot of people. If the price is not fair, we can only forget about it. Zhu Lu's face was gloomy and aggressive. If it's cheap, we have to stay in that dirty place with fireworks and cosmetics? Qin Pingon. Have you ever thought that my Miss and Lin Shui can be considered half Confucian disciples and students of Cliff Academy? How can we live next to those immoral women? Even if we can't see those disgusting scenes, we'll still hear some unbearable obscenities. Qin Pingon braced himself and replied, "We'll talk about it when we reach the town." Zhu Lu was furious, but He stopped his daughter. "Just follow Pingon's words. Don't jump to conclusions. We'll see when we get there. It's not like we have to spend the night in Red Candle Town." Zhu Lu pointed at Qin Pingon and said angrily, "Fortunately, you're not a scholar. Otherwise, those sage books would be shamed because of you." Qin Pingon had been learning to read from Li Baoping and Zhu He along the way. Looking at the righteous Zhu Lu, the youth suddenly felt defeated. The culprit, Alliance, was rejoicing in his misfortune. Zhu Lu glanced at the jasper hairpin on the youth's head and felt that it was an eyesore. She sneered, "A monkey wearing a hat." Zhu He shouted, "Zhu Lu." Li Baoping and Lin Shui frowned at the same time. Alliance languid drank a mouthful of wine. No matter how good the wine was, it didn't have much taste. But when he thought of the new apricot spring in Red Candle Town, he looked forward to it. He was thinking about how to swindle some money from Qin Pingon to satisfy his craving. Qin Pingon wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he didn't open his mouth and silently led them up the mountain. But before entering the mountain, the straw sandals youth bowed 3 times as usual. This was an old rule passed down by Old Man Yao, but he never explained the reason to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon had always followed this rule all these years. Alliance snorted disdainfully. Even when Qin Pingon didn't want him to sit on a stump, he didn't care. When he was tired, he would sit down just like now. Qin Pingon wasn't the kind of person who liked to impose his preferences on others. After persuading Alliance twice, he didn't try to dissuade him anymore. Moreover, there was nothing wrong along the way, so Qin Pingon didn't say anything. The following section of the mountain was long. Although it was paved with bluestone, it was quite difficult to walk on. It was late spring, but the grass and trees in the mountains didn't have the air of being past their prime. The grass and trees were deep and the flowers and trees were in full bloom. It was as if this year's spring was especially long and didn't want to end. The mountain road curved and spiraled upwards. No matter the size of the group, their legs were all wrapped in cotton cloth to increase the strength of their legs. Each person held a wooden staff. Of course, they also had straw sandals that Qin Pingon had personally made. Even Zhu He and Zhu Lu, who had several pairs of sturdy boots in their luggage, were no exception. At first Zhu Lu refused, thinking that it was too ugly and shabby. Later, when it rained in the mountains, the mountain road was very muddy and they often slipped. Zhu Lu was a martial artist. Although it wasn't to the point where she was surrounded by danger, she still stumbled. In the end, she had no choice but to take the straw sandals from her father and silently put them on. Li Huai was secretly happy when the angry girl stomped him into the mud. A martial artist at the peak of Second Realm intentionally stomped on him. Naturally, the force was heavy and the mud splashed half of Li Huai's body. The child's family was poor and he didn't have many sets of clothes to change into. This immediately hit his sore spot and made him cry. Lin Shui, who was gasping for breath, didn't want to get involved in this mess. He stopped to the side to rest and rolled his eyes. Zhu He was a simple person. Even though he was already a 5th realm martial artist, he still patiently apologized to the child and promised to buy him a new set of clothes once they left the mountains and entered the town. However, the child cared about his own family's poverty and his own pitifulness. When he saw that the servant girl had such a bad temper and had a rich father by her side, the child only felt that salt was being poured on his wound. He cried even more heart-wrenchingly and his feet stomped on the muddy ground. Soon he looked like a little mud monkey. After a while, everyone became irritated. Qin Pingon went up to persuade him, but Li Huai wasn't willing to listen. Qin Pingon was quickly implicated and covered in yellow mud. Fortunately, Qin Pingon hadn't suffered any disasters before, so he wasn't anxious. He just felt a little helpless. Zhu Lu took the opportunity to fan the flames. See, good intentions are not rewarded. Qin Pingon, hurry up and throw away this heartless thing. Li Huai cried even harder. Li Baoping's scolding was also useless. Qin Pingon thought about it and finally asked tentatively, Li Huai, I'll make a small bamboo box for you when we go back. How about it? The child immediately stopped crying and carelessly wiped his tears and snot. He asked seriously, how big? Qin Pingon replied, it can't be too big. You're small so you can't feel heavy when carrying it. If you don't agree, just pretend I didn't say anything. You can continue crying and then we'll continue on our way. It's up to you whether you want to keep up or not. Li Huai grinned and said, it's small but it must be beautiful. At the very least it must be as beautiful as Li Baoping's book box. Zhu Lu clicked her tongue and said, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. At such a young age he already knows how to swindle and swindle. You don't need to look at his parents' conduct to know. What a good family style. Li Huai, who was about to get the bamboo box, winked at Zhu Lu, which almost made her seethe with anger. Qin Pingon turned to Lin Shui and said, I'll make a book box for you too? He smiled and said, anyway, it's just convenient. Lin Shui was about to shake his head and refuse, but after hearing the last sentence he hesitated and nodded. The scene at the top of Qidong Mountain was extremely strange. It was like a huge grain-sunning ground commonly seen in a small town. The ground was flat and placed here as if an immortal had cut off the towering mountain with a sword. The children were overjoyed. Even Zhu He looked at the distant north and felt quite relaxed and happy. He couldn't wait to howl a few times. Qin Pingon was a person who was used to seeing mountains, especially on the last trip into the mountain where he walked step by step. At this moment he looked relatively calm. Tonight they were going to spend the night at the top of the mountain. Zhu He and Zhu Lu began to set up tents. Li Huai and Lin Shui ran to pick up flammable firewood. Qin Pingon and Li Baoping built stoves with stones to cook rice. Now that the rice grains and dried vegetables in the luggage were almost finished, they really needed to find a busy city to resupply. For this reason, Qin Pingon picked the medicinal herbs he saw along the way and put them into the basket on his back. Because he was familiar with the roads and his legs were nimble, even if he had to take a detour to climb cliffs, he could still quickly catch up with the team and not delay the journey. Now that he had saved a small half of the basket of dried rare herbs, he tried to save as little as possible. After finishing the rice with a few plates of pickled vegetables, Alliance began to rebel. Together with Li Huai, they knocked on the white bowl with chopsticks and shouted that they wanted to eat meat. Qin Pingon nodded and said that he would make a few traps tonight and see if he could catch a few mountain-jumping pheasants tomorrow morning. Snakes had their own snake paths and rats had their own rat paths. Qin Pingon was no stranger to this. As long as he observed carefully, he could easily find the paths of some mountain beasts looking for food and drinking water. Moreover, the small traps made of trees and stones were not complicated. Practice makes perfect. At dusk, the sky was filled with rosy clouds. After the young man left the plateau alone to try his luck, it didn't take long for colorful clouds to gather and disperse around the mountain peak. The speed was extremely fast, like a naughty child changing his face. However, no one felt that the mountain wind was swift and fierce. At the same time, the originally dignified and refreshing scenery of the mountains and rivers gave people a gloomy feeling like they were covered in fog. This made Zhu He's heart immediately heavy. He tried not to disturb the three students who were reciting books together, nor did he greet his daughter who was sitting alone on the cliff in a daze. Zhu He thought for a while and went to a place where there was no one. He took out a yellowed ancient book and turned to the middle page of the book, Mountain Opening. His finger stopped near the soil-picking formula, and he carefully read the bright red words that were as small as flies' heads. He turned to the next page and saw two pictures. One was a picture of a small mountain, but at the bottom of the picture were the roots of the mountain coiled up like bamboo shoots. The blank space next to the picture was the annotation Taishan Talisman. Zhu He's expression was dignified. He read intermittently to deepen the impression. Take a piece of soil from the east and south of the mountain. Twisting the word yu is the best, but twisting the word shan is also okay. Funli Jing Shan God Talisman. Step on the word Kuei Gang. With a breath you can borrow a mountain from the mountain god or the earth. Zhu He closed the ancient book and carefully put it back to his chest. He then took out a piece of yellow paper from a pile of yellow talisman in his sleeve and began to follow the book's instructions to grab a handful of soil from the east and south of the stone platform. He twisted out an ancient character U, which meant you. Zhu was about to burn the yellow talisman given by the ancestor of the Li family when he was suddenly shocked. It turned out that Alliance had squatted beside him without him noticing. The latter held a wine pot and said with a smile, "The mountain entering book in your hand is made of ordinary material. The writer's talisman drawing technique is pretty good. However, in the art of talisman, you can't make a single mistake. The material of the paper is as important as the root bone of a person, so it can't bear the weight of the word you. Therefore I advise you to just write the word you, lest you fail to invite the god and annoy the mountain god." After all, it was the first time Zhu came into contact with the legendary spirit of the mountain. He was a little nervous and said softly, "Senior Alliance, is there really a mountain god or a mountain god on this Chiduan mountain? Then why is there such a heavy aura?" Alliance leisurely drank a mouthful of wine and sneered, "Who told you that a mountain god or a mountain god must be a good-natured person?" Zhu's face was full of astonishment. "Otherwise." Alliance chuckled and said, "I just said it casually. God knows if the owner of this place has a good or bad temper when he treats his guests." Zhu suddenly came to his senses and said, "Oh no, Qin Pingon is not alone at the top of the mountain." Alliance nodded. Zhu said anxiously, "Senior Alliance, why don't you go and find Qin Pingon? I'll continue to complete this earth-forming mountain formula. How about it? I, Zhu, am only a 5th-level martial artist. I'm confident that I still have the strength to fight against secular experts. However, I really don't have the confidence to deal with those strange things." Alliance stood up with a smile and swaggered away, leaving behind a sentence lightly, "Then you be careful." "98. Zhu completed the earth into a mountain formula step by step. He twisted out the word you, burned the yellow talisman, stepped on the gang and exhaled. Finally, he put his 2 fingers together and whispered to the talisman on the ground, "By the order of the marquises of the 3 mountains and 9 marquises." Zhu kept his finger pointing to the ground. He looked more and more embarrassed because the word you on the ground didn't move. Zhu's forehead was sweating. Zhu didn't make any mistakes in several key points to ensure the effectiveness of the talisman. For example, when burning the talisman, how much Xianxia should be injected into the yellow talisman from his Qi mansion and so on. According to the explanation recorded in the ancient book, the so-called Earth Talisman in the opening mountain chapter didn't really appear a mountain peak. It was very different from the veritable spitting river crossing talisman in the Walking Water chapter. After the earth into a mountain, the word, you, would become a bridge for the mountain god and the earth to walk out of the cave residence. As long as it wasn't too unreasonable, the gods invited to come out of the mountain would most likely agree to the request of the person who burned the talisman. Because the yellow paper talisman itself was similar to a gift. As long as the gods in charge of the mountains and rivers appeared, it meant that they were willing to open the door to welcome guests. However, Zhu felt that his last-minute god invitation ceremony was most likely to fail. However, when Zhu followed a loud noise and looked at the ridge, the trees collapsed one after another. Obviously, there was a huge monster climbing the mountain quickly. The spearhead was pointing at the people on the stone platform at the top of the mountain. It was rapidly climbing up the mountain with an earth-shattering momentum. The shocking noise that resounded through the mountain made Zhu Lu, Li Baoping and the others quickly move closer to Zhu. Zhu turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Back off. Stand in the middle of the stone platform and don't act rashly. No matter what happens next, don't come near me." The youngest Li Huai's face was pale. He pulled Li Baoping's sleeve and said, "Is it a man-eating monster? Or is it a mountain god?" Previously, Qin Pingon told Alliance not to casually sit on the tree stump. He said that the stump belonged to the mountain god and that he shouldn't sit on it. Li Baoping crossed her arms and said confidently, "Let's not panic. Even if Uncle Zhu can't stop that thing, youngest uncle and Alliance will come to help soon." However, the veins on the back of the red cotton-padded jacket girl's fair hands were bulging. Clearly, she wasn't as calm as she appeared. On the contrary, Lin Shi was the calmest of them all. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhu Lu looked at her father's back. She was actually more worried than Li Huai. Zhu suddenly lowered his head and saw a short old man whose height didn't even reach his waist. He had white hair and a white beard and was holding a green bamboo cane. He was hitting Zhu's calf fiercely like a hooligan venting his anger. When Zhu lowered his head, the old man looked at him for a moment and then resentfully withdrew his hand. He took a few steps back and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you know the language of the Eastern Bottle Continent?" Zhu nodded in a daze. The old man asked again, "Then what about Dali's official language?" Zhu nodded again. He hadn't recovered from the shock. The old man jumped up with his green cane and hit Zhu's shoulder. After landing, Zhu didn't feel anything, but the old man staggered and almost fell. He hurriedly supported his old waist with one hand and cursed in Dali's official language in exasperation. F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. You don't have any ability, but you're the best at hurting people. I've been hiding from those animals for hundreds of years like a mouse. I thought I'd just struggle at death's door like this and finally get this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to turn things around. I was just waiting for the Dali imperial court to wantonly confer titles to the gods of mountains and rivers. Then I'll finally be promoted from a wife to a wife and be promoted from a land god to a mountain god. I won't have to endure this anymore. Even if I still can't beat them, at least I can barely fill my stomach. While cursing, the old man raised his arm to wipe his tears. In grief and indignation, he knocked the ground hard with his bamboo cane. If you're so capable, go fight those bastards yourself. F***ck your 18 generations of ancestors. You used a broken talisman to drag me out. I couldn't hide even if I wanted to. In the end, I had to be buried in the snake's belly with you bastards. Do you want me to die for love? I'm a 16-year-old lady or a middle-aged lady. Could it be that I'm your type? Tell me loudly. F***ck your ancestors. The old man with green bamboo seemed to be choked by someone and couldn't say a word. Zhu turned his head and looked. He was horrified. A pitch-black head as big as a water tank slowly lifted up from the ridge and finally appeared in front of everyone on the stone plateau at the top of the mountain. It had a pair of silver eyes and a scarlet tongue as long as a big piece of wood. It swayed quickly and made sizzling sounds. This shockingly huge black snake slowly moved half of its body onto the stone plateau. There were symmetrical scales on its head and back. Its whole body was as black as ink and glittered under the setting sun. Although it was an animal, its eyes were very similar to a human's. It looked mischievously at the old man in white with messy hair and beard, as if it was saying, "After so many years of catching a mouse, I finally caught you." The old man seemed to have accepted his fate. He sat down on the ground and threw away his bamboo cane. He beat his chest and kicked his legs as he wailed, "What a sin! I'm the lord of the land of a mountain, but in the end, I was bullied to this extent by an animal. How can I live like this?" The black snake slowly straightened its back and raised its head. A pair of small claws appeared on its abdomen. It looked like the 4 claws embroidered on the royal robes of the kings of the secular dynasties, but not the 5 claws embroidered on the imperial robes. But this difference of 1 claw was really negligible to the people on the mountain peak and the short old man who called himself the lord of the land. The old man's eyes suddenly rolled around. He stood up abruptly and raised his head to look at the black snake. He said in surprise, "The skin and flesh of this boorish warrior must be very rough. You've come for the smooth and tender little dolls behind you because each of them is more spiritual than the other, right?" The more the old man spoke, the more excited he became. His saliva splattered everywhere as he laughed heartily. Eat as much as you want. Once you're full, you'll finally be able to achieve the inky flood dragon real body. You won't have to think about my stinky skin anymore. When that time comes, this old man will be my Dali Chiduan mountain god and you'll strive to be your river dragon. Before you walk the river, you'll still be the lord of the mountain, and you can still shit and piss on this old man's head. So it's meaningless for you to eat me now. Although eating me can increase your cultivation base a little, this old man is one of the earth gods after all. It'll also be a big hurdle for you to walk the river and enter the sea to become a dragon in the future. The black snake's big mouth cracked open slightly as if it was sneering. It nodded its head behind the old man. The old man was dumbstruck once again. He sat down on the ground dejectedly. This time there were no tears running down his face. He only howled. A male and a female, both of them want to prove their Tao. You ate those little Confucian dolls that were like miraculous elixirs to lay the foundation for you to walk the river and transform into a dragon. Your wife ate me so that she could smoothly usurp the throne and become the next mountain god. Good plan, good plan. I admit defeat, this old man admits defeat. The old man in rags had a dull look in his eyes as he murmured, "The great Tao is unpredictable. It's nothing more than this." In an extremely long time ago, there were two immortals who had achieved the Tao who rode on the clouds together. They were in the mood to play chess at the peak of the mountain. One of them cut off the top of the mountain with a flick of his sleeve and used his fingers as a sword to draw 19 horizontal lines. The other one pinched the earth spirit as a black chess piece and grabbed the root of the cloud as a white chess piece. The two of them played chess for more than a month. Every time they placed a chess piece, the chess piece would take root and turn into a living creature of the world. The black chess piece was the black snake and the white chess piece was the white python. They occupied the chessboard on the mountain peak and did not move an inch. When the white chess piece was eaten, it would be swallowed by the nearby black snake and vice versa. They were evenly matched in the chess game. The two immortals with great skills did not wait for the outcome to be revealed before they left the mountain. When they left the mountain, there were still more than 100 black snake and white python on the mountain peak. In the long years that followed, the black snake and white python fought and devoured each other crazily. In the end, only a black snake, which had the potential to shed its skin and become a black flood dragon, and a white python, which had the intelligence to grow wings on its waist, survived. For some reason, these two black snakes and white pythons no longer fought each other but became a pair of partners. They were extremely cunning and treacherous. In the beginning, they did not provoke the cultivators who could pose a threat to them easily. They only chose to attack the travelers and merchants who were alone. Moreover, they did not attack frequently. Most of the time they would come out of the cave to kill in the heavy rain and snow. For hundreds of years, they relied on their natural longevity to accumulate physical strength bit by bit, patiently waiting for the opportunity to prove their Tao. Time after time they accurately killed their targets. They also began to deliberately choose those martial arts practitioners and chi cultivators who were in the mainstream to eat. As a result, their strength rose faster and faster, and even a mountain of land became their dream meal. In the early days, the two sides actually lived in harmony. The land could not do anything to them and they could not catch the slippery old man of the land. Li Huai could not help but curse, "How can trash like you deserve to be the god of earth and mountain? The heavens aren't blind." The old man's back was facing the group of children. He used his bamboo cane to hit the stone ground hard. He could not be bothered to lower himself to their level. He only muttered unhappily, "He's probably really blind." Zhu Lu was actually the most annoyed and furious person. However, when she saw the black snake, the young girl could not help but tremble. She, who was at the peak of the second realm, realized that she did not have the courage to confront such a monster. Even if it was just one step, she did not have the courage to take a step forward. After all, He was a martial arts practitioner of the fifth realm. He was full of courage. Moreover, he could not allow himself to retreat even half a step. Behind him was his mistress and his daughter. This man did not dare to turn around without permission. He tried his best to shout and remind her, "Zhu Lu, be careful of the cliff behind you. There's still a beast hiding in the dark." The young girl could only move her lips slightly as if she wanted to tell her father not to worry. However, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. The martial arts practitioner he did not care about this at all. The black snake in front of him, which was leisurely shaking its head, already gave him an almost suffocating sense of deterrence. In the air outside the stone cliff, an ear-piercing buzzing sound rang out. Zhu Lu and Li Baoping turned their heads in shock. A slightly slender snow-white python hovered in the air not far from the cliff. It did not have 4 claws, but a pair of almost transparent wings were flapping rapidly. Its pair of gloomy eyes stared unwaveringly at the young girl Zhu Lu. It flicked its tongue again and thick white snake saliva continuously dripped down. It was practically a glutton drooling over a delicacy. It sized up the delicate and pretty young girl's figure. In the end, its gaze froze on the young girl's face. Being stared at by this beast, Zhu Lu only felt her legs go soft and her entire body lose strength. Although she did not fall, it was difficult for her to breathe. The young girl was well aware that even moving a finger was an extravagant hope, let alone using a punch to repel the enemy. She didn't even know that her usually proud face was already filled with tears. The young girl who had been filled with longing for the Jianghu since the first day she started practicing martial arts was now filled with pain and regret. She should not have died here. How could she have died here? The young girl's tear-filled autumn water eyes were filled with pleading. The white python was completely indifferent to the young girl's pitiful eyes. It only stared at the delicate and pitiful young girl's face, increasingly drooling as if in the next moment this face would become her face. The old man seemed to be dejected and his head drooped, but in fact his eyes never stopped. The corner of his eyes kept glancing at the U character that was twisted from earth, covering the ashes of the yellow talisman. If it was useful he would want to lie on the ground, puff out his cheeks and blow away the ashes from the U character. Unfortunately he knew that this would only be a futile effort. Lin Shi began to feel anxious, looking left and right. On the other hand, Li Huai's mouth twitched. He wanted to cry but did not. He crouched down, leaning his back against the small green bamboo box at Li Baoping's feet. He hugged his knees with both hands, feeling waves of coolness on his back. This child somewhat missed his mother's constant scolding and his father's thunderous snoring every night. Only Li Baoping's gaze became more and more resolute. Although the young girl's forehead was covered in sweat, she still raised her chin high, showing no fear. The black snake suddenly rammed its head towards Zhu He. Zhu He, who had been holding his breath and carefully accumulating strength, took a step back and a step forward. He used a fist to meet the black snake's huge head head-on. Zhu He's fist was ferocious. After one punch it actually caused the head to explode. Under the violent impact, the black snake's head swayed backwards. Its huge upper body also leaned back a little. Zhu He, whose arms were numb, clenched his teeth. His feet, which had sunk half a foot into the ground, quickly pulled themselves out of the ground. Instead of retreating, he charged forward with large strides. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the mountaintop's stone floor. Zhu He didn't think that he didn't have the strength to fight back in that head-on collision just now. The black snake once again rammed its head towards Zhu He. The qi in Zhu He's body circulated like a river bursting through a dam. His blood and qi suddenly became majestic. The muscles on his arms bulged, almost bursting out of his sleeves. He roared angrily and fiercely punched the evil creature's head in the middle. The powerful and heavy blow exploded with the vigorous momentum of an iron hammer striking a giant bell. The water tank-sized snake's head was smashed into the stone floor by the punch, raising a cloud of dust. Zhu He, who had gained the upper hand, was about to follow up with another attack when the old man sighed softly not far behind him. Something swept towards Zhu He's waist. Its speed was far faster than the black snake's previous two head-on collisions. In an instant, it smashed into the side of Zhu He's body. His whole body was swept away dozens of feet. Although he wasn't killed in one blow, Zhu He's flesh was lacerated and his face was covered in blood. It was obvious that his injuries weren't light. He rolled a few times on the ground and barely managed to stop himself from falling back. He took a deep breath and swallowed down the mouthful of blood that had surged up his throat. Ignoring the injury to his lungs, he continued to charge forward and fight the evil creature. It turned out that the black snake had deliberately shown weakness twice in order to pave the way for this lightning-fast tail sweep. Zhu He's eyes widened. His liver and gallbladder were about to burst. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the white python arching its body and suddenly charging towards his daughter, Zhu Lu. Its bloody mouth was a ghastly sight. At this moment, a thin figure ran along the black snake's back and finally stepped on its head. With a leap, the youth pounced towards the white python with a hatchet in his hand. In the nick of time, the youth in straw sandals chopped off the left wing of the white python. However, the youth was also sent flying by the tilted body of the white python. Somewhere on the mountain ridge below the stone floor, the bamboo hat man sat on the branch of an old pine tree that jutted out from the cliff. He was sipping wine with an expressionless face. He adjusted his bamboo hat and chuckled. "99. The white python's body is as slender as a woman's. Its wings are not too big. They are transparent and crystal clear. If you don't look carefully, it is almost impossible to notice them. It is hard to imagine that flapping its wings can make it rise from the stone plateau outside the cliff. It is inevitable that people will speculate whether it has mastered some kind of magic that is similar to the floating magic of chi trainers. However, all of this was meaningless now. After the white python arched its back, it quickly swooped down and opened its bloody mouth in an attempt to swallow the delicate and pretty maidservant Zhu Lu. Unexpectedly, a blade-wielding youth appeared out of nowhere, using the black python's back and head as a ladder and a springboard. He leaped over with a single leap, and the hatchet in his hand just happened to strike the connection between the white python's wings and body. The white python needs the pair of wings to fly and control the direction. After the wings are chopped off, its body continues to move forward by inertia. However, it immediately moves more than 10 feet away. The white python's bloody mouth just brushes past the girl's shoulder, and its whole body falls heavily on the stone plateau. Zhu Lu and the 3 students behind her also escape the disaster. Taking advantage of the time when the white python is dizzy after hitting the ground, Li Baoping quickly carries the book box and yells to run. Lin Shi silently picks up the luggage and follows behind. Li Huai has already been scared out of his wits. After running for some distance, he inadvertently finds that the annoying Zhu Lu is not there. When he turns his head, Li Huai is stunned. The girl is standing there stupidly. Isn't she just waiting to be killed? Li Huai can't help but shout loudly, "Zhu Lu, why are you still not running?" Zhu Lu finally shivers and comes back to her senses. However, she is still a little confused. She turns her head and looks at Li Huai in a daze. She sees the child running and shouting, "Run! Are you waiting to die?" Once Zhu Lu came back to her senses, she immediately displayed the lithe posture of a martial artist at the peak of the second realm. In 4 or 5 steps, she had reached Li Huai's side and retreated with them to an area far away from the white python. As expected, just as Zhu Lu left her original spot, the white python, with blood gushing out from its broken wings, began to struggle violently in pain. Its tail swung wildly, smashing the stone ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. If Zhu Lu had been even a moment later, she might have been smashed into a pile of minced meat by the python's tail, which was as thick as a water bucket. After losing one of its wings, the white python's vitality seemed to have been greatly damaged. It flailed around wildly, splashing up countless sand and stones. It did not calm down for a long time. However, the young man was not much better off. The palm of his left hand, which was holding the hatchet, was split open and covered in blood. Qin Pingon knelt on one knee and raised his arm to wipe away the sweat on his forehead to avoid blurring his vision. Half of the hatchet had already been broken. When the bright blade rebounded, if Qin Pingon had not reacted quickly and turned his head, perhaps half of the hatchet would have pierced his face. At the very least, a large piece of flesh would have been scraped off from his cheek. Qin Pingon's current position formed a triangular formation with the black snake and the white python. The black snake's behavior was strange. After seeing that the white python had been seriously injured, it did not hurriedly abandon Zhu He and run to fight Qin Pingon. Instead, it was more leisurely and calm than before. It leisurely swayed its upper body and maintained a confrontational posture with Zhu He. The black snake's pair of gloomy silver-white eyes occasionally fell on the white python's body. Its gaze was no different from the way the white python looked at the young girl Zhu Lu, as if she was a delicacy on a plate. In the middle of the stone platform, the white-clothed old man held a green bamboo cane and trembled. The half of the hatchet happened to be inserted into the ground not far from his feet. The old man approached on tiptoe, squatted down, and used the pad of his finger to carefully wipe the blade. Instantly, a trace of golden-yellow blood flowed out from his finger. The old man was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. He bent his finger again and gently tapped the blade. His face was full of doubt. He twirled his snow-white beard with 2 fingers and muttered, "Unparalleled sharpness. It deserves the reputation of being unparalleled sharpness. But unexpectedly, it's just an ordinary hatchet. It can't even be called 100 times a warrior's blade. Therefore, the blade is extremely brittle and far from being tough enough. If the blade matched the quality of the blade and it was given to that straightforward man who only knew martial arts as a weapon, he might not necessarily have no chance of winning. But now everything is settled." The old man carefully sized up the bright and beautiful edge of the blade. He sighed with emotion and said, "As for the mystery of this hatchet, it can only be found on that young man's whetstone. But the problem is, how good of a whetstone must be to be able to sharpen a cheap hatchet made of inferior materials into such a sharp edge? The old man's gaze was somewhat greedy and hot. He secretly looked at Zhu Lu and Li Baoping's wicker basket. Unsurprisingly, the whetstone was hidden in it. The old man then sighed heavily. No matter how good the item was, even if he could get it, it seemed that he would not have the life to enjoy it now. The only thing he hated was the fact that the fifth realm martial artist had used the earth turning into mountain incantation at the behest of gods and devils. It was originally a mountain-splitting technique that had been lost for countless years. At that time, the old man had been hiding underground, thinking that it was a joke to look at someone's scribbling. In the end, he had fallen into this big tumble. In fact, this mountain-opening technique of earth turning into mountain formula was not very brilliant. It was just that this kind of technique had been silent for too long. In the years when the old man was the landlord of Chiduan Mountain, he was only invited out of the mountain mansion once by someone with this technique. It was the two immortals who came to the mountaintop to play chess. Of course, those two were true immortals of the land who had great skills. A small fifth realm warrior was not even worthy to carry their shoes. The reason why he was called to the mountaintop back then was that the two true immortals did not want to break some old rules. They did not care about the face of a small landlord of Chiduan Mountain. It was not that Qin Pingon did not want to take the opportunity to get rid of the white python. It was really that his internal organs were in a mess, making him unable to do anything more. After wiping away the sweat, it would soon cover his face again. Qin Pingon simply did not waste any more energy. He just kept adjusting his breathing and tried to calm the chaotic aura in his body. This kind of adjustment was like trying to mend a leaky window on a rainy day. The sound of the drum once again resounded from his chest. The sound gradually grew louder and louder. The sound did not enter his ears. Instead, it was like a mysterious inner voice. It was clearly transmitting the trembling of his body and the wailing of his soul. The teenager's almost instinctive intuition first came from the colic in Mud Bottle Alley when he was young. Later, he experienced it again on the mountain. The reason why he did not roll on the ground this time was that Qin Pingon noticed that the strange aura in his body was like a fire dragon. It began to flow upstream from his abdomen. Wherever it passed, whether it was the Qi Mansion aperture acupoints that he recognized from Song Jisun's wooden puppet or the meridians that connected the critical points of the human body, it reduced the pain to a great extent. It was like a general leading troops to quell a rebellion, or the so-called imperial troops in Song Jisun's novel. The effect was remarkable. Although it could not solve the root cause, it could at least make the rebels avoid the sharp edge. Although Zhu He's injury was not light, his momentum did not decrease. Instead, it increased. His vigorous fighting spirit was high and his two sleeves were fluttering. He had the demeanor of a grandmaster who could not be underestimated. The black snake, whose abdomen was slowly slithering on the edge of the stone platform, narrowed its eyes. Even though Zhu He showed great fighting strength, it was not anxious. It shook its head vigorously from side to side as if it was looking for a loophole. In this way, it gave Zhu He a great opportunity to suppress his injury. Seeing this, the old man hesitated for a moment. He still weakly reminded, "Don't struggle. The reason why this evil creature is not in a hurry to eat you is that it wants you to completely stimulate your qi and blood. It is just waiting for a green fruit to ripen. Don't think that it can't do anything to you. Otherwise, even if it swallows your body, it still can't digest your essence, qi and spirit. You should know that it is the real tonic." The old man sighed and began to tidy up his messy hair and tattered clothes. He said self-deprecatingly, "In any case, this is a piece of land. Before I die, I should at least look like a mountain god." The old man sat on the ground and sneered as he cleaned up. By the way, the evil beast is not only physically strong but also agile in its movements. More than 100 years ago, it swallowed a Taoist Qi cultivator with the cultivation of the middle fifth floor. Now, I reckon that it should have at least cultivated one or two kinds of rudimentary Taoist techniques. Although it's said to be superficial when it's used by this evil beast, I'm afraid that even if you have a physique of the fifth level, you won't be able to withstand it. After all, you guys are unlucky to have a martial artist of the fifth level leading the team into the mountain. If it were the sixth level, although the two evil beasts could still defeat you, they might not be willing to come out of the cave for fear that both sides would suffer. If it were the seventh level, hey, they would have taken the initiative to give way for dozens of miles. The young girl Zhu Lu was horrified. After hearing this, she was completely disheartened. Lin Shui muttered to himself, "Alliance, where is Senior Alliance?" Li Huai suddenly found that Li Baoping was quietly rummaging through the book box. After taking out a small porcelain bottle, she held it tightly in her palm. Following her line of sight, Qin Pingon calmly nodded at them from afar. Li Huai suddenly envied the tacit understanding between Li Baoping and her youngest uncle. According to the book, this was called telepathy. When Zhu He heard the old man divulging the heaven's secret, he didn't show any fear on his face. He twisted his wrist and said with a smile, "Being cowardly, and cowardly means death. Being free and having a good fight also means death. Since I'm going to die anyway, who cares if I become a stepping stone for that evil beast to transform into a dragon?" A 5th-level martial artist already had the qualifications to be praised as a master of the martial Dao. His soul was strong and his spirit was sturdy. He only needed to condense a martial courage. Zhu He was trapped in a situation of certain death and had no intention of retreating. In fact, this was in line with the true meaning of the martial Dao's principle of facing death to build martial courage. It was just that he still needed to continue tempering and polishing. Zhu He's martial aura had already reached its peak. He was ready to go. In an instant, the black snake changed from its previously leisurely and lazy appearance. It was as if it was certain that Zhu He was not holding back. Its soul was already boiling in its qi mansion. As the qi and blood quickly circulated throughout its body, it could finally taste this delicious food. The black snake raised its head and opened its mouth at the same time, gradually revealing 2 terrifying ivory fangs. It was as thick as a young man's arm. Compared to the white python's filthy appearance, the black snake that had the potential to become a divine creature, the inky flood dragon, was much cleaner. The inside of its mouth was snow white and waves of cold air flowed out. The stark contrast between the 2 colors of black and white made this intelligent creature look extremely dignified. Compared to the sloppy old man, it looked more like a genuine god of the earth and mountain. The black snake suddenly launched an attack. This time it didn't try to show weakness by bashing its head against Zhu He's head. In an instant, it opened its mouth as wide as it could. It looked as if it was about to bite down on Zhu He's head, but in reality, it spat out a mouthful of extremely stinky snow-white miasma. The miasma condensed into a solid substance and shot towards the ground like a crossbow arrow. Zhu He was born and raised in a small town and was the son of the Li family. He did not have much actual combat experience. In his martial arts career, he had mostly sparred with the ancestors of his family. This was the first time he had encountered a life-and-death battle. However, after suffering a great loss from the evil beast's diversion tactic, Zhu He knew that the sinister and treacherous black snake was a treacherous person. His figure moved accordingly and he would never again meet force with force. Just as expected, the icy miasma that was as sharp as an arrow missed and shattered the stone ground. Zhu He moved a few steps to the side and immediately felt a strong gust of wind sweeping towards him from the side. It was the same 2 attacks from before. Zhu He had long since anticipated this. He pushed off the ground with the tip of his foot and instead of retreating he charged straight towards the black snake's abdomen. Unexpectedly, the black snake leaned back and spat out mouthfuls of miasma. Its intention wasn't to pierce through Zhu He's body but to stop him from charging forward. At the same time, its tail continued to extend until it formed a large cage around Zhu He, instantly trapping Zhu He and forcing him to fight like a trapped beast. After the black snake's long body had formed 2 full walls, it was still able to raise its tail high like a patrolling soldier, preventing Zhu He from escaping. Zhu He's reaction this time was fast enough. Before the snake could form the second circle, he was about to rise from the ground. However, just as his figure rose into the air, he was violently smashed down by the tail. Zhu He protected his head with his arms and was violently slapped back onto the stone ground. Although his internal organs weren't injured, his qi was boiling, causing his face to flush red. The soul will that circulated throughout his body had good intentions. In order to protect its master from being injured, it had no choice but to leave the established meridians and infiltrate into the flesh and skin outside. The black snake's cold silver eyes revealed a trace of a smug smile. If this martial artist was considered to be a 70% cooked delicacy before, then he was now 90% cooked. Therefore it no longer continued to consume yuan qi. Instead it opened its mouth wide and lowered its head time and time again to pounce on Zhu He. Zhu He's fists were like rainbows, nimbly twisting and turning in the beast fighting arena. His two arms released misty blue gangqi. Every time he punched it could split the air and cause the wind to roar. Although he was at an absolute disadvantage, Zhu He didn't show the slightest sign of weakness. His eyes were shining and his essence, qi and spirit were unprecedentedly abundant. The white-clothed old man's ears perked up and he clicked his tongue in wonder. Although he hadn't seen the battle with his own eyes, he could roughly guess what had happened. He thought to himself, it's a pity that a martial arts grandmaster would die halfway. He suddenly woke up with a start as if his butt was on fire. He picked up the dim green bamboo cane and shouted to the martial artist's companions, "Someone come quickly. Anyone will do. As long as it's a boy or a girl, step on the you character that your elders made with your feet and I'll be able to escape. I won't be bound by this talisman. At that time I'll be able to lend him a hand. I don't dare say that I'll be able to kill this evil creature, but escaping won't be difficult. Hurry up." The old man's anxious gaze wandered around the faces of those people. Lin Shuyi's lips curled into a cold smile. Li Huai was just about to summon up his courage to take a risk, but Li Baoping grabbed his arm. The old man was stunned. He stomped his feet and scolded bitterly, "Idiots who don't know what's good for them. Don't tell me you want to watch your elders exhaust themselves and die in battle. Have you bastards' consciences been eaten by dogs?" Zhu Lu's figure flashed and she madly rushed toward the Chiduan Mountains land. In the distance Qin Pingon suddenly shouted with a stern expression, "Zhu Lu, don't go. If you don't help him he'll have no way out. Maybe he'll have to fight side by side with us. If you help him with his timid nature he'll definitely run away. Besides, we're still not sure whether he's in cahoots with those two bastards. Don't be impulsive. From the beginning to the end he seems to have been helping us, but have you noticed that he hasn't helped Uncle Zhu at all? How could Zhu Lu be willing to listen to Qin Pingon's words?" She just buried her head and rushed forward. The moment Qin Pingon opened his mouth to speak, he had already begun to rush toward the old man. His speed was not inferior to Zhu Lu's in the slightest. If there were no accidents, there was hope that the straw sandals youth would be able to stop Zhu Lu's actions. The old man's face was cloudy and uncertain. He stood in place with his green staff in hand. The white python, which had lost one of its wings, soon lay motionless on the stone platform. It was on the verge of death, as if it could no longer participate in this battle. However, when Qin Pingon rushed toward the old man, his figure appearing a dozen steps away from its head, the white python darted forward without warning, its big mouth viciously biting at the youth. It no longer had the half-dead posture from before. Qin Pingon abruptly stopped in his tracks and retreated backward, avoiding the white python's dangerous attack. He shouted angrily, "Zhu Lu, this evil beast also wants you to destroy Uncle Zhu's you character. That person and these two beasts might have already reached a secret agreement." Qin Pingon's line of sight was blocked by the white python's body, so he couldn't see the white-clothed old man. However, the white python's head first looked in the direction of the young girl, and then slowly turned toward the youth, its eyes full of ridicule. At that moment the youth was filled with resentment and disappointment. Even the fire dragon in his body, when passing through the 3 Chi-Fu acupoints, inexplicably changed from an irresistible momentum to a cautious and humble posture. The youth didn't pay attention to it. Zhu Lu, whose mind was in a mess, ran near the you character. With a face full of tears she stretched out her foot and stomped around. The young girl choked with sobs. "I want to save my father. I want to save him. I know, because he is my father, that's why you don't care about his life or death." The ashes on the you character were trampled into the soil and finally disappeared. The you character was finally blurred under the girl's stomp. The white-clothed old man blankly looked down at the girl's feet, and a burst of suppressed laughter came from the depths of his throat. "Hee hee." Then the old man raised his head and stared at the panic-stricken girl with a playful gaze. The old man casually twisted his wrist, and the green bamboo cane brought out a field of emerald-green fireflies in the air. His aged face was like a withered tree that had come back to life. The old man beamed with joy and nodded. "Hee hee, I understand that you are eager to save your father." The old man's figure began to rapidly grow taller, and his face became younger and younger. His muscles and bones stretched, and a series of ear-piercing sounds like soybeans cracking was heard. The middle-aged man looked up to the sky and laughed as if he was crying and laughing at the same time. He was extremely happy. Ha ha ha. As for these guys, you can do whatever you want with them. Of course, in the future, our relationship can't continue to be the same as it was hundreds of years ago. Don't worry, after I am conferred the title of Mountain God, I will promote you to the land here. As for the matter of your man walking on the river, I will also give him some support. After all, everyone benefits each other and participates in this grand undertaking. After saying these words, the man with the green cane had become a handsome man in his 20s. He looked at the stunned girl with a smile. Your father and I are fated. Originally, when Dali conferred the gods of various mountains and rivers on the territory this time, I took the opportunity to restore the original body of the land. But he was able to call out the name of that Mr., which is really shocking. It is equivalent to helping me restore the original body of the land that was originally taken away by the Immortals. To be honest, if he had written the character you in the opening chapter of The Mountain with Soil, I might have been the orthodox mountain god of Chiduan Mountain without being conferred the title by Dali. The man looked extremely happy. He paced slowly, waved his hand and said with a smile, it's okay, I am very satisfied. Your father is a good person and so are you. You are my benefactors, but it is a pity that I have to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. As a result, I really have no way to repay such a great favor of being conferred the title of Mountain God. The girl's face was pale. Her lips trembled and she repeatedly murmured, you liar, you liar. The handsome man glanced at the white python and said, none of us expected my wings to be cut off. Don't expect me to compensate you for anything. I'm very poor now. The land within a radius of several hundred miles around Chiduan Mountain has long been plundered by you all. It's outrageous that I, a dignified lord of the land, am only left with a layer of land. The white python nodded meekly, revealing a rare trace of flattery. Then it shook its head gently. The man waved the green cane in his hand and said heroically, I don't care about your lousy property. Let all the past conflicts go with the wind. Finally, he looked around and said with a smile, where is the brother you call Alliance? It is fine if he does not worship the mountain god, but he dares to sit on my throne. In the end, he even reduced the character to. The mountain god, who was in high spirits, suddenly looked down with a blank look. His face was full of pain and disbelief. An ordinary bamboo knife had pierced through his heart. The man in the bamboo hat stood side by side with him, but they were facing the opposite direction. The man let go of the hilt and patted the mountain god on the shoulder. He answered with a smile, are you looking for me? 100. When the man in the bamboo hat released the handle of the bamboo knife, he patted his shoulder instead. The handsome man who had just escaped from the gates of hell did not feel relieved. Instead, he became even more fearful. There was no longer a carefree smile on his face. He stood motionless and said in a dry voice, Senior, there was a misunderstanding today. I was rude. In fact, since this man of unknown origin could appear beside him without anyone noticing and easily pierce his heart acupoint with an ordinary bamboo knife, he was sure that he was no match for this man. Perhaps only when he became the god of Chiduan Mountain would he have the confidence to wrestle with him. Then, a thorny problem was placed in front of him. Should he stand straight and take the beating or should he fight bravely? In fact, the moment the man's palm left the handle of the knife, the bamboo knife made of ordinary material had lost its deterrent power. As a god, even if he was just a lowly local lord in the officialdom of a secular dynasty, he was just an official without an official position. However, a god was a god after all. For example, his golden body, which had been nurtured by countless incense, was comparable to the physique of a seventh realm martial artist. Especially since there was no Achilles heel, even if he was stabbed in the back by the bamboo knife, it would not be a big deal. However, the more indifferent the man in the bamboo hat named Alliance was, the more uneasy he felt. He still remembered that when the two real immortals of the land who came to this mountain destroyed his golden body with their supreme supernatural powers. At that time, the two people's aura and appearance were also so understated. It was even far inferior to any of the moves they made in the chess game. After Alliance attacked, he returned to his cynical manner. He took off the small gourd at his waist and shook it gently. The fragrance of the wine spread. Alliance drank a mouthful of strong wine and walked around the young and handsome local lord. He clicked his tongue and said, "You're quite good at acting." Of course, that white python was not bad either. Together with the violent black snake, their cooperation was flawless. However, your true feelings after you thought that you had succeeded were more to my taste. 3 laughs. Very wonderful. I like it. The black snake and white python had long been enlightened and understood human nature. When the man in the bamboo hat greeted the man with a smile, they retreated almost at the same time. The black snake quickly spread out its long body and retreated to the edge of the stone platform on the mountain peak. The white python that had lost a wing twisted and retreated, obediently occupying the edge of the cliff. Their heads were lowered, looking docile and unusually docile. This time they were definitely not pretending. The scales that covered the snake and the python's huge bodies trembled slightly. They did not even dare to look at the man in the bamboo hat. Alliance's bamboo knife. After the young man heard the bamboo hat man's teasing, his face filled with embarrassment. "Senior Liang, you must be joking." Alliance restrained his smile. Joking? The handsome young man seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. He probably thought that the bamboo hat man in front of him had a ruthless character and was about to kill him. In a hurry, he used the supernatural power of a god of mountains and rivers. His body softened and flowed like yellow mud. The mud on the ground where he stood surged. In almost the blink of an eye, the young man disappeared without a trace. The mud-like ground instantly returned to normal. In fact, the Daoist sect and the military school had similar techniques. Without the support of the body, the green bamboo knife fell. Alliance reached out to hold the bamboo knife and found that the red cotton-padded jacket girl and the other 2 were staring at him with their eyes wide open. Alliance quickly raised his head and puffed out his chest. He did not put the bamboo knife back into the scabbard. Instead, he leaned the tip of the knife on the ground and assumed a confident posture of looking up at the sky. The bamboo hat man secretly muttered, praise me as much as you can. The 2 biggest advantages of Alliance are that I like to accept criticism. If you criticize me, I will beat you to death. The second is that I can withstand other people's praise. No matter how ridiculous or mushy it is, I can accept it." Li Huai was the first to speak. The child trotted all the way to Alliance's side and sized him up. He said, "Alliance, you came so late. Did you take a dump? Lazy people really shit a lot. Do you know that if you came a little later, there would be no one to accompany you in the future? Then will you miss me then?" Alliance, who had a hard time pretending to be an expert, suddenly broke down. He said angrily, "I miss your mother and sister, but I don't miss a heartless brat like you." For the first time, Li Huai did not curse back. He lowered his head and his face was a little gloomy. Alliance sighed and touched the child's head. "Aren't you still alive? Why are you frowning?" All right. Li Huai immediately smiled and raised his head. "Alliance, can you teach me peerless martial arts?" Alliance asked with a smile. "Can you bear hardships?" The child shook his head seriously and said, "Of course I can't bear hardships. You didn't teach me to not have to bear hardships and still be able to learn powerful martial arts that are invincible in the world?" Alliance's mouth twitched. "What do you think?" Li Huai curled his lips and glanced at the bamboo hat man. "Alliance, you disappoint me." Li Baoping carried a small suitcase and smiled at Alliance. Then she ran to see Chen Pingon. Lin Shuyi arrived in front of Alliance. He was a little puzzled, but he didn't ask anything. Alliance nodded to the youth, indicating that they should talk in private. Zhu He, who was covered in blood, sat cross-legged. He only looked frightening, but his soul and vitality had not been harmed. The man wiped the blood off his face and smiled. He felt happy, really happy. He had never been so happy in his life. It was as if all the depression in his heart had been swept away because of this great battle. His mind was clear and his muscles and bones were relaxed. Zhulu ran to Zhu He's side and squatted down. Her face was still covered in tears. Zhu He waved his hand and laughed. "Daughter, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. This is a good thing, a very good thing. I feel as if I've grasped an opportunity to break through the realm. Several key aperture acupoints that were originally lifeless have shown signs of budding. Don't underestimate these little signs. For someone like me whose future in martial arts was originally cut off, this is a great blessing." Zhu Lu was skeptical. She said worriedly, Father, don't be in such a hurry to talk. Be careful not to pull on your wounds. Zhu Hi's smile grew wider. He put his hands on his knees and his face glowed. He seemed to be in high spirits. This little injury is nothing. If I endure for another 15 minutes, I might be able to step into the threshold of the sixth realm. Of course, the premise is that I don't die in the mouth of that beast. Zhu Hi looked at the bamboo hat man and gave him a thumbs up. Senior Alliance, when we arrive at Red Candle Town, I'll treat you to my newly brewed apricot spring. With his back to Zhu Hi, Alliance raised his arm, waved his hand and said something that spoiled the mood. Old Zhu, I can't thank you with words. Just remember it in your heart. If you say it out loud, it will seem insincere. Qin Pingon took the small porcelain bottle handed over by Li Baoping. It was the exclusive ancestral secret recipe of the Yang family's shop. Its use was very simple, which was to endure pain. Previously in the small town's Immortal tomb, after the fierce battle with Ma Kuxuan, the youth had used it once. If Alliance had not appeared in time, this small porcelain bottle would have come in handy. Now it was not necessary. Although Qin Pingon was full of pain at the moment, it was not necessary to use it. Old Yang had once said very clearly that every medicine was 30% poisonous. If he could avoid using it, he should not use it. Especially after practicing martial arts, if he abused the so-called elixirs in the long run, he would be digging his own corner. Li Baoping looked at her youngest martial uncle's pale face. The delicate little girl noticed that her youngest martial uncle's left hand, which was holding the hatchet, was trembling uncontrollably. Qin Pingon softly comforted her. Don't worry. It's just that your bones have been beaten back to their original state for the time being. But it's not that there are no benefits. If my feeling is not wrong, there will be more benefits in the future. Li Baoping vigorously nodded, not doubting at all, because her youngest martial uncle had said that he would not lie to her. Alliance looked around, separately looking at the black snake and the white python. After thinking for a moment, he quietly increased the strength of the hatchet, nailing it an inch into the ground in an imperceptible manner. One of them ran back to the cave in the belly of the mountain in a daze. His head felt as if it had been struck by lightning and blood spurted out. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. After taking a few steps away, he raised his head and looked up. There was only a small section of the green hatchet in the air, nothing else. This handsome young man, who had an elegant bearing like that of a noble family, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. The next moment his figure sprung out of the ground from Kaidenshan, shaping like bamboo shoots after the rain. He pressed one hand on his wound and looked at the unfathomable man in the bamboo hat with a long face. He wished that he could kneel down and beg for mercy. He begged bitterly, I beg the great Immortal not to play with me anymore. When the young man returned, the girl Zhu Lu was subconsciously shocked. She did not know why her emotions exploded in an instant. She stood up and shouted at Alliance, kill them. Alliance smiled and turned around. Looking at the girl with a ferocious face, he asked, why do you want to kill them? We have no reason, no enmity, no enmity. The girl's delicate and pretty face became more and more distorted. She stretched out her finger and pointed at the man in the bamboo hat. No reason. Those two beasts wanted to eat us just now. This Chiduan Mountains land is the culprit behind the scenes. Alliance came to a realization. He looked at the young man whose face was full of anxiety, and then looked at the black snake and the white python respectively. You want to eat me? The Chiduan Mountains land and the two snakes that had yet to transform naturally shook their heads desperately. The girl was so angry that her whole body trembled. She cried, my father almost died. We all almost died. Her eyes were hazy with tears as she looked at the strange man in the bamboo hat. You clearly have the ability to get rid of evil for the people. Why don't you do it? Two beasts. One of them used his position for private gain. Instead of protecting travelers, they worked together to harm people. Why can't you, Alliance, kill them? Alliance was silent for a moment. Suddenly he laughed out loud. Ah, you sound like my future wife. No, I actually like girls who are slightly older and have fully developed bodies. At this point, Alliance pulled out the bamboo blade from the ground and put it back into the scabbard. He made a round and plump gesture with his hands and said sneakily, I like this kind of girl. The girl was stunned. She screamed, you're unreasonable. He struggled to get up. He patted his daughter on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, Don't be rude and don't let your emotions affect your decisions. Leave everything to Senior Alliance. Zhu Lu suddenly turned her head and looked into the distance. Her face was full of grievance and resentment. Alliance looked at Qin Pingon. The young man nodded and said, Alliance, you make the decision. Languid Alliance said, all right, then I'll have the final say. As the old saying goes, don't go too far in life so that we can meet again in the future. As people of Jianghu, we have to be more magnanimous. The young man nodded vigorously. The two mountain-like snakes on the stone platform also lowered their heads slightly. Alliance suddenly changed his tone. But it's unreasonable if you don't compensate me for such a big fright. The young man wanted to cry but had no tears. Great deity Alliance, the person who was really scared out of his wits is now standing opposite you. Alliance thought for a moment and put his arm around the shoulders of the Chiduan Mountains land. It was awkward that one of them was not tall while the other was tall and slender. Fortunately, the latter was tactful and quickly bowed his head so that Alliance did not have to tiptoe to put his arm around his shoulder. Alliance pulled him and whispered to him. He kept nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice. He did not dare to say a word. In the end, he seemed to be shocked by Alliance's simple request. At first, the young man was afraid of losing a layer of skin, but now he was pleasantly surprised and suspicious. Alliance waved his hand impatiently. Quickly disappear before I change my mind. After that, the young man communicated with the snakes through an unorthodox technique similar to lip reading. Then he quickly escaped through the ground. The white python swayed cautiously and used its mouth to pick up the broken wing that fell on the stone platform. It tried its best to avoid the crowd and left the top of the mountain with the black snake. Before leaving, it faced the man in the bamboo hat who almost made their snake gallbladder explode in an instant. Its two huge heads slowly fell and finally touched the ground, showing its submission to Alliance. In the twilight, after a sudden thrilling battle, Zhu called Qin Pingon and went to a stream near the stone platform to wash their wounds together. The girl Zhu Lu followed silently. One big and one small squatted by the stream and washed the blood on their faces and clothes. Zhu wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon saw the girl sitting on a stone in the stream far away. The boy said that he would go back first. Zhu nodded and did not ask him to stay. After Qin Pingon left, Zhu stood up and came to sit beside his daughter. He softly said, "Why didn't you say sorry?" The girl took off her boots and socks, revealing her white and tender feet. After hearing her father's slightly reproachful words, the girl suddenly opened her eyes wide and said with grievance, "Father, what do you mean?" Zhu looked into his daughter's eyes. That was a pair of beautiful eyes that greatly resembled her mother's. It caused this upright man to slightly change the harsh words that were at the tip of his tongue. He sighed and said in a gentle tone, "Earlier Qin Pingon stopped you from destroying the character. Afterwards it was proven that he was right." Zhu Lu hugged her knees with both hands and looked at the stream. She huffed coldly and said, "You're not his father." Of course Qin Pingon wouldn't be worried. How could I have cared about these things at the time? What if he was wrong? Could it be that I would have just watched you die there? Zhu didn't say anything. She turned her head, her eyes red. "Father, if I didn't do anything at the time, would I still be your daughter?" Zhu held back some hurtful words, forcefully swallowing each and every word back into his stomach. The man originally wanted to say that as a martial artist at the peak of the second realm, you shouldn't have lost your will to fight so easily in the face of a strong enemy. However, if these words were said by someone who was a martial artist, Zhu could say them. However, he was still her father. Thus, these words could not be said. At the very least, he could not say them now. He could only wait for a suitable opportunity in the future. However, Zhu still felt that something was wrong in the depths of his heart. Yet the man could not pinpoint exactly what it was. The man who had just seen a glimmer of hope on the martial path felt guilty and sad for no reason. He thought to himself that it would be great if her mother was still alive. On the mountain path leading to the stone plateau, the youth walked slowly alone. The setting sun stretched the youth's thin and weak figure very long. At the peak of the mountain, Li Baoping was tidying up her belongings in the small book box. Li Huai joined in the fun and squatted to the side. Out of the blue he said, "Li Baoping, I'll have a small book box soon too, okay?" Li Baoping glared fiercely at him. "If you have it, then you have it. But you can't call my little martial uncle little martial uncle." Li Huai asked, "Why?" Li Baoping raised a fist with a murderous look. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Is that enough?" Li Huai swallowed his saliva and muttered, "Little martial uncle is nothing. I don't care about it. I've dropped a rank for nothing." Li Huai patted his butt and stood up. After walking far away, he turned his head and smiled. "Li Baoping, if in the future you want to call me Chen Pingon brother, what will you do? What should you call me?" Li Baoping chuckled. After standing up, she twisted her wrist. Li Huai panicked. "Li Baoping, can you always reason with your fists? Can't we talk nicely? We are scholars and scholars should." Without waiting for Li Huai to finish, Li Baoping quickly stepped forward and was about to beat Li Huai. Li Huai was quick-witted. He braced himself and didn't step back. He said earnestly, "Li Baoping, aren't you afraid that your little martial uncle will think that you are an unreasonable young lady? When the time comes and he doesn't like you anymore, who will you cry to? Don't blame me for not reminding you. This is called, don't say I didn't warn you." Li Baoping stopped and frowned. Li Huai patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Among the three of us, Chen Pingon likes you the most. As long as you don't become like that Zhu Lu in the future, it'll be fine." Li Baoping smiled and returned to her original position. She squatted down and continued to pack the small suitcase. Li Huai swaggered away, his face full of pride. "The hermit has a brilliant plan to rule the country and bring peace to the world. In the future I won't have to be afraid of Li Baoping." Li Huai was very happy. He couldn't help but want to have fun with his Alliance brothers. He roared, "Alliance? Alliance, come out." The child looked over and saw Alliance and Lin Shi together. Li Huai was about to run over, but he suddenly stopped. That was because the stone plateau cliff was where the white python had appeared. Li Huai was scared. He hesitated for a moment, but still turned around and squatted beside Li Baoping. He then looked for Chen Pingon's figure. Li Huai was in a daze when he thought of that guy's figure that had resolutely pounced on the white python. This mischievous child subconsciously felt that Li Baoping's martial uncle was quite reliable. At least he was much better than that Zhu Lu. On the cliff's edge, Alliance and the young Lin Shi sat and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. Lin Shi raised his head and drank a mouthful of strong wine. He then handed the wine gourd back to Alliance. Lin Shi sat upright. Compared to Alliance's crooked posture, Lin Shi was very different. The youth asked softly, "Alliance, is the wine in this gourd not simple?" Alliance grunted. Lin Shi asked curiously, "How is it not simple?" "I only know that after drinking the wine my body has become much better." Alliance shook the small wine gourd and said, "Just by deliberately shaking it to release a little bit of the wine smell, it was able to scare away those monsters that had taken human form on Iron Talisman River. Don't you think it's amazing? Of course, no matter how good your nose is, you can only smell the wine when you pull out the cork like you normally do." Lin Shi became more and more curious. He asked, "Then why did you let go of the mountain's earth and the two pythons?" Alliance adjusted his bamboo hat and said with a smile, "The mountain's earth has a protective talisman. It's not hard to kill them, but it will be very troublesome afterwards. And right now what I'm most afraid of is trouble. Besides, they have a great enmity with you, but they have no enmity with me, Alliance. Right now you don't have anything missing, and Zhu He has even received great benefits. Why do you still want to kill them?" Alliance paused for a moment. "Some people are missing something, but I don't think they care too much. It can't be helped. This guy's way of calculating gains and losses is different from others." Lin Shi said, "You're talking about Chen Pingon, right? His injuries are clearly more serious than Zhu He's, but he hides it better." Alliance did not comment on this. Lin Shi said to himself that Zhu Lu was impatient to save her father. Of course she wasn't wrong, but her mistake was... Alliance waved his hand, interrupting the youth's conclusion. He said with a smile, "Don't talk about people behind their backs. Justice is in people's hearts." Lin Shi grunted and did not say anything else. A cool breeze brushed past his face. Alliance leisurely drank his wine, slowly saying, "Lin Shi, you're very smart. You're the first smart person to realize that I'm worth befriending. Don't be in such a hurry. I don't mean to belittle you. On the path of cultivation, some people have the root of wisdom like Li Baoping. Some people have the fate of fortune like Li Huai. Some people have the ability to comprehend like you. All of them are good things, Qi Jingquan's insight has always been very good. Otherwise, Lin Shiyi's ears perked up. Aoyance grinned. He knows a friend like me? Lin Shiyi smiled knowingly. This man never gave up on the chance to flatter himself. He had long since gotten used to it. However, this mature youth was becoming more and more certain of one thing. That was Alliance's boasting. It sounded very far-fetched, but that was because, including himself, no one really knew how powerful this guy was. To whine in songs, how long is life? Like morning dew, the passing of days is bitter. Alliance fiercely gulped down a mouthful of wine, raising his head to look at the darkening sky. He softly said, and that indigo color lingering in my heart. How can there be such moving words in this world? Alliance shook his head, dispersing that bit of melancholy. He laughed self-deprecatingly and pointed at the continuous mountain range. In the eyes of some people, the human world is like an upside-down galaxy. Lin Shi asked a very profound question. Alliance, among some people, are you one of them? Alliance shook his head. Not for the time being. I don't like to be that kind of person. Alliance softly exhaled, no longer drinking. He propped up his cheek with one hand and tilted his head to look into the distance. In the past, there was a stubborn old man who had students all over the world. Among his favorite disciples, Qi Jingquan's calligraphy was the best, Cui Dong's chess skills were the best, and there was also one person whose sword skills were the best. Lin Shi held back his laughter and turned to look at the bamboo hat man's profile. The disciple whose sword skills were the best, was he called Alliance? Alliance laughed loudly. Of course that person wasn't me. How could it be me? Lin Shi, who did not get the answer right, was somewhat stunned. He only heard that guy say with a smile, but that person's sword skills were taught by me. Although the youth was shocked to the extreme, he still believed this without a doubt. Alliance turned his head and asked, if I said that Qi Jingquan's calligraphy was also taught by me, would you believe me? The youth, who was sitting upright and still, did not hesitate and said decisively, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Alliance patted the youth's shoulder and said earnestly, Lin Shi, you're really smart. So tomorrow you won't have any wine to drink. The youth, who had always been old-fashioned and indifferent, grinned, but it was still implicit and silent. Alliance said with emotion, Heaven and earth, all things go against the flow. When a scholar speaks, there is knowledge in his words. Lin Shi suddenly asked an inexplicable question. Alliance, did Qin Pingon disappoint you? The bamboo hat man's expression was as usual. Let's wait and see. Late at night, Qin Pingon and Zhu He were in charge of taking turns to keep watch by the bonfire as usual. The youth was weaving straw sandals at the same time. For some reason, Zhu He got up and came to the youth's side. Qin Pingon was a little surprised. Zhu He reached out to warm himself by the fire. The light of the fire shone on the man's rough face. The man turned his head and asked with a smile, You should have found that qi, right? The qi is like a swimming dragon and it keeps sinking and roaming around, right? Qin Pingon nodded and sat up straight. This was what he was most confused about. Zhu He did not hide or keep him in suspense. He slowly explained, This means that you have entered the mud embryo stage. Don't underestimate this first hurdle. Whether you can practice martial arts or not depends on whether you can produce it, find it, and control this qi. As the saying goes, man strives for a breath, Buddha receives a stick of incense. That's pretty much what it means. Your body is still a clay bodhisattva, but as long as you have this qi, you can be considered to have reached a higher level. After that, there is hope. No matter how good the scenery at the peak of martial arts is, without this crucial step, it is all empty talk. Zhu He sized up the youth and praised, Your body has been tempered well. As it should be pretty good. You don't lose to those rich kids who grew up soaking in medicine. I don't know what you have experienced, but I can roughly confirm that you are now in the second stage of martial arts after the mud embryo stage, the wood embryo stage. Although it doesn't make much sense as to why you haven't truly found the Qi-Fu acupuncture point to rest and cultivate, your body and meridians do indeed belong to the second stage. It's just that you are far from the completion of the second stage. Qin Pingon held his breath and concentrated, seriously listening to the martial arts that were hard to buy with money. The man who was praised as a wise teacher by the ancestor of the Li family continued. The wood embryo stage is very interesting. The level of achievement does not depend on talent or bone structure. There is only one word to describe it. Suffering. Previously, Alliance explained the Dolly Post House to you, right? Qin Pingon nodded and asked, does this have anything to do with martial arts? Zhu He added a handful of firewood to the ravine and tried his best to explain the obscure and difficult to practice martial arts in simple terms. He smiled and said, the meridians in our human body are actually like a post office road. If you want carriages and horses to pass through, you can only open the road bit by bit and build a bridge when you meet a river. Some people are lazy and can't bear the hardships, so they cultivate a narrow path and build a single-plank bridge. In fact, they can still walk and continue to walk on the path of martial arts. However, the further they go, the greater the limitations. It's a very simple reason. When experts call for reinforcements, it's like a war between two countries. It depends on whose troops and horses are faster. Even if you have thousands of troops and horses, the road is narrow and difficult to pass through. Qin Pingon was suddenly enlightened. That's the principle. That's why this stage is also called the mountain opening stage. It is a test of one's patience and patience. To practice martial arts, one must put in all their effort and work hard. This is why the arrogant Qi refinement warriors view the work of inferior people. This is because martial artists cannot afford the slightest bit of slacking off at this stage. They are similar to farmers. If they want to harvest, they can only bury their heads in hard work. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I can bear hardships. I'm not that much worse than others. Zhu He was speechless. He thought if you Qin Pingon are not bad, then where am I Zhu He supposed to stand? Zhu He's expression turned solemn. However, you must remember that at this stage being diligent is a good thing, but you can't stay there for too long. Why do Daoists advocate returning to one's natural state? It's because one's innate qi will gradually dissipate as one grows older. Or it will be mixed up by the filthy qi of heaven and earth, evil qi and many other impurities, causing it to become extremely turbid. This is just like how scholars like to drink tea. When they plant tea trees, the most taboo is the growth of impurities. This is the principle. Generally speaking, before the age of 16 or at most before the age of 18, one should attempt to break through to the third stage, the mercury silver stage. This will allow one's qi and blood to become more vigorous and dense like mercury. At the same time, one's body will become lighter, and at the same time one's bones will become tougher. A person's qi and blood is like the soldiers under the command of a general on the battlefield. One needs an army of tigers and wolves and not those grassroots embroidered pillows. Do you understand what I'm saying? The youth wearing straw sandals lowered his head again to look at the straw sandals he was weaving in his hands. He blushed and said, I understand. Zhu He could not help but laugh. He said in a low voice, mastery of the second stage will allow the texture of your skin to be refined, just like the magical treasures of qi cultivators. After they are inscribed with talismans and meridians are developed, the path of martial arts will become wider and wider. As for the peak of the third stage, the mercury silver stage, it is extremely important. You need to pass through a tribulation. The martial arts manuals often call it clay bodhisattva crossing the river. The specific details are extremely mysterious, so I'm not in a position to say too much. Everyone has their own fate. Qin Pingon memorized every single word without missing a single word. Zhu He said in a low voice, the first 3 stages are about refining the body, which is relatively practical. The last 3 stages are more superficial. They are the 3 matters of the soul, spirit and guts, which need to be progressed step by step. After that, Zhu He sank into deep thoughts. He had benefited a lot from today's battle. Zhu He needed to settle down those thoughts that had suddenly appeared. Qin Pingon did not dare to disturb him. He began to digest Zhu He's priceless advice that was easy to understand. Zhu He only regained his senses after a long time. He smiled and said, the 3 stages of qi refinement emphasize on a natural process. As long as you walk to that stage, you will naturally understand. It is very difficult for outsiders to give you pointers. Moreover, the real pointers are never about the principles. Only when you have truly walked to the door by yourself, will the bystanders from afar be able to explain the reason to you. Qi refinement for martial artists and qi cultivators who are proficient in both cultivation and cultivation are almost diametrically opposite. You will understand in the future. In the end, Zhu He said in high spirits, Although there are suspicions of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, I still can't help but want to tell you about the legendary peak scenery of the last 3 stages of martial artists. Otherwise, when you meet chi cultivators in the future, you won't know how to refute them. The 7th stage of spirit refinement, Golden Body, is a true master expert. The outstanding ones in this stage can even cultivate the so-called invincible body of Vajra of Buddhism or the so-called stainless glass of Taoism, the body of a golden immortal. There are even some methods that can allow martial artists to strengthen their own body through 3 methods of ordering, hiring, and praying, making it indestructible. The 8th stage, Ascendant Realm. Martial artists are already able to hover in the air and fly with the wind. Therefore, it is also known as the far travel realm. Far travel realm. Who said that we martial artists are uncouth? I feel that the term far travel is very interesting. The last stage is the 9th stage, Peak Realm. If the 2 of us are at the highest point of this chest-done mountain, we will be at the top of the mountain and look down on the other mountains. Martial artists of this stage are also known as the End Realm Master. It is used to describe the martial path under one's feet. They have already reached the end. At this point, Zhou simply stood up and walked slowly around the bonfire. With an agitated expression, he clenched his fists and said in a clear voice, "Although it is not as exaggerated as moving mountains and overturning seas, it is still able to break city walls with a punch and split a river with a palm. The vigorous aura around one's body is invulnerable to all evils and repels thousands of soldiers. The body is extremely strong and tyrannical, even surpassing the body of a Buddhist arhat. Once a chi refinement warrior is within 100 feet of one's body, unless one has a superior grade protective dharma treasure or better, one will definitely die." Zhu's eyes were burning and filled with passion. He lowered his head and stared at the young man. "Think about it. Once you reach the End Realm, you will be able to see thousands of miles of mountains and rivers under your feet. You will look down on immortals and belittle kings. This is how a real man should be." Qin Pingon was a little embarrassed. For a moment he did not know how to answer. This was because the young man's mind was filled with thoughts of practicing more stake walking and sword cauldron in the future. Perhaps he might be able to reach the 3rd realm in this lifetime. How could he think so far ahead? After all, he already felt that it was very difficult to promise Miss Ning that he would punch 1,000,000 times. When Zhu left, his emotions were still surging. He left behind a young man who continued to weave straw sandals. At dawn, when Alliance woke up with a yawn, he saw the young man standing at the edge of the cliff. He was still doing that boring 6-step stake walking, facing the mountain wind and sweating profusely. A figure rushed past Alliance and stood beside the young man very quickly. She accompanied her little martial uncle and practiced boxing together. Alliance drank a mouthful of wine. After putting away the small gourd, he eagerly ran over to join in the fun. Soon, the little girl's lecturing voice sounded beside him. "Alliance, your posture is wrong. Zai, your arm is crooked this time. Alliance, your steps are a little too big. Take it back. Really, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, look at my little martial uncle. He's so steady. Alliance, if you continue to be so absent-minded, I'm really going to get angry." The man in the bamboo hat finally felt aggrieved. He could not help but complain. "Bao Ping, did you not realize that I'm the real peerless swordsman in that soul-stirring battle yesterday?" The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket nodded seriously as she practiced the 6-step stake walking. "I know, but you're really not that good at boxing. Mr. Chi said that every profession has its own specialization. Alliance, you don't have to feel embarrassed. Take it slow. I promise I won't scold you." Alliance strode away and shouted in a fit of pique, "I'm not practicing anymore. I'm not practicing anymore." Alliance suddenly turned around and saw the little girl's sly and cute gaze. Alliance made a big face at her. The little girl ignored him. The corner of the young man's mouth curled up. Alliance looked at the young man and the little girl practicing boxing from afar. He was a little happy and also smiled. The mountain wind was warm and the sun was rising from the east. "101. When they were about to set off after breakfast, Alliance, who was leading the donkey, suddenly asked everyone to wait for a moment. Then he shouted, "Come out." The young and handsome man of the Chiduan mountain, who was dressed in a fluttering white robe with large sleeves, soon came out of the stone plateau at the top of the mountain. With a long wooden box in his hand, he bent down and said to the man in the bamboo hat with a flattering face, "Great Immortal, I've already prepared a carriage. The remaining 200 miles of mountain road will be as smooth as flat ground." Alliance was like a completely different person from the guy who had defeated the enemy with one strike yesterday. He said amiably, "Thank you for your hard work. Please take the things first. You can pass them to me when we are about to leave the territory of Chiduan Mountain." The young earthling was flattered. "Great Immortal is too polite. I don't deserve it." Alliance took a step forward, patted the shoulder of this god, and handed the white donkey's reins to him. "Then I won't stand on ceremony with you. You can also take the horse to the border." The young 2D said righteously, "It's my duty. It's my honor to serve as the Great Immortal's lackey." Alliance turned to look at Li Huai. When they were eating, this little brat had cried, made a fuss, and threatened to hang himself in order to snatch a piece of spiced beef from him. He had done everything he could, including selling his mother and sister. If Alliance was willing to accept him, this little brat might even sell his father to him. Of course, Alliance was not soft-hearted. In the end, Li Huai was so angry that he wanted to have a duel with Alliance. Until now, the relationship between the two of them was still hostile. Alliance stuck out his thumb and pointed at the flattering young man behind him. His meaning was, "Did you see that, kid? I, Alliance, am very popular in the Jianghu, so show me some respect in the future." Li Huai rolled his eyes, turned his head and spat on the ground. Alliance snapped, "Let's go, let's go." Moments after he finished speaking, 3 tortoises with carapaces as big as a round table climbed to the top of the mountain. Their carapaces were bright red like large balls of flame. When the young local god with the green bamboo stick looked at them, the mountain tortoises shrank their necks at the same time. Everything had its vanquisher. As the nominal king of the Chiduan Mountain, the young local god had been unable to deal with the 2 pythons for hundreds of years due to the constraints of his cultivation. However, the rest of the birds and beasts that had yet to mature were no different from cattle, sheep, chickens, and dogs in the market before him. Each tortoise's carapace could accommodate 3 people. The young local god was very meticulous. He nailed a circle of low railings around the edge of the carapace. The railings were made of sturdy hardwood taken from the ground. They acted as handrails to prevent the distinguished guests from falling from the bumpy ride. Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui climbed up the carapace one after another. Qin Pingon was called by Li Baoping to the tortoise carapace she had chosen. Alliance accompanied Li Huai, Lin Shui, Zhu He, and Zhu Lu. The father and daughter pair had their own quiet place. Li Huai was overjoyed. When the mountain tortoises moved, the child's body only swayed slightly. It was not bumpy at all. It was actually much more comfortable than an ox carriage. Although it looked clumsy, the speed of the mountain tortoises going down the mountain was not slow. Li Huai was overjoyed. He hammered Alliance's knee with all his strength. "My dear mother. It's the first time in my life that I'm sitting on such a big tortoise's back. Alliance, you wicked brat, you finally did a good deed." Alliance looked at Li Huai with a pitiful expression. "For you to be able to grow up to this age, it seems that the customs of this small town are very simple." Li Huai turned his head to look at Lin Shui. "Did Alliance say something bad about me?" Lin Shui was resting with his eyes closed, as if he was silently feeling the gentle mountain breeze of late spring. He turned a deaf ear to Li Huai's question. Li Huai looked at Alliance sneakily, trying to find clues from the bamboo hat man's expression. Alliance said with a straight face, "It's good words." Li Huai glanced at the green scabbard saber on Alliance's leg and then at the small silver calabash at his waist. He asked, "Alliance, can you let me play with your bamboo blade?" Alliance shook his head. "You're not suited to using a saber." Li Huai frowned. "Then what kind of weapon is suitable for me?" Alliance's expression was serious. "You can reason with others. Convince them with reason and virtue." Li Huai sighed and said dejectedly, "I can't." Alliance, who was originally teasing the child, was truly puzzled. "Why?" Li Huai raised his head and looked elsewhere. The lush green trees and the occasional brilliant spring flowers flashed and disappeared. The child said softly, "My voice is too small. My mother said that whoever has the loudest voice in an argument is the one who is right. But at home my father doesn't like to talk. You can't beat him with a stick, and my sister is also coy and soft-tempered. She's very taciturn. So when something happens at home, as long as my mother isn't around, my father and sister can only stare at each other. Can make people anxious. In fact, I don't like to argue with others. But sometimes when I sit on the wall and watch my mother argue with others, I'm afraid that one day my mother will be old and can't argue anymore. What should I do? Our family is poor. We don't even have the money to fix a hole in the house. My father is useless. When my sister grows up, she is destined to marry. When the time comes, if we don't even have someone to argue with, won't our family be bullied to death by outsiders? Lin Shuyi's mind moved slightly. Alliance joked, "Tiski, how old are you? Thinking so far ahead?" The child said helplessly, "There's no other way. My mother always said that I'm the only one in the family with a handle. Mr. Qi taught us that people who don't think far ahead will have immediate worries. So I have to do that for Wei Yu." Alliance smiled and helped to say the two words, "Prepare." Li Huai shook his head. "Lin Shuyi, what did Mr. Qi say a gentleman should do?" Lin Shuyi opened his eyes and said slowly, "Hide weapons in your body and wait for the right time to move." Li Huai pointed at Alliance. "Alliance, you're just fooling around." Lin Shuyi kind of wanted to sit next to Qin Pingon and Li Baoping. At least his ears would be quiet. Aoyang took off his wine gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. He chuckled and said, "As for me, I had an agreement with the Earth Lord of Chiduan Mountain yesterday. When we parted, as compensation, he and those two evil creatures would take out a parting gift. You saw that long wooden box earlier, right? It's called the Heng Bao Gu in the Jianghu. It's similar to 100 treasure rack that was erected, and it's filled with valuable treasures. Originally, I had agreed to give each of you a gift. Of course, you, Li Huai, were no exception." Li Huai was unmoved. He just said methodically, "Alliance, I know you have 100 big boats in your stomach." Aoyang was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Shuyi said casually, "The Prime Minister's stomach is big enough to support a boat." Alliance slapped Li Huai's head and laughed heartily. The mountain tortoises chose secluded mountain paths to traverse through mountains and rivers. They were relaxed and comfortable, making the group leisurely. When they arrived at some beautiful places, Alliance let Qin Pingon rest for a while. During this time, Qin Pingon passed by a small bamboo forest with bamboo poles that were as green as jade. He used the remaining half of his hatchet to chop down 2 bamboos. He divided them into bamboo tubes of different lengths and put them into the basket on his back. Li Huai knew the reason. He was so happy that he jumped around, shouting that he wanted to carry the book box. The 3 mountain tortoises lay in the distance, watching the straw sandals youth chop down the bamboos. Their fist-sized yellow eyes were full of admiration. Alliance drank wine on the side and looked at the busy youth. He said cheerfully, "You have good taste, but unfortunately, you still don't have the luck." Before they set off, the red cotton-padded jacket girl asked Zhu He that she wanted to sit alone with Zhu Lu. Zhu He naturally did not refuse. He only told his daughter to take good care of the young lady. Zhu Lu nodded. Zhu He then went to sit on the same tortoise shell as Qin Pingon. The youth chopped the green bamboo tubes into bamboo slices and strips. Now that they lacked hemp rope, the bamboo box could only be formed after they reached Red Candle Town at the earliest. Zhu He picked up a piece of bamboo and found that it was very light but quite tough. Thinking of the green bamboo stick in the hands of the young local lord of Chiduan Mountain, he suddenly understood that the bamboo forest, which was only 1 or 2 acres in size, was definitely not ordinary bamboo. Perhaps it was one of the spring areas where the spiritual aura of Chiduan Mountain gathered. Zhu He liked his young lady from the bottom of his heart. He could not help but remind her, "These bamboos have a great background. If it was an ordinary hatchet, it would have long been chipped or bent. Therefore, after these 2 book boxes are completed, my young lady may be depressed because in the end, her small bamboo box is the most ordinary." Qin Pingon was stunned. He turned his head to look at the mountain tortoises carrying Alliance and the other 2 people behind him and asked tentatively, "Is that bamboo forest related to the land of Chiduan Mountain?" Alliance nodded and said, "It can be considered his old foundation. After absorbing the spiritual aura of the mountain, it can only produce this kind of green color in 100 years. After another 400 or 500 years, there is hope to condense a little bit of green wood essence. But it's okay. The 2 bamboos you cut are only 200 years old. It's not enough to make that guy bleed. At most he will feel a little pain. It's nothing. Qin Pingon sighed and dispelled the idea of going back to chop down another green bamboo. Alliance asked, "What's wrong? You think 2 are too few? Do you want me to help you pick a few better bamboos?" Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Forget it." Zhu He asked curiously, "It's not troublesome to go back and forth. It's less than an hour." Qin Pingon looked at the basket by his feet. It was packed with bamboo pieces and bamboo strips. There was still quite a lot of space. However, the teenager still shook his head and said, "It's more important to hurry." Zhu He did not take it to heart. He smiled and said, "In the path of martial arts, the emphasis is on the word, sharpening. If you don't spar with others and have no one to feed you, you won't be able to achieve great results. Therefore, when you have time, let's spar. I'll say the ugly words first. Although it's called a spar, other than guaranteeing that I won't hurt you, I won't be careless in my attacks. Therefore, you should be mentally prepared for a bloody nose and a swollen face." Qin Pingon's face was filled with surprise. He grinned and said, "Uncle Zhu, just hit me with all your might." Before noon, the tortoise had already traveled half of the mountain path. Everyone was beside a pool under a waterfall. They had a clear division of labor and were familiar with cooking. Qin Pingon told the little girl about the small bamboo box. After hearing the reason he secretly told her, the little girl smiled from ear to ear. In the end, her face was filled with pride. She patted the small bamboo box that was always by her side and told her martial uncle that the best book box in the world was here. She even gave it a nickname, Green Clothes. After eating, Alliance called Qin Pingon to the dark green pool. The waterfall was not large, so the cold air was not heavy. The two walked side by side. Alliance hesitated for a moment and asked, "According to what you said before, you now have Luopa Mountain, Treasure Book Mountain, Iridescent Clouds Peak, Immortal Grass Mountain, and Jinju Mountain in the West Mountains of Longquan County. There are a total of 5 mountains, big and small?" Qin Pingon nodded doubtfully. He did not hide anything and slowly said, "Luopa Mountain is the most valuable among them. Treasure Book Mountain is also not bad. The other 3 are very ordinary, especially Jinju Mountain. It is just an inconspicuous hill." Alliance patted the hilt of his saber gently. After thinking for a moment, he said, "The real value of these mountains now lies in the accumulation of spiritual energy, which is far better than the outside world. So on our way here, not only are the 5 transformed monsters trying to enter your hometown along the Iron Talisman River, but there are also many mandrill demons who have just been enlightened. They are rushing over there. But in the end, who will be lucky enough to successfully occupy a corner will depend on their own fate and whether they have the chance of great Tao." Alliance drank a mouthful of wine and continued, "Don't think that just because there are demons entering the mountain, there will be thieves at home. Just like this Chestun Mountain, which has an extraordinary momentum, why did the land allow the 2 pythons to grow bit by bit under his nose? The reason is very simple. After he was stripped of his orthodox identity, if the Chestun Mountain wanted to retain its spiritual energy, someone had to stand up and help him guard the mountain, suppress the evil spirits and absorb fate." Qin Pingon asked, "Alliance, do you mean that I should invite the land of the Chestun Mountain or the 2 pythons to my mountain? It's a bit like helping me guard my house?" Alliance squatted down, picked up a stone at random and threw it into the pool. He shook his head with a smile. "You're only half right. Awarding the righteous gods of mountains and rivers is the most important thing of the Dali Imperial Court recently. It involves the fate of the dynasty, so outsiders are not allowed to meddle in it. So, which of the mountains in your hometown can have a mountain god recognized by the Imperial Court? They must be some dead people, or to be precise, heroic spirits appointed by Emperor Dali. If the land of the Chestun Mountain goes to your mountain, it will not be legitimate. What is going on? Besides, even if your Luopa Mountain or Baolu Mountain is lucky enough to have a mountain god conferred by the Imperial Court settle down, build a mountain god temple, erect a clay statue and be qualified to enjoy the incense. However, the land here has not been strictly examined by Qintianjian, so it is impossible for him to be the mountain god of Luopa Mountain. Only if he stays in the Chestun Mountain, there may be some hope. After all, in the past few hundred years, even if he has not made any contributions, he has worked hard and did not cause any trouble. Maybe Emperor Dali will give him a way out and promote him to a mountain god while upgrading the Chestun mountain. So, even if you ask him to go, he will not agree. The matter of the incense god position to these gods of mountains and rivers is a matter of life and death to the mortals. It is even more important because once you take this step there is no turning back. Qin Pingon squatted beside Alliance and asked tentatively, "Do you want me to rope in those two pythons?" Alliance threw a stone and said with a smile, "It is a little difficult to choose. Although those two beasts are not of bad origin, they have done a lot of evil over the years. If word gets out, their reputation will be bad." Qin Pingon asked, "If I allow them to go to Luapa Mountain or Baolu Mountain, can they guarantee that they will not eat people?" Alliance was stunned. He rubbed his chin and said, "Eat people? Under normal circumstances with such abundant spiritual energy, it is too late to cultivate. However, pythons belong to the flood dragon family after all. They are cold-blooded by nature. Occasionally when they are full they will eat people to try something new. For example, if you are unlucky, it is hard to say if you encounter them coming out of the cave to look for food." Qin Pingon asked again, "Then can you tell them from the beginning that they can cultivate on my mountain, but they are not allowed to eat people? Alliance, is this okay?" The man in the bamboo hat asked back, "Aren't you afraid that they will agree verbally, but when they go back to the mountain and see someone they will bite that person's life? Anyway, you will not be on the mountain recently." Qin Pingon was in high spirits. He said slowly, "Alliance, didn't you say that there is a courier station in Red Candle Town? The courier station can send letters. I can write a letter to Master Wan and rent the 3 mountains including Baolu Mountain to him for 50 years. If Master Wan thinks it is too little, I can add another 50 years. Then I will ask Master Wan to help me keep an eye on those 2 beasts. If they dare to hurt people, I will kill them with 1 punch so that they will not stay on Chestun Mountain to harm people. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario. When the time comes, I will ask the Black Snake, who has the potential to become an inky flood dragon, to stay on Luapa Mountain and help me accumulate wealth year after year." Alliance, you said that if a snake or python successfully transforms into a dragon by walking on the river, then the place where it first originated from will also receive great fortune, right? I can even be thick-skinned and beg Master Wan to agree to let it stay on Baolu Mountain. Think about it, if even the white python can walk on the river, then I will make a lot of money. It just so happens that after I bought the mountain I have been worried about it. If the black snake and the white python stay on the mountain, I will feel that these mountains are not bought in vain. Every day I will feel like there are a lot of copper coins falling into my pocket. Walala. Alliance looked at the teenager who was talking non-stop with a dull face. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. With complicated feelings he asked, "Qin Pingon, do you like to make money so much?" Qin Pingon's face was full of shock. He asked back, "Is there anyone in the world who doesn't like to make money?" Alliance adjusted his bamboo hat. He did not want to speak so as to avoid playing the lute to a cow. The man sighed and said with a smile, "I originally thought that you would righteously refuse." Qin Pingon was confused. "Why do you think so?" Alliance washed his face with water. He turned his head and said with a smile, "For example, I will say that it is too late to kill those 2 evil beasts. Although I, Qin Pingon, am poor, my old Qin family's values are very upright. How could I be willing to let them into my house? I was already prepared to be scolded." Qin Pingon's expression calmed down. He picked up a stone and gently threw it into the pool. After a moment of silence he suddenly turned his head and patted Alliance's shoulder. "Alliance, you are still too young." The man in the bamboo hat raised his eyebrows. "Oh, it seems that you are in a good mood. You even know how to joke." Qin Pingon also imitated the man and raised his eyebrows. He actually gave people the feeling that he was quite cheap. Alliance laughed and stood up. Qin Pingon also stood up. He suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, "Alliance, the key is, are those 2 snakes really willing to move their nest?" Alliance laughed but did not speak. Qin Pingon looked at the man in the bamboo hat and put his palm on the hilt of his saber. Alliance patted the hilt of his saber and said jokingly, "So you should also hurry up and practice martial arts. You can learn swordsmanship in the future because you are willing to be reasonable. When others are not, you will need to use this." Qin Pingon did not comment. The 2 walked back to their original place. Alliance asked curiously, "Why didn't you chop a few more bamboos before? This is such a good thing." If you miss this village, you won't be able to buy it in the future even if you have the money. Qin Pingon casually replied, someone once said that people should be content with what they have and stop when they are ahead. Alliance did not know whether to laugh or cry. You really listened to that nonsense? Qin Pingon held the back of his head with both hands. It was rare for him to be so lazy and relaxed. His head shook like the bamboo in the forest swaying in the breeze. The youth said softly, because I have never heard any great principles since I was young. So when I heard one or two sentences, it was difficult to forget. Zhu, he suddenly shouted from afar. Qin Pingon, let's find an open space to spar? The youth took to his heels and ran away. All right. (102) Once the bamboos gathered together, as long as they did not suffer too many natural and man-made disasters, they could easily become a sea of bamboos. However, this unknown small bamboo forest on the Chiduan mountain had been growing slowly for thousands of years. Even though generations of mountain lords and the land had carefully taken care of it, it still could not usher in a bumper harvest. At this time, the young and beautiful lord of the land of the Chiduan mountain inserted the green bamboo stick into the ground beside his feet and squatted beside the two chopped green bamboos. He wanted to cry but had no tears. In a sad and trembling voice he said, "You can't bully people like this. No matter how big a guest is, he is still a guest. How can you bully the host like this? You broke the formation with a knife and revealed this treasured land. What's the difference between this and you coming to the host's house as a guest and stripping off the clothes of the host's daughter when you see her slender and beautiful appearance? What's the difference?" The black snake and the white python, born from the earth spirit and the cloud root of the Chiduan mountain, were entrenched in the periphery of the bamboo forest. In their gloomy eyes, there was some human-like gloating. A voice sounded not far away and teased, "Then your family has too many daughters. In the future your dowry will be a huge loss." The young man stood up abruptly and bowed. The young man stood up in horror without the slightest bit of grief, bitterness and resentment on his face. He bowed and apologized to the man wearing the bamboo hat. "Great Immortal, I've made a fool of myself. This humble one is used to living a poor life in this small piece of land, so my eyesight is shallow. I can't compare with the great Immortal who has traveled the world and seen the mountains and rivers. With the great Immortal's eyesight, you must be able to see that this bamboo forest is really a pitiful family property for this humble one. Therefore, even if it's only 2 bamboos missing, it's still difficult for me to restrain my emotions." Alliance, who had left and returned, leaned against a green bamboo and looked up at the lush bamboo leaves. He withdrew his gaze and asked, "Was the earliest ancestor of this bamboo forest transplanted from the bamboo sea cave? And then you made it into this green bamboo stick? Because of this, you angered a certain immortal. In a fit of anger, he removed your golden body deity position that was originally the land of the Chestun mountain?" This time the young landowner was really shocked. The flattery and fawning expression on his face was not strong but rather weak. He quietly straightened his back, bowed in a dignified manner and said, "Wei Pai, the landowner of Chiduan Mountain, was conferred the title of mountain deity by the last emperor of Holy Water Country of the previous dynasty. I was in charge of the territory of thousands of miles around Chiduan Mountain. Later, when the dynasty changed, the Song clan rose up and annexed Holy Water Country. Because of something that angered the founding emperor of the Song clan, I was demoted from the position of mountain deity to the position of mountain deity." He raised the green bamboo stick that was full of spiritual aura in his hand and said with a wry smile, "Blessings do not come in pairs and misfortunes do not come alone. In that storm I was forced to cut down the green bamboo from the bamboo sea cave to make this mountain stick. Unexpectedly, not long after, I angered the immortal friend of the person who planted the bamboo. As they chatted and laughed, I, a small landowner from the soil, was beaten back into the soil again." Alliance leaned against the green bamboo and changed into a posture that he thought was more elegant. He clicked his tongue and said, "It sounds a little tragic." The young landowner was resentful. Ignoring the lord of the land who had a tragic life, Alliance turned his head to look outside the bamboo forest. In his field of vision, Qin Pingon, who had returned with him, was standing on the hillside. The snakes and pythons sensibly stayed away from him, especially the white python that still had lingering fears. Alliance said with a smile, "My friend wants to discuss a business with you. You can discuss the price yourselves. If you agree, you will be friends. If you don't agree, it doesn't matter. If the business fails, we will still be friends." At this point, Alliance smiled and held the bamboo blade at his waist. Alliance withdrew his gaze from the bodies of the two behemoths and asked curiously, "Those two beasts are not real flood dragons after all, especially the black snake. How did it become the prototype of the inky flood dragon and grow four-toed dragon claws? Did they have a fortuitous encounter?" The young landowner who called himself Wei Pai carefully replied, "They did have a fortuitous encounter, but I don't know the specific reason. I only guess that it has something to do with the Liju cave. They must have accidentally swallowed something strange, and this thing must be of great benefit to snakes, pythons, and carps." The Red Candle Town near the border of the Chiduan Mountain is a place where the waterways connect to the confluence of three rivers. One of them is called the Chongdan River. Now there is a carp that has grown 2 strands of genuine golden dragon whiskers, which makes people envious. 100 years ago, this carp once went against the flow of rivers, streams, and mountain springs all the way to the Chiduan Mountain. I have seen it with my own eyes. Logically speaking, even if it is given another 400 or 500 years, it will never be able to grow such amazing dragon whiskers. Alliance nodded and suddenly said, "If that's the case, then I have a little idea." The young landowner glanced at the waist knife of the man in the bamboo hat and asked tentatively, "How did the great Immortal know the origin of this green bamboo stick?" Alliance's expression was strange. He laughed and said evasively, "When I was young, I visited the bamboo sea cave once and had a little friendship with Madame Zhou. Our friendship was not deep, very ordinary." Hearing the name Madame Zhou, Wei Pai showed a fascinated look. It should be known that Madame Zhou was the only mountain god in the bamboo sea cave and rarely showed up. It was rumored that she was slender and taller than men. She was the founder of the school of novels of the 100 Schools of Thought. She had once aspired to travel all over the world and record the local conditions and customs of the whole world. In one of her records, she had specially named Madame Zhou. Beautiful appearance, likes to go barefoot, and has green hair. Although they were both gods of the mountain god and the land god, compared to Wei Pai, whether it was status or cultivation, they were too far apart. Wei Pai could not even feel ashamed of his inferiority. Deep in his heart there was only admiration. Madame Zhou's many deeds were quite popular, so much so that even the Eastern Treasured Vase continent was not unfamiliar with her. Under the 10 great grotto heavens, there were 36 small grotto heavens. The Pearl Grotto heaven that floated above the Great Li dynasty was one of them. The vast territory of 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers was only the smallest of all the small grotto heavens. The small caves were often called secret realms by Qi cultivators to distinguish the big caves. The secret realms were usually full of aura. However, compared to the 10 big caves, the small caves were incomplete. Its predecessor could be the ruins of old sites or the ancient battlefield of the Dragon Palace. Its origins were mixed. There were even secret realms called island caves. There were many ancient celestial islands that had mysteriously disappeared in history. It was actually in the stomach of an ancient giant beast, the island whale. Among the 36 small caves, the bamboo sea cave was one of the best. It was rich in all kinds of wonderful bamboos. It was valued by the celestial cultivators of the past dynasties. All kinds of celestial weapons made from these bamboos were popular in the world. Within the cave, there was only one celestial power with a high status. It was the Green Immortal Mountain with a long history. It was said that the founder of the Green Immortal Mountain once asked for advice from the sage of the Confucian school. He brought a young virtuous bamboo as a gift. After that, it thrived in the sacred place of the Confucian school, Virtuous Forest. On the contrary, the bamboo sea cave gradually declined. It was said that this bamboo could record the merits and faults of a gentleman. It was one of the origins of the Book of Merits. When Alliance was chatting with the young landowner, Qin Pingon was sitting on a mountain rock, holding the half of the hatchet in his hand. Not far away there were 2 terrifying giant heads. After looking at the young man's head, the bodies of the serpents spread out like 2 winding mountain roads, and finally disappeared in the mountain forest. From time to time, there were sounds of trees being swept by their tails. Along the way, Qin Pingon, in addition to learning how to read from Li Baoping, he also learned the official language of Dali from her. He made good progress. Of course, his pronunciation still had a strong accent of the small town. However, in ordinary communication he could roughly understand the general meaning. Qin Pingon told the serpents that he owned 5 mountains in Longquan County of Dali, hoping that they could move to Luopa Mountain. Of course, he did not forget to tell them clearly that the sage Master Wan wanted to borrow 3 mountains from him. Obviously, the serpents had a much better idea of the importance of the identity of the sage in Lizhu Cave than Qin Pingon. Even the indifferent black snake's eyes changed at that moment. At first, the white serpents were slightly moved when they heard the name of Longquan County of Dali. Later, they heard that the Dali Imperial Court had sent Mr. Qintianjian Qinggu and the officials of the Ministry of Rites to jointly survey more than 60 mountains. Emperor Dali was ready to confer more than one orthodox mountain god. The white serpent's eyes showed unconcealable excitement. They couldn't help but spit out their forked tongues and hissed. As a result, the black snake hit them hard with its head before it quieted down. Seeing that the serpents did not refuse the proposal on the spot, Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Although I don't know much about cultivation, I'm very sure that the spiritual qi of Chiduan Mountain is far inferior to that of the mountains in my home. You can cultivate for 100 years in my home territory, which may be comparable to hundreds of years here. Moreover, on the way here, Alliance told me some inside stories about how flood dragons and serpents turn into dragons. This waterway will be very difficult and dangerous. Many mountain gods and river gods will deliberately make things difficult for you and stop you. Therefore, I believe that if you can build a good relationship with Master Wan and the officials of Dali early on, the road may be much smoother in the future. The first half of these words was figured out by Qin Pingon himself, and the second half was Alliance's brilliant plan to reveal the secrets of heaven. Qin Pingon said in a low voice, "An old man who taught me how to burn porcelain once said that the spirits of mountains and rivers may not be worse than humans. After I saw you, I felt that this sentence did not seem to make sense. However, you were subdued by Alliance and have little to do with me. Since Alliance is willing to let you go, I can't say anything. If I had the ability of Alliance, you would dare to provoke me and eat people in front of me." Qin Pingon lifted the half of the hatchet in his hand and stared at the white python. "Then you're not only missing half of your wings. Our supper last night was a big jar of snake stew." The white python had lost its wings and its cultivation was severely damaged. It was already extremely distressed. At this time, the teenager was rubbing salt on its wound. The cold-blooded beast was furious as if its scar was being exposed in front of its face. It raised its head high and its body suddenly tensed up. It was about to pounce forward to kill this annoying and hateful teenager. Qin Pingon was indifferent. The black snake moved as well. It did not help the white snake deal with the straw-sandaled youth. Instead, it opened its mouth and bit the white snake's neck. Then it flung the slender white snake, which only had half of its body, to the ground and threw it to the ground. The young man was shocked. He was about to make a move to calm down the white python and the black python, so that the young man wouldn't be accidentally hurt and he wouldn't be affected by the two animals. However, he heard the bamboo hat man shake his head and whisper, "Don't interfere." The young man was somewhat puzzled. He could not help but look at the man. He saw that the man was still leaning against the green bamboo with one foot on the ground. He stood in a lazy posture with his hands crossed in front of his chest. The snakes and pythons of the same species confronted each other fiercely. Qin Pingon stood up, but he did not leave the stone. He held the hatchet tightly. It was unknown what the two of them communicated, but the white python finally gradually calmed down. However, it still looked at the teenager with a fierce gaze. Qin Pingon looked straight at the white python. "Now, there are thousands of people building roads in the mountains. After you enter the mountains to cultivate, you can't kill people just to fill your stomachs. Of course, if it's for self-protection, such as when cultivators enter the mountains to kill you, it's a different story. If you break the rules after getting benefits, then Master Wan will take action. What you did before has nothing to do with me. However, if you agree to enter the mountains, then what you do after that will be related to me." Qin Pingon said seriously, "So I'll say the ugly words first." The black snake remained in its original position, silent and motionless. The white python seemed to be angry. Although it gave up the impulse to shed all pretense of cordiality, even if the temptation of the great path was right in front of it, The white python still slowly rubbed its abdomen against the ground, emitting an irritable and violent aura. In the bamboo forest in the distance, Alliance sat on a bamboo without anyone noticing. The green bamboo, which was extremely resilient, was crushed into an arch bridge by him. The young landowner, who wished he could hold up the green bamboo with both hands, glanced at the confrontation between the teenager and the snake and explained, "Although the black snake is more cruel and fierce, it has more enlightenment. It has even learned to judge the situation and know when to advance and retreat. The white python usually doesn't seem to have the intention to hurt people, but it's more troublesome to communicate with it because it follows its heart more." This is related to their positions on the chessboard at that time. The white python is just an idle piece, but the black snake is the key to slaying the dragon. Therefore they have been kings of Chess Block Mountain for so many years. The white python likes to wander around. Many disturbances are caused by its movements. On the other hand, the black snake is more focused on cultivation. It diligently absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon every day because of its great ambition. Alliance made a sound of agreement. The young landowner hesitated for a moment and said, "The teenager's words are not bad. What he said is true, but he still doesn't know enough about the habits of the snakes. For them who have embarked on the path of cultivation, the nature of their hearts is the cornerstone of the Great Way. In addition, the snakes who have enlightened their acupores probably know the importance of face. They are used to tyrannizing in Chess Block Mountain, so they will feel that going to the teenager's mountain is like living under someone else's roof. Especially when the teenager mentioned a sage and threatened to kill them if they dared to eat people, the snakes will feel that the teenager is overbearing and not easy to get along with. They will inevitably be resentful. After all, once they agree, they will be neighbors for hundreds of years." Alliance interrupted his long-winded speech. "You don't have to find ways to plead for your neighbor. Since I said that I won't interfere, what are you afraid of? In the final analysis, the snakes are unwilling to bow their heads early because they feel that the teenager in the second realm of martial arts is not qualified to be on an equal footing with them. So even if the teenager's request is reasonable, they will still find it difficult to tolerate it. If it were me, what do you think the snakes would do?" The young landowner smiled embarrassedly. "Great Immortal, you can see through people and things clearly." Alliance said indifferently, "Answer my question." The young landowner was as silent as a cicada in winter for a moment. After thinking about how to phrase it, he answered seriously, "They will move without saying a word. They don't even dare to hold a grudge." Alliance looked in that direction as usual and nodded. "Very good. You have saved half of the bamboo forest." Crackling noises could be heard coming from the bamboo forest around them. About half of the green bamboo seemed to have been cut in half by a knife and fell to the ground. The young landowner knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Great Immortal, please don't be angry." Alliance was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. His face was indifferent as he slowly said, "See, even if you have scared people just because you are too easy to talk to and have a good temper, you will be fooled by a little landowner. So, it is very difficult to be a good person." The young landowner didn't dare to breathe. Alliance suddenly said with a smile, "Get up and talk. It's inappropriate to kneel. I'll make a bet with you. Let's bet whether that money grubber teenager is willing to make a losing deal. You bet that he is willing and I bet that he is not willing. If you win the bet, you can keep the remaining half of the bamboo forest. If you lose the bet, didn't you just restore the body of the landowner? I'll beat you back to your original form." The young landowner, who had just stood up, wanted to die at this moment. He murmured, "May I ask, Great Immortal, what is the chance of this little one winning?" Alliance stretched out a finger. The young landowner's face was pale. 10% chance of winning." The man in the bamboo hat grinned and said, "It's 1%. Then Alliance looked at the teenager and shouted, "Chin Pingon, just open your lion's mouth. Alliance will keep an eye on it. Don't be afraid of angering those two animals. If there is a conflict, you can use the pair of snakes to practice. Don't worry, I will help you look at the situation. When the time is right, I will definitely make a move. Didn't you previously exchange pointers with the 5th level expert Zhou Xian? After the exchange, you clearly have some understanding. You might as well strike while the iron is hot. Maybe you can make further progress." The young landowner was dumbstruck. Alliance said with a smile, "Sorry, you don't even have that little chance of winning now." The young landowner's heart was dead like ashes. Instead, he had some extra courage. He turned his head and said with a wry smile, "Senior Alliance, your gambling character is really not very good." The man in the bamboo hat said something strange, tossing and turning just for a sure win situation. "Do you think that I, Alliance, am so boring?" The young landowner chewed on these words carefully. He looked at the teenager named Qin Pingon again with both envy and pity. A moment later, a white rainbow of sword chi that was enough to shake mountains rose into the sky. The young landowner was so scared that he fell to the ground. The figure of the man in the bamboo hat disappeared from the green bamboo pole in the shape of an arch bridge in an instant. He came to the sky above Chiduan Mountain and quickly pulled out the green sheath bamboo knife at his waist. He cut the white rainbow in half and did not let it continue to rise into the sky. A moment later, Alliance sat back on the bamboo pole that had not been straightened and casually threw away the broken bamboo knife made of ordinary material. Although it was not broken, the whole knife was broken. The black snake fled madly into the depths of the dense forest of Chiduan Mountain. Not far in front of the young man, the white python that had pounced on him without warning had already lost its entire head at this moment, revealing a mangled and bloody neck. It was a ghastly sight and it was extremely tragic. Qin Pingon's face was calm and he grinned. The look in his eyes was exactly the same as when he killed Kai Xianxia of Mount Yunxia in the alley. Alliance held back his laughter. He took off the small gourd at his waist and drank a mouthful of wine. He laughed in a low voice. "It's a bit interesting." "103. The green bamboo suddenly straightened. It turned out that Alliance had jumped to the ground and reached out to pull up the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain. He chuckled and said, "My gambling character is not good, but your gambling luck is very good." The young lord of the land's face was snow white and frowned. Although he had survived the disaster and managed to save the remaining half of the bamboo forest, when he saw the white python whose head had been blown off in the distance, the young lord of the land could not help but have mixed feelings. For hundreds of years they had lived next to each other. Although they were evil neighbors and had constant friction, they had generally lived in peace. At least they had never fought to the death. Today the snake python should have been about to embark on the bright road of cultivation, but at this time, its head was blown off by someone's fierce sword chi. It could be imagined how great the shock it brought to him was. The young lord of the land sighed and bowed dejectedly. He said softly, "As senior thinks, I'm a lowly Philistine who will not be beaten for 3 days. But now I'm really full after a beating. I hope Senior Alliance can pity me. I'm really scared out of my wits and I don't have the slightest bit of heart. Next, Senior Alliance, just say the word and I'll do it." Alliance did not deliberately mystify him. He looked down at the empty green bamboo scabbard and nodded. "You pick a better old bamboo. I want to exchange it for a bamboo knife. Take it as a gift from your friend. Also, there are so many bamboos that fell on the ground inexplicably. It's not good to waste them." The lord of the land and Wei Pai's mouth twitched. He only dared to curse in his heart. "Senior Alliance, you're heartless. Alliance, you're good." Alliance rubbed his chin. "My friend made a losing deal and indirectly helped you win half of the bamboo forest. One should be kind and repay kindness. What do you think?" Wei Pai smiled bitterly. "It's only right and proper." Qin Pingon took half of the hatchet and ran to the white python's corpse. He chopped off the remaining wing. It was crystal clear and as long as a human's arm. Touching it in his hand, it was as cold as snow. Under the sunlight, it constantly flashed with a burst of brilliant colors. Alliance had mentioned before that the most valuable thing on this white python was the snake's gallbladder and its wings, which were priceless and priceless. The rest of the python's skin, tendons and bones were also rare and valuable, but they were far more precious than the first two. Qin Pingon hung the hatchet at his waist and jogged toward the bamboo forest. In the end, he saw the young landowner bending over and half-squatting, pulling a green bamboo out of the ground with both hands. Underneath the ground, the jade-green bamboo whips intertwined with each other. As the green bamboo was pulled out of the ground, the nearby soil was splashed up by the bamboo whips. After seeing the straw sandals teenager who killed and stole the golden belt, the young landowner who was sweating profusely swallowed subconsciously. Then he gently put the green bamboo back into the soil and looked around. Finally, he chose a green bamboo whip that was as thick as a child's arm. He sighed and looked up at Qin Pingon. With a forced smile, he asked, "Can you lend me the hatchet?" Qin Pingon approached and handed half of the hatchet to the young landowner. The latter held the hatchet and took a deep breath. After cutting off the bamboo whip, he handed it to Alliance. Alliance shook his head and said with a smile, "Make one according to the style of my previous bamboo knife. When we leave the border of Chiduan Mountain, just give it to me together with the white donkey." Wei Pai naturally did not dare to refuse. When he returned the hatchet to Qin Pingon, he sincerely sighed with emotion. What a sharp blade. Qin Pingon took the hatchet, thought for a moment and said, "If you want, I can give it to you. Anyway, this half of the hatchet is not suitable for opening the mountain and leading the way. It's not of much use to me." Wei Pai laughed dryly and said, "A gentleman doesn't take what others like." Alliance said with a smile, "If you want it but feel embarrassed to ask for it for free, you can buy it. It's a fair trade, right?" Wei Pai had an enlightened look on his face. He stood up and rubbed the soil off his hands. He said to Qin Pingon with a smile, "If you're a mountain woodcutter who often goes into the mountains, you'll know that if a bamboo forest is too dense, it's not conducive to the growth of bamboo. Only when the density is appropriate can the bamboo forest grow, so some of it has to be cut down. Moreover, the truly valuable part of this bamboo forest is the bamboo vines that are connected to the roots of the mountain, not the bamboo poles on the ground. Just now, I took the opportunity to borrow the bamboo blade from Senior Alliance and cut down some of the excess bamboo poles. I originally wanted to build a small bamboo house for resting and enjoying the scenery during my leisure time. Now, Senior Liang's bamboo blade has been broken by me. I'm ashamed to say that from the first time I saw it, I coveted the half of the hatchet in your hand. Otherwise, I would have made the bamboo blade as well. The bamboo building will still be built. Later, I can hand the bamboo blade to a Liang early, but the small bamboo building will probably be completed later. When the Black Snake heads to Longquan County's Luapa Mountain, I'll accompany it. It's to prevent it from going all the way north and causing any trouble. At the same time, it can carry these bamboos. When I reach Luapa Mountain, I'll find a place with beautiful scenery and pleasant scenery to build a bamboo building for you." Qin Pingon looked at Alliance. The man in the bamboo hat explained with a smile, "There are 10 most important celestial bamboos in the bamboo sea cave. Bamboos have 10 virtues and the celestial bamboos correspond to them. The ancestor of this bamboo forest is the son of the valiant bamboo. The disciples and grand-disciples in this bamboo forest have also benefited from it. If they build a bamboo house and cultivate in it all year round, it will be very beneficial for pure martial artists or military cultivators." Wei Pai quickly echoed, "Yes, the bamboo forest here is the son of the valiant celestial bamboo. The historical records say that the military power has been raised, such as the broken bamboo. After a few sections, it will be easily solved, which coincides with this meaning. Therefore, cultivating in the bamboo house will definitely be very nourishing for the soul." Qin Pingon was about to speak, but Alliance quickly stepped forward, put his arm around the young man's shoulder and walked out of the bamboo forest. It's hard to refuse such kindness. The guest should follow the host's wishes. "Sco," Qin Pingon whispered, "the hatchet hasn't been given to him yet." Alliance said casually, "Later, give him the half of the hatchet in the basket." After that, the man in the bamboo hat did not forget to turn around and remind him, "Don't take the unformed white python's gallbladder. It's bloody and too scary. Give it to the black snake to eat together with the python's flesh. In this way, even if it loses a pair of wings, it can still increase its cultivation by 200 or 300 years. Take it as our sincerity. Remember to make it cultivate honestly after it settles down in Luapa Mountain." Finally, Alliance stretched out his hand and pointed to the young man who was in a daze. "Take care of yourself." The young man stood at the edge of the bamboo forest, looking at the backs of the two people. The mountain breeze in the forest passed through the green trees and clusters of red flowers, bringing a refreshing fragrance of flowers and trees. The young man, who was as beautiful as a stunner, was holding the green bamboo cane that symbolized his identity. His white clothes fluttered and his big sleeves fluttered. The previous shock, fear, anxiety, and hesitation were swept away by the breeze, replaced by the solemnity that was consistent with the identity of a god. He looked around and sighed softly, Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. It's just like this. Thank you, Alliance, for your unintentional advice. You helped me untie the knot in my heart and break through the demon barrier. The young man closed his eyes with a warm smile on the corner of his mouth and murmured, "Since ancient times, famous mountains have been waiting for saints. It doesn't matter if the saints don't come. I can concentrate on becoming a saint." When he opened his eyes, there was a light golden earring on the handsome man's ear. The delicate earring swayed slightly with the mountain breeze, making the young man look like a mountain god. The two people returned to the pool the way they came. Unlike when they came, they chose to take a walk and chat. "Alliance, will the black snake really eat the remains of the white python? Aren't they partners who have depended on each other for hundreds of years? The black snake is determined to become a flood dragon, so of course it will eat it. Not only the flood dragon but all the mountain spirits and ghosts also eat. It's just that the flood dragons, snakes and pythons that live in the mountains and swamps are especially cannibalistic. This is similar to the principle that two tigers can't live in one mountain. The reason why the black snake kept the white python alive is that it has been enlightened and its spiritual wisdom has increased. It also has the idea of eating the white python after it forms its core. By the way, if you want to see the black snake eat the white python, we can go back. Let's forget about it. Speaking of which, don't blame me for making a decision for you and agreeing to let the black snake eat the python's gallbladder. Since it will go to Luapa Mountain to help you guard your luck, then the gallbladder will be sold by you. No matter how high the price is, it's not as good as the black snake becoming an inky flood dragon earlier. I'm actually very curious about why you killed the white python. Why didn't you wait for me to stop you? After taming the white python, it would be a good deal to let it go to Baoyu Mountain or Iridescent Cloud's Peak. Are you afraid that I, Alliance, will not help it? How is that possible, Alliance? I trust you. Then you... Alliance, before I answer your question, I also want to know if you saw that I found the 3 acupoints when I was sparring with Zhu Xian? And the truth within the acupoints? To tell the truth, I knew from the beginning that there was something strange within those 3 acupoints. There was a great mystery, but it was rather embarrassing to say it out loud. Even I couldn't see it clearly and could only guess that it was strands of sword qi that contained 3 types of Dao insights. As for which 3 types, I didn't dare to be sure. Of course, if I wanted to forcefully see the scene within your qi palace, I wouldn't hesitate to harm your body's qi. It's just that it would be very despicable. As a peerless expert, I, Alliance, naturally have the demeanor and bearing of an expert. I understand. Alliance, do you know that our town has a memorial arch with 4 plaques on it? I know that there is such a thing. Qi Jingchun mentioned it to me in the past, but I didn't remember the contents and had long since forgotten. One of the plaques has 4 words written on it. Don't ask for anything from the outside. I have a person of the same age next door who has read a lot. He said that this is a Buddhist doctrine, which means to warn everyone to focus on cultivating the Buddhist Dharma, and not to ask for anything from those outside the Buddhist Dharma. At first I felt that it was very reasonable, but later on, when I was burning charcoal on the mountain and had nothing to do, I was bored and blindly pondering. I felt that for me, whether it was burning incense, praying to Buddha, or paying respect to Bodhisattva, I had to first do what was within my ability. If I still couldn't achieve my wish, then there was really no other way and I had to go ask for it. Only then would Bodhisattva nod in agreement. Otherwise, why would Bodhisattva help you? Right, Alliance? To seek Buddha, one must seek oneself first. Right. That's what I meant. Yes, if you explain it this way, it's barely reasonable. But I have to make one thing clear to you. I, Alliance, can dig out a little bit from my fingernails and it's still better than your family's. So you feel that it's very troublesome for me, so you'd rather lose a strand of sword qi? In fact, to me, Alliance, it's just a small matter of casually unsheathing a blade. This account, you have to calculate it this way. You can't calculate it this way. Old man Yao, who taught me how to burn porcelain, was rarely willing to talk to me, but there were 2 times when he spoke very harshly. I remember it very clearly. The first time was when I was a kiln worker's apprentice. He said that it was fine to learn how to burn porcelain from me, but if you dared to slack off even once, you would get out of the dragon kiln. The second time was when I went into the mountain with him for the first time. He said that it was fine to go into the mountain with me to find soil, but no matter what happened, if you dared to cry in front of me once, you would never go into the mountain again. What are you talking about? Qin Pingon, what do you mean? Then let me put it another way. Alliance, do you like to sleep in? Nonsense, you don't like it. I like it too, but you might not believe it. Since the first day I was a kiln worker's apprentice until today I have never slept in. When I should wake up, I would wake up as soon as I open my eyes, so I haven't slept in even once. Beating around the bush, what are you trying to say? Are you trying to bully me, Alliance, for not being a scholar? What I mean is that if you feel that something is not good, then don't do it for the first time, don't do it even once, and don't take even a small step out. Otherwise, when you look back, you will be the one who suffers. Just like me, if I were to slack off once, I would definitely not be able to become a kiln worker's apprentice, let alone enter the mountain. Then how would I be where I am today? Maybe I am now similar to the thousands of young men in the small town, going into the mountain to open the road, cutting wood to build bridges, and getting some copper coins every day. How can there be 5 mountains? How much is 5 mountains worth? Alliance, do you know? Alliance, if you have the chance in the future, you must come to my mountain to take a look. Stop. Qin Pingon, you beat around the bush with me just to show off your wealth? Alliance, you really haven't studied. Alliance, in the future, if there is really a bamboo building in my Luopa mountain, can you help me give it a name? Alliance is very fierce building, how about it? Is it imposing enough? What, do you dislike it for stealing the limelight and overshadowing you, the king of the mountain? Alright, then I will change it to a more reserved one. Let's call it fierce building. Alliance, have sacrificed a lot, are you still not satisfied? Alliance, I suddenly feel that the bamboo building doesn't have a name is quite good. The bamboo hat man rolled his eyes. Qin Pingon laughed. Don't worry, let's call it fierce building. Alliance suddenly turned his head and asked, do you want to learn swordsmanship? Qin Pingon shook his head and said, not at the moment. Alliance smiled knowingly. Are you afraid of being distracted? Delaying your practice? Qin Pingon sighed and nodded. Alliance knew why the teenager sighed. At the peak of Chiduan Mountain, in order to stop the white python from killing the Li family's servant Zhu Lu, the teenager had squandered all the capital that he had painstakingly accumulated from practicing the stance and practicing martial arts. If it was said that he was originally like a small family with a little money in hand, the result was that he was beaten back to his original state. Once again his house was in a pitiful state. From the door to the window, it was a bleak scene of leaking air. Fortunately, the walking stance was a strong and healthy body. It was the most important thing to do to survive. As for the upright stance sword furnace, it could nourish the soul. In the battle on the stone platform he had a breakthrough. This was the foundation for when he sparred with Zhu He later, when the youth was able to accurately find the chakra points where the 3 sword chis were hidden. Alliance joked, losing such a powerful life-saving sword chi, does it hurt? Qin Pingon said without hesitation, it doesn't hurt. The anger that I had accumulated in my heart has finally been released. Now it's very satisfying. Alliance smiled and said, tell me about it. Qin Pingon looked forward. I am willing to reason with others and I can make others listen to me. This feeling is very good. In the past I practiced martial arts to strengthen my body or to survive, but now I feel that the goal can be a little further, a little higher. (104) The mountain tortoises were native to the Chiduan mountain, so they were naturally familiar with the mountain shortcuts. In addition, their legs were much stronger than donkeys and mules when it came to traversing the mountains. Carrying them, they soon arrived at the border of the Chiduan mountain. After walking south for more than 20 miles, they would be able to enter Red Candle Town. Although the road to the north was now blocked because of the sudden fall of the Black Pearl Cave, Qin Pingon and the others still chose to be careful. They did not want the 3 giant tortoises to disturb the woodcutters, hunters, or traveling merchants. Qin Pingon and the rest sat on the top of the hill to rest. Li Huai was looking forward to it. He hated the young land, but Alliance said that there were treasures hidden in the Hongbao Pavilion and everyone had a share. Li Huai was looking forward to it. He thought to himself that he would make his sister jealous when he saw her in the future. The Earth Lord of the Chiduan Mountain soon arrived as promised. This time he did not use the supernatural power of shrinking the ground into inches. He walked up the mountain in large strides, his white robes fluttering in the wind. His large sleeves were like 2 white clouds drifting up the mountain. Even the maidservant Zhu Lu had to admit that if one only looked at his appearance, The young Earth Lord was worthy of the description of handsome in the books. Behind the handsome man were Alliance's white donkey and the Li family's horse. It was unknown what kind of magic the Lord of the Land used. Not only did they keep up with the big team, but they also did not look tired at all. Wei Pai, who had lived for hundreds of years, held the long wooden box horizontally and bowed to the man in the bamboo hat. The latter nodded in return. The shrewd god and the cynical strange swordsman gave off the same feeling at this moment. They walked together on the Great Way. Wei Ba handed over a bright red wooden box made of an unknown material to Al Yang. Li Huai hurriedly went over to touch it. His palm was full of warmth. When he touched it, it felt like the fine silk and satin that was the treasure of a cloth shop in Riding Dragon Alley. At the end of last year he had followed his mother and sister to buy cloth and tailor new clothes. He had only secretly touched the beautiful brocade embroidered with flowers and birds before he was driven out by the flustered and exasperated shop owner. Li Huai looked up and asked, "Alliance, I want to discuss something with you. After we divide the treasures in the box, can you give me the box in the end?" Alliance asked back, "Who do you think you are?" Li Huai said seriously, "You married my sister, so I'm your brother-in-law." Alliance slapped him, "Then call me brother-in-law." The child suddenly said, "I don't want to be a brother-in-law. I like to be a brother-in-law. The worst person in the world is a brother-in-law." Alliance looked at Wei Pai and asked, "Is the box valuable?" Wei Pai smiled embarrassedly, "It's okay. It's made of yellow and gloomy wood. It's been buried in the soil for many years. It's fragrant instead of rotting. The color also changed from yellow to red. It's not valuable, but it's not common." Alliance looked down at the hopeful child. "Since it's not valuable, I'll give it to you." Li Huai wanted to take the wooden box in a hurry, but he was slapped by Alliance. "You want to keep it for yourself?" Alliance looked around, waved his hand and then squatted on the ground. He opened the long wooden box called Delicate Yellow, and shouted, "Chin Pingon little treasure bottle Lin Shui Zhu He Zhu Lu, all come here. It's time to divide the loot. First come, first served. There are no other rules except for one. Everyone can only take one item from Bai Bao Pavilion. You can take whatever you take. No regrets." Chin Pingon looked at the young man, who noticed his gaze. He was a little confused and asked in a gentle voice, "Aren't you going to fight for the opportunity?" Chin Pingon smiled, "Let them take it first." Chin Pingon happened to have something to discuss with the young man. It was about Black Snake settlement in Luopa Mountain and Wei Pai's departure from the territory to Longquan County. On the way back, Alliance roughly told them about the rules of the righteous gods of mountains and rivers. They could not easily leave the territory of the imperial court. This was a bit similar to the rule that vassal kings could not meet each other, that was set by many dynasties. Once someone broke the taboo, those gods would be punished by the imperial court and their incense offerings would be reduced. In serious cases, they would be demoted and their incense offerings would be completely cut off for many years. In history there were many gods of mountains and rivers who broke the rules, and their fate was even more miserable. The golden statues were pulled out of the shrines by the imperial court and pulled down from the altar. The yamen runners beat them with mighty sticks as a warning to others. Some local officials personally whipped them, and some even directly sent people to beat them up. This happened in the history of various countries. Therefore, when Wei Pai said that he would personally take Black Snake to Luopa Mountain and build a bamboo house on the mountain with those valiant bamboos, Chin Pingon naturally wouldn't reject his good intentions. However, he also didn't want Wei Pai to be severely punished because of this. In fact, the young man had never been able to deeply understand the incense offerings of Shinto, the feng shui of mountains and rivers, and the fate of dynasties. This was also related to Alliance's lack of education. This guy stepped on a watermelon skin and said whatever he wanted to say. He spoke very mysteriously and deliberately liked to keep people in suspense. Originally, there was nothing strange or profound about the matter, but he could also make it mysterious and profound. Later, it was Li Baoping who gave an example that Chin Pingon's thoughts suddenly became clear. The little girl said that the incense offerings of Shinto was like the Dragon Whisker Creek outside the town. There was only one water source, and the people would compete for water for the harvest of their respective crops. Almost every year there would be large-scale fights. Li Baoping ran to Chin Pingon's side and said anxiously, "Little martial uncle, why don't you go and get the treasure?" You see, even someone like Lin Shi is running so fast. Li Huai can't wait to stuff his head into the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Qin Pingon said casually, "It's okay. I've already chosen the last one." Li Baoping turned around and ran. "It's okay. Little martial uncle will help you choose one." Qin Pingon was about to speak when the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had already rushed to Alliance's side. She pushed Li Huai's head away with one hand and pushed Lin Shi's shoulder with the other. Li Huai said with grievance, "Li Baoping, you're bullying me." Li Baoping turned around and said righteously, "I'm picking something for little martial uncle." Li Huai thought of the small bamboo box that had not yet been in his hands and sighed, "Then you choose." Lin Shi was not angry when he was pushed away. He pointed to a rolled-up ancient book in the 100 Treasures Pavilion. It was tied up with a golden silk thread, just revealing the title of the book written in Yunzhuan. "I've chosen this Taoist book called Cloud Gem Book. I only want it and won't compete with you for other things." Li Huai leaned forward and stretched his neck. He slightly bypassed Li Baoping and asked, "Shi, why don't you choose that knife? So beautiful. If it were me, I would choose it." It took a lot of effort for Lin Shi to move his eyes away from the narrow saber that occupied the largest area of Baibao Pavilion. He said softly, "I'm not good at martial arts and I don't like to practice sabers or swords." Li Huai saw that Lin Shi was unwilling to change his original intention, so he began to persuade Li Baoping, "This knife at first glance is an unparalleled weapon in the world. I guess it can even cut the iron chain of our town's iron lock well." "Li Baoping, such a good thing, you really don't want it? Besides, isn't your little martial uncle a good weapon now? I think it's good for him to use this knife. Taking a step back, it's more impressive to use it to open a path in the mountain. It's better than holding a broken knife, right?" That narrow knife, even if it was like a lady hiding in an embroidery house, was lying quietly in the white scabbard with a beautiful arc. Alliance smiled and bent down to pull out the narrow knife. The blade was like a white rainbow that lingered in the world. There were no inscriptions on the blade, but there were natural lines, like the talisman of auspicious clouds carved by the Daoist immortals. Alliance was slightly surprised. He flicked his finger. There was no turbid buzzing sound, but a clear and melodious vibrato. Alliance listened for a moment and nodded. Yes, it should be the auspicious symbol at the bottom. Alliance put the knife back into the scabbard and handed it to the little girl. He smiled and said, "Take it. This knife suits you. Later, find a sword-nourishing gourd and this auspicious symbol knife and hang them on your waist. Find a tall horse, wear a red dress, ride the horse alone in Jianghu and drink wine on the horse. Everyone who sees you will like it." Alliance laughed heartily. Who wouldn't like such a girl? Li Baoping stared blankly at the heavy narrow knife in her hand. Zhu He was also squatting nearby. Zhu Lu didn't want to come over at first. She even said that she didn't want the food that was given to her in a fit of pique. However, her father glared at her sternly and then pulled her over. This was the first time the girl saw her father angry. She was a little scared, but she still didn't want to squat down like Zhu He. She stood there stubbornly with a cold face. Li Huai took advantage of Li Baoping's inattention to grab a palm-sized painted puppet. The workmanship was exquisite and lifelike. This was the object that he fell in love with at first sight. Lin Shi gently picked up the rolled-up ancient Taoist book. After holding it in his hand, the introverted young man revealed a joyful expression for the first time. Zhu He picked a book and a sealed medicinal pill. Then he looked up at the bamboo hat man with a shocked expression. The latter laughed and said, "What? Are these things that you and your daughter can use? Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Wei Ba and Snake Python." After thousands of years of hard work, they've accumulated enough wealth to be able to take out a martial arts manual from an immortal mansion and a unique medicinal pill from Martial Mountain. Zhu He held the medicinal pill in his palm and said in a trembling voice, "Senior Alliance, is it really the legendary hero's courage?" Alliance ignored the ecstatic Zhu He and looked up. Qin Pingon and Wei Pai were walking side by side. The latter saw the only pale golden seed left in the treasure pavilion and the narrow saber in Li Baoping's hand. The young man looked calm. Then, when he saw the books and medicinal pills in the hands of the others, he was stunned and could not help but look at the bamboo hat man. The latter ignored him and smiled at Qin Pingon. "This is the only thing left. But I guess it's the same whether you arrive early or late. You'll only get this lotus seed. Seeing the lonely pale golden lotus seed, Qin Pingan squatted down, picked it up with a smile and put it in his sleeve pocket. Li Baoping said softly, "Junior Marshal Uncle, I'll trade with you." Alliance said that this saber is very good. Speaking of this, the little girl quickly shut her mouth with a face full of regret. Obviously, she should not have said the latter half of the sentence. Sure enough, Qin Pingan touched her head and said, "Okay, take it. Junior Marshal Uncle doesn't practice using sabers. A chopper is enough to open a path in the mountain." Alliance joked, "Yes, Qin Pingan is a swordsman. A saber is not suitable for him." Qin Pingan said angrily, "Then why do you use a bamboo knife?" Alliance said shamelessly, "It's none of your business." Li Huai said softly, "Alliance, this box is mine, right?" Alliance asked, "What do you want this box for? Do you have so many treasures to put in it?" Li Huai retorted, "It's none of your business." Everyone had their own gains. Even the young local tyrant Wei Ba and the black snake were the same. Other than the white python whose head had been blown up and its body eaten, it could be said that everyone was happy. Qin Pingan got a slightly shriveled pale golden lotus seed the size of a thumb. Li Baoping got the narrow saber called the auspicious symbol, but she was a little unhappy. She leaned it against the small bookcase with some disdain. However, according to her junior marshal uncle's suggestion, she wrapped the saber with a piece of cotton cloth from head to toe. It was tightly wrapped and did not expose the saber. Li Huai got the painted puppet and the delicate yellow wooden box. The former was temporarily borrowed in Li Baoping's bookcase. Before putting it in the box, the child was very reluctant to let it go. She patted her chest and promised the puppet that when she had her own bookcase, she would let it move and ensure that it was spacious. Lin Shui kept the cloud gem book close to his body. The name was strange, but it was full of ancient meaning. Although Zhu Lu was reluctant, she still accepted the Immortal's secret book, the Book of Purple Clouds. Zhu He was a very steady man who could not stop smiling. It was not Zhu He, but he was too lucky. Even if you gave him a mountain of gold and silver, it was not as good as the hero's gallbladder of Zhenwu Mountain, which could not be bought with money. This medicine could help the person who took it condense the scattered soul in the acupoints and qi mansion, and finally form a Hao's hero's gallbladder that was convenient for the Yin spirit to rest in. Zhu He was not a qi cultivator, nor was he a military cultivator. However, the hero's gallbladder was precious precisely because it was also suitable for pure martial artists, especially martial artists who were stagnant at the peak of the fifth realm. Obtaining a hero's gallbladder was equivalent to having half a life. Alliance asked softly, "How was your chat with the Lord of the Land?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Very good. I also gave away the things in the bag." Alliance clicked his tongue and said, "You're not careless at all. You gave it away just like that. I was just casually saying before. Besides, if we're talking about business, you should actually treat it as a business deal. I believe that with the wealth of the black snake and the white python, no matter how stingy they will be willing to give you something really good." Qin Pingan said, "I still understand the principle of not letting the fertile water flow into the fields of others, as well as the principle of planting in spring and harvesting in autumn." Alliance nodded and adjusted his bamboo hat. "We'll be arriving at Red Candle Town soon." Then the man wiped his saliva and said, "New apricot spring wine rouge small pleasure boat I Alliance am back." Qin Pingan suddenly had an ominous premonition about the Red Candle Town that Alliance had been longing for. Wei Pai looked at the back of the group of people descending the mountain and sighed. He tapped his toes and flew to the top of a mountain tortoise's shell and sat down cross-legged. After traveling for dozens of li, the black snake with its bulging abdomen accompanied him from afar. Although its body was bloated, its aura had soared and it was abnormally fierce. Wei Pai suddenly smiled and threw a bag at it, which happened to fall on its path. The black snake carefully lowered its head and sniffed. There was nothing unusual, so it turned its head to look at the immortal on the mountain tortoise. The handsome man who looked like a banished immortal smiled and said, "Consider it a housewarming gift from that young man." The black snake with 4 claws and 4 toes hesitated for a moment and finally tore open the bag with its teeth. A dozen snake gallstones that the young man had picked up from the Dragon Whisker Creek rolled out. The color of the gallstones had faded in the creek. At first glance they looked no different from the pebbles in the ordinary creek. However, after the black snake stared at them closely, its eyes were burning hot and full of anxiety. It was afraid that it would be disappointed in the next moment. It slowly spat out its tongue and tentatively rolled a stone into its mouth. After seeing this, the young man continued to ride the mountain tortoise and said to himself, "A good beginning, but I don't know if it will end well." After a moment, the black snake behind him grabbed the ground with its 4 claws and looked up at the sky. It let out a roar that resounded through the mountain and startled countless birds that were flapping their wings and flying away. Even the young man was a little envious. "I heard that except for the Pearl Cave, this thing is almost extinct in the eastern bottle continent. It belongs to the flood dragon species. Eating it can give birth to the muscles, bones, whiskers, and scales of a real dragon." As they approached the Red Candle town, the white donkey stepped on the bluestone road, making a crisp ticking sound. Alliance did not hold the reins of the donkey as it would follow him. After hearing the roar, Alliance smiled and said, "It seems that it's really useful." Qin Pingon whispered, "I kept the most valuable snake gall stone. I didn't want to give it away." Alliance laughed, "You're a thief." At the back of the group, after pulling away from Li Huai and Lin Shui, Zhu He whispered to his daughter while leading the horse, "You must keep the purple chi book well. If everything goes well, this book can help you reach the 5th realm. At that time, with the help of the hero's gall, you can reach the 6th realm." The girl was stunned. "Father, if you give me the pill, what will you do?" Zhu He chuckled, "Father is still young. Now that your spirit has returned, you might be able to break through by yourself and take a big step forward. You'll be at the peak of the 7th realm. Father dares to think about it now." The girl, who had been depressed, smiled and said, "Still young? Then father, do you want to find a beautiful wife in the Red Candle town?" "Father, don't worry, I won't stop you." Zhu He looked embarrassed and glared at his daughter. "Nonsense." The girl thought for a moment. "Father, you should keep the pill. I'm only at the peak of the 2nd realm now. I'm still far from the 5th realm." Zhu He laughed heartily. "You can keep it. Just think of it as your dowry in the future." The delicate and pretty girl seemed to have thought of someone and her face turned red. Zhu He was in a good mood and said heroically, "In the future, when we come to the capital of our Li dynasty, let's see which noble family has the fortune to marry my daughter." The girl stamped her feet and said shyly, "Father." Zhu He quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't talk about it. Father won't talk about it." On the post road at dusk, Alliance stood on tiptoe and rubbed his hands as he looked at the gentle silhouette of the Red Candle town. In the eyes of the bamboo hat man, it was like a beautiful woman lying drunk in a wine shop. He said hurriedly, "Qin Pingon, let's agree in advance. You have to lend me a gold ingot." Qin Pingon nodded, but he was somewhat puzzled. "Alliance, you're short of money?" Alliance grinned, "You don't understand, do you? In the martial world, the one who borrows is the grandson and the one who returns is the ancestor. I've been humiliated so miserably by little brats like Li Huai and Zhu Lu. I must enjoy being the ancestor and make it up to myself." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Then I'll give you a gold ingot." "I won't lend it, I'll just give it to you." Alliance slapped the youth's shoulder and laughed, "Then it's settled. You'll give me the gold ingot for free." Alliance looked ahead and raised his arm and clenched his fist. "To be able to get a gold ingot from a money grubber like you for free, I, Alliance, am really fierce." Qin Pingon didn't go back on his word. He just quietly looked at the Red Candle town that was getting closer and closer. The familiar smell of the market hit him in the face. It was no longer the surging river and the deep mountains and forests. Qin Pingon turned to the girl in the red cotton-padded jacket and said with a smile, "When we reach the town, after buying all the food and necessities on the road, we'll go and see if there's any Tonghulu for sale." Li Baoping happily skipped forward, the little girl gently bouncing the small green book box on her back. "Little martial uncle. We'll just buy 2 Tonghulu skewers. The small ones are delicious." "105. Red Candle Town was surrounded by high walls. Qin Pingon and his party needed to enter the town from the north gate, but an accident soon occurred. There were armored soldiers guarding the gate. and they needed to submit their residence documents before they could enter. Qin Pingon was stunned on the spot. He didn't even know what the residence documents were. Alliance, who had already received a gold ingot, grinned and took out a wrinkled document from his bosom. After passing the inspection, this guy didn't even want his donkey and swaggered into the town alone. When he reached the gate, he didn't forget to wave goodbye to the people who were looking at each other in dismay. Li Huai scolded him and threatened to kill the white donkey. Alliance laughed and left. Zhu was also helpless. Before leaving the town, the ancestor didn't specifically instruct him about this. In fact, except for his age, Zhu knew nothing about the outside world. He was no better than Qin Pingon. As for traveling mountains and rivers, eating and sleeping in the open, he was far inferior to the poor boy who used to be a kiln worker. Zhu suddenly had an idea. He thought that money could make the devil turn millstones. It must be a universal principle. He was about to secretly give money to a soldier, but the young soldier directly pointed a spear at his chest and reprimanded him sternly. Even the good-tempered Zhu was a little angry. As a warrior of the fifth realm, if he joined the army, he might even become a middle-level general with thousands of elite soldiers. However, when Zhu was about to argue with the man, Zhu Lu gently pulled his arm and reminded him softly, "Father, our Dali military law is clear about rewards and punishments. It is either very light or very heavy, so don't get into a conflict with these soldiers. We common people won't have any advantage." Zhu frowned and snorted coldly. In the end, he still chose not to fight with the officials. Zhu Lu comforted him in a low voice. "Father, in the future, let the ancestor help you find an official identity. With the amulet and your skills, I believe you will soon be able to stand out. You don't need to endure this." Zhu strode away and nodded. He glanced back at the gatekeeper and sneered, "It's really like the old saying, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with." Everyone subconsciously looked at Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and slowly said, "There is no other way. We can only go around Red Candle Town and sleep outside tonight. We can hire people to help us buy everything we need. The real trouble is that we can't go to the water transport wharf in the town. The established itinerary will have to be changed. The original more than 200 miles of water route will be much easier than walking along the Embroidery River, and we won't have to take a detour." At this time, a middle-aged man in a blue official uniform quickly walked out of the city gate. He carefully sized up Qin Pingon and his party. Finally, he looked at Zhu and asked with cupped fists, "This one is Zhu, now the post-house official of Red Candle Town's Pillow Inn. May I ask if you are Mr. Zhu from Longquan County?" Zhu was silent and looked alert. The man who claimed to be the post-house official laughed heartily. "Your family had once sent a letter directly to our county magistrate, briefly explaining your itinerary and asking our county magistrate to be the host. In addition, each of your letters have already arrived at our Pillow Inn. I specially vacated the room for you 10 days ago. It can only be said that it's clean and plain, but I dare not say that it's very good. Please forgive me and don't complain to our county magistrate. Otherwise, if our county magistrate is unhappy, I'm afraid I'll lose my job tomorrow." The post-house official suddenly remembered something. "If Mr. Zhu doesn't believe me, I can immediately go to the post house and call someone here. This person comes from Longquan County's Falu Street and says that he is an old government servant of the supervising officer's office. One of the letters came from Dali's capital, which he personally brought on behalf of his superior. He said that he wanted to personally deliver it to a young master named Lin Shi." Lin Shi took a few steps forward, his face full of the conceit and arrogance of an aristocratic family's son. He asked, "I am Lin Shi from Longquan County. May I ask post-house official Qing what is his name?" The maidservant Zhu Lu was a little stunned. At this time, Lin Shi was not the same as the taciturn and cold young man in her impression. Li Baoping and Li Huai looked at each other and nodded slightly. Qing Xing's words were not stagnant at all. If I remember correctly, his name should be Tang Shi too. He is in his 40s and can't speak Dali's official language very well. Well, this person especially likes to drink, but when he is drunk. Lin Shi nodded and asked casually, "Has the post-house official been waiting for us at the north gate these days?" The man smiled and said, "Although I want to nod, I really don't have the face to do so. In fact, the Pillow Post House is north of Red Candle Town, not far from here. Secondly, there is a beacon on the top of the mountain near the town. I have a good relationship with Captain Sui, so I asked him to help keep an eye on the road down the mountain in the north. As long as he sees Mr. Zhu's figure, he will ask his subordinates to enter the city to inform me. Lin Shi understood and stopped talking. He turned to Qin Pingan and the latter nodded. Zhu He smiled and thanked him. Lord Qing, thank you for your trouble. The post house official hurriedly waved his hand and said, I don't deserve to be called Lord. I'm just a lowly person who serves the noble all day long. It's really difficult for me to be called Lord Qing. Let's not talk for now. I'll go and inform the guards. I believe they will enter our town soon. The post house official belonged to the Dali Imperial Court, but he was not an official of the Imperial Court. This kind of official did not belong to the ranks and did not belong to the ranks. There was a huge gap between the clean and the turbid officials. Soon the post house official led them to the gate of the city wall. Although the guards let them go, their faces were still not very good. The post house official took the lead and walked through the particularly shady gate of the city wall. He turned to Zhu He and explained in a low voice, they are all veterans who retired from the border battlefield. They are not very capable, but they are stubborn. Sometimes even our county magistrate can't do anything to them. Mr. Zhu, don't lower yourself to their level. Zhu He did not have any Jianghu experience, but he still understood the principle of saying more to a stranger. So he did not answer. They passed by a shop that was full of cold air. There were young and strong men coming in and out constantly. From time to time there was a flash of white light in the shop. Li Huai could not move his feet. Zhu He could not help but look at it a few more times. Then he lost interest. The post house official said, that is a knife and sword shop. Other weapons are also sold occasionally. Lin Shi asked curiously, the government doesn't care? Aren't they afraid that the people in the market will fight with weapons? The post house official smiled and said, the government doesn't care too much about these things. But as long as something happens, it will be very strict. If the county government is not enough manpower, the county magistrate can mobilize all the Jianghu sects in the territory to help solve the dispute. Dali valued martial arts. There were many wanderers who traveled around with swords and sabers. Some of them were street scoundrels who were arrogant but incompetent, but there were also children of noble families who were chivalrous. Although the Dali Imperial Court prohibited the sale of all weapons, most of them turned a blind eye to ordinary swords and sabers made with mediocre craftsmanship. It mainly depended on the attitude of the local officials. If they were pure scholars, most of them would be strictly prohibited. If they were warriors from the battlefield, most of them would be lenient. Of course, strong bows, strong crossbows, fine armor, and other national weapons were not allowed to be sold anywhere. Beacon towers, relay stations, markets, taverns, brothels, and so on and so forth. Red Candle Town had everything one could think of, and it was extraordinarily bustling. The streets were filled with people, and it was much more bustling than the small town in Qinpingan's hometown. There were all sorts of shops on both sides of the streets that dazzled the eyes, and shouts rose and fell in succession. After chatting all the way, they arrived at the Pillow Inn after an incense stick's worth of time. Soon the handyman of the post house took the white donkey and the horse away. Qing Xing had indeed arranged post house for them. There were both A and B post house. He did not make a decision on his own. Instead, he threw 5 post house to Zhu He and let them arrange it themselves. Under Qin Pingan's arrangement, Li Baoping and Zhu Lu lived in a first-class post house. Zhu He lived in a first-class post house. He, Li Huai, and Lin Shi each lived in a second-class post house. If Alliance came back, he could choose any one of the post houses to live in. Of course, with Alliance's temper, he would certainly ask if he could choose Zhu Lu's post house. At that time, Zhu Lu would probably roll her eyes at him. In the twilight, everyone put away their luggage and packages and gathered in Zhu He's spacious first-class post house. Qing Xing quickly sent a stack of letters home. After sending them, he said goodbye with a smile, saying that they only needed to shout if they needed anything. He also said that the night market of Red Candle Town was a little famous in the south of Dali. If there was a chance, they must see it. Lin Shi had 1 letter, Li Baoping had the most with 3, and even Qin Pingan had 1. Li Huai was empty-handed. Finally, he found Zhu Lu, who was in a similar situation, and said with a smile, "Fortunately, we are in the same boat." Zhu Lu turned a deaf ear to him and walked to the window. The small pillow post house had a deep winding path, creating a courtyard with a deep aristocratic garden. Looking from here it looked like a small lake the size of a palm, and there were many fat red and yellow koi fish. Lin Shuyi's letter was only a piece of paper without many words. The youth took a deep breath and put the so-called letter back into the envelope. Then he left the post house with a gloomy face. His 5 fingers tightly clenched the envelope. In addition to more than 30 sloppy semi-cursive characters, there was also a banknote worth 300 taels of silver from the largest bank in Dali. The youth strode back to the post house, gently closed the door and put the envelope on the table. His face was ashen and his chest was heaving up and down. Qin Pingon picked a secluded place and sat down. Li Baoping ran over and looked like she wanted to say something. He smiled and said, "If I don't know the characters I will ask you." Li Baoping returned to the table and began to open the letters. There were 3 letters from her father, her eldest brother and her second brother. Li Baoping opened the letters one by one. His father Li Hong wrote many words of concern in the letters. As usual, he did not put on the airs of a strict father. He only reminded him of trivial matters such as wearing more clothes when the weather was cold, not being afraid of spending money outside, and that he must send a letter home to his parents every time he passed by the relay station. He was long-winded and 5 to 6 letters were gone just like that. Li Baoping sighed and looked at Zhu He who was sitting across the table and drinking tea. She said worriedly, "When will father and mother stop treating me like a child?" Zhu He could not help but laugh and drink tea. Li Baoping browsed the second letter. It was written by the eldest grandson of the Li family, her eldest brother. He was now studying the classics at home, preparing to take the imperial examination next year. The content of the letter was concise and to the point. It was written in a regular script, as if it was full of the charm of a teacher sitting upright. Every stroke revealed a strong sense of cautiousness. It was full of sages and sages. He told her not to neglect Zhu He and Zhu Lu, and not to treat them as children of the family. He told her to listen more to the words of Qin Pingon from the Mud Bottle Alley. She should be able to endure hardships and not cause trouble for others. However, at the end of the letter, her eldest brother, who had been scrupulous in etiquette since childhood, told her that he had already raised the crab he caught from the stream when she was young. He told her not to worry about it. Li Baoping raised the letter in her hand and complained to Zhu He, "My eldest brother doesn't care about me the most." Zhu He held back his laughter. He thought to himself, "Miss, come on. Who doesn't know that in the Li family, it is the eldest young master who cares about you the most?" The first time a bookworm like him, who was difficult to reason with even the ancestors, drank wine, his tea was secretly changed by his younger sister to the home-brewed peach blossom spring wine. The eldest young master was so angry that he almost collapsed. When his parents saw it, they were afraid and did not dare to persuade him. They only dared to follow their son, who ran to find his younger sister to denounce her. They were afraid that this slightly pedantic son would teach his younger sister a lesson in anger. He never thought that when he saw that lass standing outside the courtyard with her hands on her hips, as if she was looking at death calmly, he couldn't bear to scold her. He was so angry that he turned around and left, sulking for several days. Later he buried a jar of peach blossom spring wine in his courtyard. When his younger sister asked about it, he said that he was going to marry her off. The little girl was so scared that she secretly ran away from home. She wandered around the Longshu Creek for a whole day and almost hid in the mountains. When the Li family realized that Li Baoping was missing, the ancestors were furious and sent everyone to look for this silly girl. In the end, it was the eldest young master who made up for his mistake. He found the poor girl sleeping on a bench in a small temple on the other side of the creek and carried her home. The little girl in the red jacket suddenly smiled and said, "But I still like my eldest brother the most." The last letter was a thick stack of letters. It was sent by the second young master of the Li family to his younger sister. He told her about his experience in the capital of Dali. It was all anecdotes that he had seen with his own eyes or heard from others. The words were beautiful like prose and he was very skillful. He was like a talented poet. In the Li family on Fulu Street, the second young master was far more popular than his eldest brother. He was handsome and elegant but also humorous. He liked to read books on the art of war. Since he was young, he liked to let the maids and servants form a battle array to kill. Compared to the old-fashioned and dull eldest young master, the servants in the residence preferred to deal with the cheerful second young master. During festivals, the second young master would throw a small embroidered bag to people as a tip. It was heavy. If someone had good luck, he would give an extra embroidered bag. Li Baoping flipped through the letters quickly. When she reached the second last letter, she looked up at Zhu Lu and said, "My second brother talked about you. He talked about the peace fire of Dali's beacon that he told you before. He once stayed at the peak of a mountain at night and saw with his own eyes the beacon signal that was used to report peace to the capital from the border. When he looked into the distance, it looked like a long flaming dragon. It was very spectacular." Zhu Lu quickly walked back to the table and sat down. She asked, "Miss, what else did he say?" Li Baoping simply handed the whole stack of letters to Zhu Lu. On the other hand, her second brother talked about local customs and customs. There was nothing unspeakable. Zhu Lu took the letters and asked, "Can I take it back and read it slowly?" Li Baoping nodded and said, "As long as it doesn't get lost." Zhu Lu's face was full of joy. She smiled and left. Qing Xing knocked on the door and entered, carrying a pot of fresh fruits. Behind him was a man wearing a bamboo hat. Li Huai was furious. He ran over and wanted to push this heartless bastard out of the room. Alliance was competing with Li Huai while sitting on a stool by the table. He asked with a mischievous smile, "What's wrong with Zhu Lu? Her face is full of spring breeze and she looks even prettier than usual." Zhu He's face was dark and he didn't say anything. Lin Shui returned and sat down near Chen Pingon. Alliance tossed a small silver gourd to Lin Shui. The youth pulled out the cork and took a sip. Alliance turned to the post house official and asked, "Is there a watershed in Red Candle Town? Isn't it too far from the harbor?" The post house official's expression was strange. He nodded and said, "There is." Alliance clicked his tongue and said, "A money-squandering den, a money-squandering den." There was a crescent-shaped river bend in Red Candle Town, where a type of exquisite pleasure boat unique to Red Candle Town floated. It was less than 20 to 30 feet long and was surrounded by either purple or ordinary green bamboo. The luxurious decoration inside was determined by the wealth of the owner of the pleasure boat. Generally, there were 2 to 3 women on each pleasure boat. Most of them were beautiful women and young girls who were proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, tea and wine. In addition to the viewing room, there was also a bedroom. Its function was self-evident. Those boatmen's daughters were from the Great Li's lowly households for generations. According to legend, they were once the remnants of the divine water nation of the previous dynasty. The Great Li's emperor had issued an imperial edict that they were never allowed to go ashore, and that their descendants would be rootless duckweeds for generations to come. The people of Red Candle Town passed down from generation to generation that the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain not far away was loyal and righteous. He secretly sheltered the ancestors of these surnames during their escape. As a result, Emperor Dali was enraged and demoted him from a mountain god to a land god. He ordered the descendants of these surnames to personally break their golden bodies and sink them to the bottom of the river. The post house officer carefully chose his words and selected some harmless stories from the small town to tell the important guests. Red Candle Town was not the hub of Dali's north and south, but it was a busy harbor for water transportation with many boats shuttling in and out. It was the confluence of 3 rivers, namely the Chongdan River, the Xihua River and the Yuye River. However, there were only 2 river gods. There were temples built on the banks of the river, and clay statues of the gods with golden bodies were built. Both of them were the commanders of the Dali Navy who died in the naval battle. Only the Chongdan River did not have a river god and did not have an ancestral temple. Later there was a temple of the Empress which was full of incense. It was dedicated to a woman from a small town who committed suicide by jumping into the river to prove her innocence. As a result, it was quickly designated as an obscene temple by the Dali imperial court. Now there was only a pile of ruins, broken bricks and tiles and only snakes and rats running around. When he heard about the deeds of the lord of the land of Chiduan Mountain, Li Huai whispered, "I didn't expect such a big bad guy to have such a good reputation in Red Candle Town." Lin Shui's face was indifferent. Every family has its own difficulties. Qin Pingon put away the letter sent by Ruan Xiu. The letter said that the Luopa mountain he bought was successfully conferred with the title of a new mountain god of Dali. He helped to gather spiritual energy on the mountain, which was second only to the Cloud Mountain, which was not involved in the sale, and the Lantern Mountain, which was owned by her father. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.